Here we are, chat. Oh my god. It's the day. It's the day. How's it going, everybody? Welcome in. Welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. And boo. Here we are. What's up? How's everybody doing? Welcome in, welcome in. It's the day, dude. Welcome in, everybody. Finally made it to release day. Yep. YouTube, Twitch, welcome in, guys. Welcome in. How's it going? Bro, I am glowing. I had some creams and everything. I wanted to be fully refreshed for today. we did some nice little face routine. We're all lotioned up, baby. Now that's all I gotta say. We're all lotioned up. How long do you think the reveal will take today? Probably, yeah, I would say like 2.5 hours. Hello, Drakars, welcome in. What did you find? Oh, we're gonna watch all of this. All right. Let me just fix that. Let me see. Here we go over here. There you go. You got yourself the timer there as well. And all right, 4 hours 48. I'm exactly on point. All lotioned up, yeah. What do we have here? Oh, would you imagine, Chad? Would you imagine we actually get... Wait, do you... Wait, bro. Could you guys imagine? Maybe Happy's right. Maybe it's just Steam. Steam achievements, maybe. 0.5 challenge points. At least the first ones are very similar to the Steam ones for POE1. Yeah, but here's the question. The question is, did the Steam achievements, were they added whenever the achievements came into the game? What are we going to do with the next 5 hours? We're going to find something, man. Don't worry. We're going to find something. You know what I want to do? I would love to try Volcano build. If anybody has any decent suggestions for a build with Volcano, let me know. The reveal is a while still. Yeah, 5 hours. Stay until reveal, of course, coolers. We're going to have a big-ass stream today. It's going to be a long one. Sinister and insane streak, dude. 50. Damn. Go Druid Shaman. Yeah, the reveal is going to be probably 45 minutes. Maybe more. Maybe a little bit more. And then the Q&A is going to be another hour and a half for sure. Let's do it, yeah. So I enter for the giveaway on Discord. Yep. This is yeah, the giveaway. Yeah, go to Discord, man. You're gonna find it with the command Discord on YouTube as well. There you go. No clue, but you can check them out and see if you think they're similar. All right. They're generic. They're not league specific. Yeah. Let's just read some. Bro, listen. Could we just analyze a little bit here, Chad, and maybe see something that only exists in POE2 that doesn't exist in POE1? I mean, this is very specific to POE2, guys. This is very specific to POE2. I mean, look at the order. Pharaoh Purger. Defeat all unique monsters in Act 1. This is POE2. So they did prepare them. I don't know if we're going to get them on Steam or whatever, but it's here. It's the same theme. Yeah, sure. Sure. But I mean, this is brand new, right? I don't think we've had this before. Hello, Shelby. Welcome in. Question is if they're for 1.0 or they're testing it now. The Steam achievements that you were looking at were POE1. Yeah, these are POE1. We don't have any Steam achievements for POE2 just yet. But I mean, this is a step. 100% new stuff. Exactly, yeah. So this is a step to the correct direction.
Well, hello there, you sexy
Happy reveal
beast.
day, Diamond. Let's go, man. Is that you? Or going with the over ears today? Yeah. Tell me about it. 9 months in a row, Diamond. Thank you so very much, dude. I appreciate you. We are going with these. I'm gonna. Yeah, I put these. It's Sennheisers, but they're very cheap. I'm just gonna double check to see how I feel about them, because I feel with the other headphones that I have it in, I have too much noise happening, and I feel that I'm shouting whenever I'm speaking. Like this morning, I woke up with sore throat from yesterday. Didn't they say that achievements would not be in until 1.0? They can change their minds? Yeah, maybe. Long stream with in-ears will hurt after a bit. Oh, yeah. For sure. It does. It does. But it's mostly for the sound as well, because whenever I look back at the VODs and everything, I feel that I'm shouting. Happy reveal day, Droggy. Welcome in. I have a question that has been on my mind. What will happen if 0.5 fails? Will GG delay the 1.0 release for another 6 months? That's a question. I don't see why it would fail. With a rework of almost every single mechanic and a rework for the number one thing that people are complaining, which is the end game. I don't. Well, to be completely honest, it's a all hands on deck kind of risk that they're taking right now. But yeah, with everything, they're just throwing, like, it does, if you look at it in a different way, it does seem that they're literally throwing absolutely everything at the wall and hoping that they're all gonna stick. But I don't think it's gonna fail. I think they've had less time between leagues to deliver, and they've been cooking every single time. Like even the 0.2, I can give you a lot of positives about 0.2, 0.3, 0.4. 0.4, they promised us endgame. They didn't deliver that. But they did deliver one of the best classes in any ARPG, I would say. Druid is just insanely good. Animation and everything. And I completely understand if you guys don't really like the Druid. But it's still a fact that it's very well made. Reveal day, Dave, welcome in. Kata, thank you very much, man. Congrats for yesterday again, and hi, chat. Welcome in. Big day today. I don't believe that 1.0 is going to come next to 0.5. Yeah, me too, but it seems that the majority of people think that 1.0 is going to be after 0.5, and it's going to be 6 months down the line. They can hotfix, yeah. I'm going to wait until Scion comes out in POE3 release. Dave with the 50 stream streak as well. Giga Chads. All right, chat. Well, Listen up. Let's finish up with the intro of the stream today. We've got 4 hours and 40 minutes left to go for the big reveal. We are all very excited, but we do need to do something entertaining and fun so we can actually, get the time rolling a little bit faster. Secondly, for anybody who doesn't know, this is the brand new drop that we're going to be getting today. All you got to do is just stay in here whenever the reveal starts and we hear, "Hi, I'm Jonathan." Whenever we hear that, drops are enabled and we're going to be able to get this decoration. Reveal drops weren't that impressive ever, to be honest. It's just a decoration for anybody who doesn't care. It is what it is, but this is a brand new drop. How's the bingo card? Yeah, we're going to prep the... I'm going to open up the bingo card as well. Potion well, yeah. It's a potion well. You're absolutely right. Absolutely. True, Soulbound. True. All right, let me just close these down. I don't think I'm going to put this all the way over here. And we're going to go into the game. And we're going to play a little bit. I'm not going to do SSF. I'm not going to do hardcore. I'm just going to go for Volcano. Wait, they just released a new teaser? Are you trolling? You're definitely trolling, right? I don't think there's a shot they do that. Yeah, no, they didn't. Okay, good. You baited me, man. They just really... the game is going to be 4 a.m. my time. Not going to speed run. Going to take my time to play. Fair enough, man. Fair enough. Is 0.5 the last release before 1.0? We don't know. Droid is strong with the early tree for Volcano. Whenever we hear that, make sure to refresh your stream to get the drops. Yeah. I think this time is going to start with Hiya Mark Roberts. Oh, really? Okay, let's do something fun. Let's do, where is it? Manage prediction. Who will open the reveal? Hi. I'm Jonathan Rogers. Hi. I'm Mark Roberts. All right, there you go. All right, prediction is live, you guys. Go and predict. Go and use all of your channel points. All in on Jonathan and Mark. Let's go. Celestina, you got to put everything in there. Redeeming a hot take. They won't say hi and instead say hello. All right, you gave me one hot take. I'll give you another hot take. Let me think about it, and I'll give you back. I'll give you back the hot take. Come take my 0.75k on Jonathan. Let's go. If you want a prediction, you should do it closer to start. And it will stay inactive until then. Yeah. Sure. All right, this is nowhere close, man. I think Closure is the only one who thought that Mark is going to do it. I'll give you back your coins. Yeah, nobody went for. All right. Let's do a little bit of Scorpcano. Let's give this one a try.
Get them!
I would have went all in if I could. All right, Soulbound, do you have any builds that you're following, or for inspiration, reference, whatever? Check Discord general. Wait, what is this? All right, I'm going to show you, chat. Give me 1 second. Let me just download this picture, and I'll show it to you. All right. Opinions, chat. What do you guys think about this one? Here we go. Thank you, Celestina. There you go. All right. Opinions. What do you guys think about this? A Fengale in Washington, thank you for the follow, guys. I mean, swords. It's legit. This is, according to Celestina, this is the POE2 DB guy. So don't forget that dude knows everything. No, I have no idea, man. I have no idea if that's the case. But yeah, that's an interesting thing to see. Yeah, the chat, I'm gonna give you the end submission. All right, there you go. I returned your coin. Sinister is right. We need to do it just before. We're gonna literally do it 2 minutes before. Okay. I only trust official news. Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. Just speculation. All right, we're gonna kill some time, chat. We're gonna kill some time. We're gonna do a fun little build with Volcano. Can make something? No, you don't need to. You don't need to. I'll figure it out. We're gonna give Volcano a try. It has been impressing me a lot, actually. Do we need the staff? No, I don't think we do. We actually do. Okay. Alright, let's give this a try. So it's channeling, by the way. Welcome back, villains. Alright, here we go. So, for anybody who didn't know, Volcano is a channeling spell. So you don't want to just click it, because you're going to deal less damage with the little things that come out. You want to click and hold, and then release. And as you can see, there's more. Anybody here who didn't know that? Because I didn't. Anyway, there you go. Miller kill, not bad. So we are in the Druid tree. God, it feels good to not play Merc. Oh my god. Feels so good. When did they tease Duelist? They didn't directly tease Duelist ever. People are speculating between multiple different things. Thing number one that they speculated was from Kelly's Gladiator GIF. Also, she did the not champion with the Duelist Ascendancy. The first place champ, let's go, McElroy. How you doing? I think I want to take this back. I want the input to go back to what it was. This is confusing me. Now that we're not speedrunning, I don't really care about it, to be honest. What was it? X? Spacebar. Okay. Hello, Mr. Klima. Welcome in, bud. Swords were in there since 0.1, though? Yeah. True. Descriptions have been added to the links that I sent. Oh, would you look at that? Hey, Klima, by the way, a little birdie told me that you have a couple of minutes or hours in POE2 recently. Is that true? Prediction if it's legit or no, Scorp? Yeah, any predictions that we want to do, let's do them closer to the reveal. Because if I open it now, it's just going to stay there for like 4 hours. Energy Blade is going to be huge, yeah. Energy Blade is going to be big. These daggers? No, these are swords. Swords are 100% coming out. I got excited for a second. Hey, McElroy, as dagger lovers and enthusiasts, I think swords is the closest that we could ever get. How does 3 to 28 physical damage weapon give 16 to 24 all attributes? It's like tier 1 on eye level 72. Nah. These are, I think these are placeholders, maybe. I don't think these are accurate. This is insane. The same weapon with the trait sight. That's true. Let me pull up something else that Drukaris sent me today, by the way. Look at this, chat. The Dancing Dervish Scimitar. Unique. Yeah, look at this. $20 mirrors, 25, yeah. Dark Blade of the Lynx. They used to drop in 0.1. Fair enough. We definitely see something new happening with the swords, so I think swords are definitely confirmed. All right, let's stop dreaming. We're gonna get our answer, by the way, in literally, what is it, 4 hours and 20 minutes. So, yeah. What class is everyone going to play in 0.5? I'm gonna go in a guess that the majority of people are just gonna wait for the reveal before they have their answer. What do I want to do? Soulbound, I don't know if I want to pair it with a slam. I think I want to go full on druid caster. I don't know if that's a good idea. I know that slam is going to be a big deal. Duelist. Everybody's going duelist. Hey, let's go. Should I just main duelist until Shadow comes out? Never play anything else? Volcano. Oh, actually, no. We could go bear. Yeah, Furious Slam. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm not going to touch Monk this patch unless there's a new Ascendancy. True. Same here. Yeah, I'm going to go with this. All right, let's give this a try. I'm going to do this here, here, and here. All right. When is the patch release? Is it tonight? Yep, you've got a timer. You've got a timer on the screen. 4 hours, 20. Oh, the patch release. Sorry. My bad. Yeah, 29th of May. Yeah, tonight is the reveal. Sorry, my bad. I wish it was the release today. True. Oh, the damage is really good. Look at that damage. I have packing and moving this week. 29th is perfect. I'm okay with 29th now, bro. I mean, there's nothing to do. There's nothing else to do. So, 35 stream streak Klima. Let's go, dude. Let's go, man. I'm actually so excited for some of my friends and some of the people that I know in the community as well who are deciding to step into POE2 for the first time now in 0.5. I really hope you guys enjoy the game and you give it some more chance. I think you're gonna like it, Klima. Playing the same build, Act 2. How does it feel? You're playing the Volcano? Is it pure Volcano with Bear that you're doing? Do you think I should play now or at release? Well, considering the fact that the release is gonna do more into the end game, like, I would say maybe play a little bit now in the campaign to get a little bit more familiar, but don't burn yourself out. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't find it fun at the moment, and you just want to play for the release, because whenever the release happens, you're gonna need to go level 1 again, man. You know what I mean? So I took Contagion. I'm gonna try and strictly keep it as Druid-like as I possibly can. So I'm gonna skip like stuff like Contagion or anything else. I'm gonna keep it strictly Druid. You can, it's not that good with Slam, easy dead. Nah, I'm pretty sure we're gonna manage, bro. We're gonna give it a try. And see. Play now, just don't stress over the market as the economy's garbage for new characters. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a very good point. Alrighty, we're gonna build into our Druid right here. And channel all the way. Bro, it's so... Volcano is so impressive once you figure out that you need to channel the spell. The longer you channel, the more sparks you get, or whatever those are. Are we dead? There you go. Ariagni has nothing on us. Interesting. Let me see what we're going to do. Prolonged duration. Makes sense. Support skills have 30% more skill effect duration. 120% cost multiplier. I think this is a really good call, but I don't know whether it should be the first one. It says it on the skill, yeah. I mean, there's one thing that we need to do in ARPG, and that's read. And a lot of us actually skip to do that, and fair enough, you know what I mean? But I was looking at Volcano the other day because it was... I don't know if anybody remembers this, but whenever 0.4 launched with the Druid, I called that Volcano looks so cool, and I never actually got the chance to create a build, my own build, you know what I mean? Happy Alchemist. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the layer, bud. And then the other day I remembered it and I started reading about it. And then look at the last line there. Channeling this skill for longer makes the initial eruption more violent, but does not affect subsequent projectile sprays. So it makes it more violent, deals more damage. Good stuff. It's really good with projectile speed too. Yeah. How was the race, Scorp? Hey, we got it, man. We got the W. In the undercard, we managed to win, and we actually smashed our PB as well. Let's go. Rival. Yep. Defo. Rival, thank you very much for the dono, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. So yeah, for everybody asking me about the race, it was actually yesterday. We had a race. There were 2 events of the race yesterday. The first one was Act 1, any percent minimum level 13, and we actually won that. We got first place, and I did 36 minutes Act 1 kill on Geonor, which was a pretty good time, considering that I also died 4 times, yeah. That was my my best time, actually, which was weird. And then the second event was a bigger event. It was Act 1 to 3, 100%. And the farmer actually won. And there were the racers were competing against each other, and every single racer had a goat coach in their ear. Scorpius could have done better if he didn't die 4 times. That's true. That's very true. But also, Dave, don't forget that I got lucky with a rare crossbow. I think the crossbow compensated for the amount of deaths that I had. So sure, I might have finished a little bit sooner if I didn't have the 4 deaths, but I would definitely finish later if I didn't have the crossbow, if that makes sense. Very good job, yeah. Rival, once again, thank you for the dono, man. I appreciate you. Question is, if they hit me, does that reset the channeling? That's the question. I don't think it does it? I don't think so. So wait, what makes Druid Shaman better than Warrior on the Volcano, now that I think about it? The German streamer is still running 45 hours now? Wow. Meanwhile, we're sitting and we're playing games. Can we add that, actually? Wait, did it time it out on its own? Or did you... Oh, Icy timed it out? Holy shit. Can we add that emote, by the way? We don't have that one. Yeah, Laxus, you gotta forgive him, bro. I don't know, Icy's practicing for something. He's training for something. I don't know what he's doing. All right, is there any do you have a build that I can refer to, Sinister? I have linked to that emoji. Can you send me, please? I can add it now, it's fine. Is it 7 TV or what? For leveling? Yeah. There you go. There it is. Icy. Let's add more fun. Not necessarily butt cheeks and shit like that, but more fun emotes, man. If you can find a few that we are missing and we don't have, just send me a bunch of links over on the DM. Or if there's a way that I can promote you on 7TV, so you can be able to add into the Scorpius folder. I think Celestina sent something. Let me double check, Celestina, thank you. Wyvern Druid leveling. Oh, so it's Volcano, Contagion, Frostbomb. That's basically it. Oh, this is what GTD did? Oh, it's not Volcano. It's just a normal Druid. Now, you know what? I'm going to build my own. I'll build my own. It's okay. We're going to chill. This is it, man. Here you go. This is how it should look, by the way. For anybody who doesn't see the emotes, you see? Is there. We just added it now to the channel. And I do have 7TV here. So you do have Scorpius emotes right there. I'm not sure. Do you guys see it? Yeah, you do. You have all of our emotes right here. So, yeah. Is there any other build that I didn't actually play? What about Ice Shot? Bro, I keep on talking about Ice Shot since the beginning of 0.4, and I never actually played it. Twister, Volcano, Ice Shot. Those three. I keep talking about. Not bad, but it's LA to start. I'm pretty sure that there's something else that we could do here. Is there something with cast speed that can help the channeling? Hey, yo, Prodigy, what's up, man? Hello, welcome in. Do you have Animated Stories YouTube channel? What do you mean? No, I don't think so. Arcane Surge, Rapid Casting. Volcano chain and multi-shot. Skill speed. Wait, this is not bad for early, I think. Do you think that swords are finally happening? I do believe so, yeah. Skill speed and channel speed is in the passive tree. Got it, okay. Alright, let's give this one a try. Four hours, yep. 4 hours. And we get the reveal. We're gonna know what's coming, what's not coming. We're gonna know. I will only be listening. Well, yeah, I don't think we're gonna watch it together, chat, but I don't usually talk over them. So just wait until they reveal everything and then we start chatting. So it's gonna be uninterrupted. This volcano damage is not bad. We did. Are there any Twitch drops for POE2? There are, yeah. They're gonna be enabled, they're gonna be enabled whenever it starts, actually. Gribarina, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Let me just find Celestina's post again. I shot and snipe is pretty good. Bro, I want a fun build. I want to take a fun build quickly to the end game is what I want to do. One of those three. Twister, Ice Shot, or Volcano. Which one should I do, chat? I think Frostbomb here, Contagion. Yeah, you're right. Volcano, Frostbomb, Contagion would be the call here. ASJ, welcome in. I did do a nice shot build in 0.3, but never in 0.4. Didn't get to it. Snipe equals dopamine, that's it, yeah. Do you think that the $480 pack is worth it? Thinking about buying it? Well, how many coins do you get with that? That's the question there. I have never considered buying that. All right, let's try and take this a little bit more seriously with this druid. So let's get the helmet. Ooh, okay. We have some damage over here going on. We're gonna sell these two. I have no idea if it's worth it, man. I have no idea. It's a lot of money. So I'm not 100% sure if that's worth it. I can get the 480 pack for 180 and I'm thinking about doing it. Can I see them? Do they have them here? I think you all should just wait a little bit about until tonight for the reveal, because they're gonna reveal new supporter packs. You bought this one, the Warlords, so now you have a little bit of a gap between Liberator. Which you ever buy first? Yeah. Happy reveal day, Bandit. Welcome in. Congrats for the win, Mr. Scorp. Thank you, Bandit. Appreciate it. Thank you.
There, you sexy
it was a good day.
beast.
It was a good race. It was a good time. ASJ with a tier 1. Thank you so much, bud. I feel that my camera is too high up. Do. 4,800 coins and 4 extra keys to donate to friends. That's not bad, man. The 5k coins is really good. Today's the day, yeah. Is indeed. Alright, let me see. What kind of rejects do we need here? Interesting. So he's playing just Wyvern, huh? For this build, for the leveling. Devour. Oh, we got a bunch of emotes from Icy. What is this? Okay, nice. First one's in. Oh, we already have the third one. Okay, we already have that one. All of them have been added. I see. Number 3 and the last one, we already had them. Never done a wyvern. Should we do it now? To see how it works? One to 5. You go with the staff and volcano. Okay. 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 All right. Cool. Let's do that. So at level 6. All right. I'm going to keep this one, and I'm going to grab the second one here. We're going to hit both. Okay, whatever. And we need a level 6. Okay, gotcha. We're going to do that. Cool. I took my sweet time. What did you pick? Druid. Yeah. We're going for a druid. I'm going to take a chill, man. I'm not going to rush. I'm done with rushing. We're going to take a chill. And we're going to go full on wyvern, actually. That's another build that I've never tried. It's the only form that I've never played. I didn't play druid properly either, but I do have a taste for the druid. Yeah, druid. Yep. We're gonna go either oracle or shaman, we'll see. I never did wyvern. I don't know a lot of people that did, to be completely honest. So this could be a nice little playthrough while we wait. Let me double check if Renly has anything. Yeah, plants are plants, bro. This is a good one for later. I think DM was wyvern. Yeah, he did try the wyvern. That's right. Volcano's not bad in the first couple of levels. But I think you guys are right. You definitely need Volcano with Contagion. At least you take a slam. Yeah. Alright, let me just get level 6 here. And we're gonna go and change everything. And we're gonna actually transform to our wyvern. Actually, can I fight this? I think I might die if I stay here, so let's just get level 6 and come back. Hey, Rory, welcome in, dude. The name change, and Ling Tian as well. We doing good, man. We doing good. We can't wait. We have 4 hours to go. Alright, let's go back, chat. Let's do it. We get our... I think Guardian of the Wilds makes definite sense here. Right. Yeah. Okay. Plants are really strong. I'm considering going plants early. If they don't bring anything else. Although we're all convinced that we're actually going to get the duelist. Alright, so here's what we're going to do. We're selling this and this. We're equipping this bad boy. And I'm going to double check if there's another one. Okay. Then we're going to do Wing Blast. Wyvern, there you go. Then Rend. And Wing Blast. Okay. I think that's it, right? And then Frost Bomb. Okay. I was gonna ask in Discord, Scorp, did you say you had plans to do a POB video later down the road? Yeah. For sure. I'm gonna wait for 0.5 to launch. Okay. Alright, let's see how the boss is. Frost Bomb. Rend. Whoops. Yeah, I think I didn't do that right. He got stunned way too quick. I almost need to refill my cylinders. I think I need to make something stronger. Any suggestions? Copium. Copium is very strong, man. It's almost out of stock, but... Copium. Listen what you're gonna need to do. You will need to convince yourself the Duelist and Shadow is coming. Both of those. It is, nerd. Yeah. I just made it, I didn't do it correctly. You're supposed to prime them for stun, not stun them with rend. But you need to prime them for stun, and then use your Wing Blast. And whenever Wing Blast is used to stun an enemy who was primed, then it gives you, it takes one of the power charges and increase lightning. So whenever they're primed for... Actually, wait. You prime them for stun first. Then you use Wing Blast, which is going to create the charges. And then you use Rend. Right? Is that what's happening? Yeah, whenever they're primed for stun. I'm gonna check it later on. I'm gonna check it on Draven and Asenia. Yeah, do it. Go for it. I wonder what kind of a defense you need to speedrun with this, actually. Area of effect, radial force, I think for sure, right? Where are we? I think area of effect makes sense. Okay, P-Mart. Yep. We're gonna be here, bud. Nah, I'm gonna do the... Whoops. I converted Soul. I converted to Wyvern to give it a try. There it is. Yeah. Whenever you Wing Blast a primed enemy is when you get the power charge. Best speedrun skills right now is grenades. It's really good, especially if you know how to play grenades, yeah. Temple, dude. Temple. Anybody in chat actually misses Temple? Nope. You ready for the Temple gutting? Yeah, let's see it. Let's see it. I think I'm going to keep this one here, just to empower the temple a little bit more. I wonder, I'm very, we gotta have, like, predictions on the temple, chat, to see what kind of nerfs they're going to do. I'm really curious to see how they're going to change the temple, and how much they're going to nerf it. I predict the temple is gonna start in Act 3. Yeah, so it's basically gonna replace the Abyss, right? And Abyss is gonna start there too. Is that what you're saying? Alright. I'm bored with the tempo chat. The first nerf is going to be the one that they revert mid-league. Yeah, well, I predict that they're going to butcher the temple. I really hope that they don't. I really hope that they don't. I know that we had a little bit of a problem with the temple, but I think that they could do other stuff to keep it viable still. Not because that's what I want to be farming, but... Alright, let's see the boss fight. Oh, Abyss is in Act 2? Oh yeah, you're right. What am I even talking about? I think Titans is where you see it first, right? Is it? No, Mastodon as well. Yeah, never mind. Big damage, chat. Holy. Once you do the tech with Wing Blast and Rend, did you just see that damage? Holy moly, dude. Big stuff. Huge damage. I think I'm gonna grab Pounce because this is getting a little bit too slow. Wing Blast, Rend, Rapid Attacks, I guess, for this. I don't have the dex. Okay, keep it there. Astronomical with a follow. Thank you very much, bud. Welcome in. How are your speedruns going? And finally the reveal day arrives. Hope it's insane. Yeah. Siku, I am done with the speedrunning, man. We finished the race yesterday. We managed to grab the win on the undercard event. So I'm gonna take a long-ass break from speedrunning, to be honest. I min-maxed that for too long. But yeah, it was fun, man. It was fun. Scorp, did you see the spoiler in your Discord? Spoiler? Oh, I see it. Same Scorp, taking a break from speedrunning. Yeah. As I mentioned a few weeks ago, I don't want to cross that line where I burn myself out, but it was fun. It was fun. I don't want to push it. What spoiler? I think we saw a lot of spoilers. The Celestina post with the sword. We saw that one.
Well, hello there.
All right, watch this, chat. Ready?
Beast.
Look at this. Prime for stun. Wing blast. We go in. Poof. He's gone. Astronomical with a prime. Thank you so much, man. Yo, why do I not hear my alerts? Hello? Alerts? Wait, I gotta try this. I want to fix this. Give me 1 second, chat. Why? Do you guys hear the alerts or? Heard it? I don't. So I'm going to replay yours, Astronomical, and then I'm going to read your message. Give me just 1 second. I want to make sure that I hear it. Wait, now that you say that you did, I think I don't need to replay it. I think I know what it is. Yeah, I think I found it. Monitor was off. So monitor and output. We did? Okay, beautiful. Thank you. I think I fixed it now. Anyway. 3.5 hours, by the way, chat. 3.5 hours. Recently found your YouTube and love the content. Appreciate your level-headed takes and staying out away from rage baiting. Have a sub. Thank you so much, Astro. I really appreciate it, bud. Well, hello there. As soon as he subbed. Okay, gotcha. Thank you, Keeson. Thank you, man. Also love your music taste. Hey, dude. You're in for a treat then, man. We do have, in case you want my playlist, this is my Spotify playlist right here. Mr. Chester is playing right now. We do have a command. Spotify. There it is. This is my playlist that I have for the stream. We've got like 315 songs, so you're in for a treat, bro. Glad you have the same taste. All right, so... Chat, here we go. Here we go. Get ready. Watch this Slackline kill. Ren spam until we prime him. Dodge that. Dodge the big hit. He's primed. And Wing Blast. And then watch this. Here, no. Yeah, there's no music on YouTube. I'm sorry, everybody watching on YouTube. YouTube doesn't allow me to play music. Melted. Absolutely melted. We're on a quest to find Khaleesi. I know I'm not a dragon, I'm a wyvern, but whatever. That's a lot of damage, it is, yeah. That tech is insane. I mean, that tech is used by almost every single build that it can get it. I know the grenades is using it for speedrun. Yesterday we used it, actually. Awesome, Keeson. There's no music here? What do you mean? There has to be music. Is the music too low, maybe, Chad? Or is it good? Wait, I'm not gonna skip all of these. Maybe I'm gonna skip this guy. Sure. Seems good, okay. Just a little bit surprising when someone says that they cannot hear anything. Yeah, I'm gonna do Freythorn later. Let me just get the waypoint. Yes, Zorzi. Yep, the timer is whenever the reveal starts. That's correct. Hey, yo, Sleepy. How you doing, man? Welcome in. Yeah, I did. I mean, Wyvern is insane. Let's go and find Crowbell. For me, I don't hear any music. I even put maximum sound. Wait, where are you watching from? If it's Twitch, there has to be music, bro. I mean, I'm pretty sure that every single person hears it. Hey, you too, Zorzi. This is so weird to just basic attack your way through everything with a Wyvern. So weird. He does a little dash / charge as well. Melee good. Not really. It's a bit weird. But yeah, the damage is really good. Especially if you engage with the tech. Hey, yo, Olven. Hello, bud. On my phone, I have music. No music? Madness, what do you mean? You don't have music as well? On my laptop, I don't. So weird. So weird. Twitch is glitching out. Probably a Twitch thing. Maybe. It's a bug. Yeah, probably, man. Sorry to hear. Alrighty, we're gonna get Harbinger of Disaster. Crit, damage, area damage. Let's do that. Crowbell is gonna be weird because he's gonna phase, but... Look at that Ren damage. Jesus. Twitch is prepping for the POE2 reveal, yeah. Crimson Dark, thank you very much, man. Welcome in. How's it going? Now it's fine. Gotcha. So it was a weird bug. Wow. Just wow, dude. The damage is very intense. We're gonna go for more damage as well. And I'm pretty sure if we do Freythorn now, we get our Herald of Ash. and finish with this zone. Don't need to backtrack. Let's just do that then. I mean, I gotta say, Wyvern feels weird in the beginning. I don't know if anybody else has played Wyvern and you feel the same way. Like the way it moves and the way it dashes. At least at the early levels. I have not played as Wyvern yet. Yeah, it's my first run as well. As Wyvern too. I didn't get the chance the whole league. Wasn't something on my prio list. I don't know what the opinions of Wyvern players are. Or anybody who's tried actually Wyvern all the way to the end game. When you get to this boss, reset your checkpoint. It's gonna reduce the density. Okay. Wyvern is very good if you build it right. Well, let's try and build it right. Let's try and do it. So you said respawn a checkpoint when you get to the boss. Wait, I didn't even see what the rituals are. Did I do it right, Sinister? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Crimson. It's weird. It's weird. It has this little dash that Ice Strike has. When you get once you get the stun rotation, it's awesome. Are you talking about the Wing Blast tech with the increased lightning damage? We got that one, bro. We're literally melting bosses. Melting. It the single target, it's pretty satisfying. I'm talking about AoE. So I don't know how this is gonna feel in the end game. Like full dense maps like Breach and stuff like that. Okay. Breach and Abyss is awesome. Well, we need to wait and find out. Okay, another one done. Yeah, my first build in 0.4 was the Wolf. I got the Wolf pretty high. Then we did plants, and I stuck to plants so much easier than the Wolf early on, before they buffed it a little bit. Yeah, I guess we need that ability to feel more comfortable with the AoE, because now it definitely doesn't. Yeah. Alright, boss time. Let's go and melt. Let's go and melt. Hey man, is it a new league already? No, 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 no. This is still 0.4. Today in like, what is it now? 3 hours remain? we're going to get the full reveal of what's coming in 0.5, which is going to launch end of the month, unfortunately. But this is 0.4 still, bud. We're just killing some time. We're playing a Wyvern Druid for the very first time. It was definitely not in my prio list for 0.4. So we're finding an opportunity now to do it. Alright, here we go. Prime for stun. Oh, I'm frozen. I requested off on the 29th. Good. Good. Are you not working over the weekend? Saturday, Sunday? Or did you not manage to get all 3 days? Oh, thank you, Crimson. Prime for stun. There it is. Look at that. 2, 3, done. 3.5 hits. GG's. Alright, so we're gonna go Frost Bomb. We're gonna get the Skull. Actually, we can't. Let's equip this bad boy.
Well, hello there, you sexy beast.
Zhao with the 4 months in a row. Thank you very much for the Prime. Thanks for using your Prime. Thank you, bud. You deserve it. Thank you, dude. Appreciate it. Alright, so Herald of Ash. I think that needs to be our choice here. 100%. And I think we're gonna go with magnified area. Done. Anything fancy here? Hey, this is not bad, by the way. This is not bad. I'm grabbing this. We've got triple on the other one. Anyway, Freethorn has been killed. That's all we care about. Unfortunately, I work 7 days a week and didn't request Saturday and Sunday. Second job doesn't provide PTO. Gotcha, man. At least you got that one day. You can enjoy that one. For sure, bud. I'm excited to see how Wyvern actually evolves into a apparent speed cleaning machine. I mean, I need to go to the town at some point. I'm gonna stop killing these. I don't think I need the XP for a while. Alright, let's just grab the loot. If I have the space. We do. Alright, off we go. Let's just go and sell. Last 2 seasons, I followed people's build they made to play. However, I think I'm going to take the blind approach this season to at least complete the campaign without a guide. That's a very good call, Grants. 100%. I did the exact same call in 0.2. And since then, I've been trying my best to create my own builds. Reading, learning, and all that good stuff. Obviously, with a few things here and there later on, whenever I hit endgame, to see some references or whatnot. And the thing is, what you're gonna discover, for anybody who's doing that, you should already know, that if you actually get decent and build crafting and theory crafting, more often than not, you will actually get closer to other people's builds that are equally as good. because they're not like a gazillion paths that you can go. You know what I mean? If, for example, your main ability is channeling, you will focus more on the channeling stuff, right? You know what I mean? Wife planned vacation for 29 until the 3rd. Let's go, Brent. GG's, dude. We'll have to find time to grind at night while everyone's sleeping. Yeah, fair. Half of my suggestions to live channels recommendations are POE2 right now. Of course, everybody's going to come back for the big day, man. It's a big day for POE2. It's a big day. Alrighty. So, we don't care about boots anymore. We're going to grab this. This. This is not that great. Okay. Alright, there it is. I don't think we need this anymore. Primal Hunger. This is for the rage. Attack damage, attack speed per enemy in close range. Alright, let's get this. Yeah, exactly, Vidence. Like, for example, I remember I went plants, and there's very few options with plants to be super unique. You know what I mean? Like, I remember I finished my build and I did cast on crit with Bone Cage instead of Comet. And then I saw that a lot of people were planning the same build, but with Comet and a few other changes here and there. But I was playing with Thunderstorm and Bone Cage. I'm back, baby, after 4 months without POE. LZ, welcome in, brother. Welcome in. Happy to have you here. How's it going? How's life without POE2? Yeah, we're taking it chill, chat. We're taking it very chill. There's nothing to rush for. Let's go and grab ourselves a Renly opportunity. Does he have anything for us? Nettle. Ooh. Cold is pretty bad. I'm gonna keep the talisman that I have. All right. Life is great, brother. He says, I even went outside. Well, GG's, man. If you touched grass, you're ready for the next league. Unfortunately, it isn't for another 3 weeks. Unfortunately. So you're talking about Devour. I think Icy recommended Devour. Let me double check Devour. Devour. What level do I need to be? 6? When can I get it? Devour. Yeah, okay. So what is it? 4, 3 that doesn't work. So 6, I guess, or 5 maybe. Actually, that's 5, right? Yeah, this has to be 5. Yeah, that's 5. So level 14 will get Devour. Gotcha. Okay. Nothing to do now then. Wait, hold up. Nah, I still think that mine is better. I'm gonna hit another one more time. Let me just double check what it's gonna get with the other Exalted. Okay. Yeah, level 5 drops a mana. It does indeed. You're right. Alright. Herald of Ass. Enabled. Alright, let's just zoom through all of this, chat. We took our sweet time doing everything else, so we don't need the levels at all. We are literally level 12. So all we gotta do is just skip every single zone until Geonor. And we're gonna naturally get level 13 and 14. This zone is pretty bad for XP. Next zone is brilliant for XP. It's one of the best ones, so I'm gonna focus there for a level and a half, I guess. And just before we use Devour, we are going to read, because I have no idea what it does, and I don't want to just blindly go in. Second Chance Art. How you doing, brother? Welcome in. Lovely to see you here. I skipped last wipe, was thinking of playing this one. Yeah, you should definitely try it. I think 0.5 is going to be... I think at this point it's inevitable. It's going to be the biggest league that we've seen in POE2, for sure. I consider Geonor a pivotal moment in POE2 story because the VA himself also, he nailed it. Bruh, I think Geonor is a pivotal moment and a big deal in POE2 for one specific reason. Can anybody guess what that reason is? All good, bro. Preparing for a competition on July. Huge art stuff. First place trip to Japan. Let's go, dude. Dream come true right there, man. Good luck. Kick ass. He looks like Jon Snow. That's the second. I'm gonna put that second place, but Icy got it. Music, bro. Music is that piece, that soundtrack. Geonor's soundtrack should have been nominated for best soundtrack of the year. Best gaming soundtrack of the year. 100%. So good. But yeah, Jon Snow is comes very close second. The Witch is the first pinnacle boss of the endgame. Tell me about it. Yesterday in the race, I died to her. It was my first death. That's where everything went south for me. But we managed to get back on our feet. Alright, Mr. Executioner. Chad, enjoy the fight. Enjoy this melting simulator. Alright, we place this bad boy. We start attacking melee. We tank all the hits. We place it again. We prime him for stun. We wing blast. And then we start 2, 3, 4, and GG's. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, there's our level 5, by the way, Celestina. Not even Ramparts, not even Manor. Leadus is giving us our level 5. Do you think that the Whirling / Twister build will be nerfed? I hope not. I don't think so. If you want my opinion, then that's my opinion. I don't think it deserves to get nerfed. I do believe that they might actually nerf a little bit the Titan side of the area of effect, where you can literally just touch your second screen with Whirling Assault. I think that's going to get nerfed. So Titan Whirling Assault is going to get nerfed, but I don't think that Whirling Assault in general should or will. Nah, it's still a dream come true for you, man. Any anime fan would love to go to Japan. For sure. Alright, we'll get this bad boy. Maybe I'll try the dragon for before the new season. Yeah, give it a try. That's why I wanted to try a brand new build that I've never done before. See how it feels. By the way, a kind reminder. Let me see. I don't see... Oh, 3 hours and 3 minutes remain, chat. 3 hours. Almost less than 3 hours. I don't need the support. I don't need these guys. I'm just gonna kill the rare and move. We're already level 13. Am I cutting too early? I think I am, yeah. POE2 since maybe 0.2 or 0.3, the map bosses seem squishy, while the maps, the mobs feel harder to deal with more times than not, 100%. This is especially true whenever they brought Abyss. And that's where we saw it for the very first time. Not that we didn't have it before, but we saw it to the extreme whenever Abyss... JJ, you remember Abyss coming in and then they had to nerf the damage that they were dealing? And, yeah, Pinnacle bosses and Uber bosses being a little bit easier is definitely a very common complaint among a lot of players. Yo, Tricker. Of course we excited, man. We've been waiting 6 months for this day. Oh yeah, we're doing 100%, right? Did I miss something? By the way, I know very well that Jonathan watches almost all streams for POE2, and you're one of them for sure. Hey, Uncle John, what's up? My bets are on him, man. He's gonna start the reveal. He will. Hello. Hi. Yeah, I don't think so. Happy if you're here, dude. Hello is weird. It's always gonna be hi. It's always been hi. I couldn't prime him. Yeah. He bugged out. Time flies when you're waiting for GG to hurry up. Yep. True. I need to bring him a little bit over. Abyss was overwhelming, but they did balance it. Yeah, yeah. But then they also counterbalanced it as well, because the point of Abyss was not that it was too difficult. The point of it was that things were killing us and we had no idea why and how and what was happening. And it was the power that our characters had. You couldn't compare it with the Abyss. That was the problem. So instead of giving us more power and balancing their numbers a little bit, they nerfed it. And not only that, they came after that and they nerfed the density as well in the maps. So then maps started feeling super easy as well. Alright, almost level 14 here. I'm gonna grab Devour. Hey, do you think the 1.0 update will introduce new classes that we haven't seen in POE1 yet? Or will some of them be revamped so much that we won't even recognize them? Thanks for your content. Thank you for your message, man. That's a great question, actually. Do I think that 1.0 is going to bring new classes that we haven't seen in POE1? Honestly, I don't think so. I would love to see something like that, but I don't think so. I think we will first see the classes that exist, because we already saw a class that does not exist in POE1, which is the Druid. I don't think we're going to get a second one in 1.0. Maybe in the future, in the late future of the game, maybe. And also for your second side question, I don't think that the classes are going to be so different that we cannot recognize them. I don't think so. I mean, whatever's left, right? Marauder, Duelist, Shadow. We still have a lot of classes that PO1 doesn't have, right? So, like Monk and other stuff. My filter is very basic at the moment, top. It's the one that I was using for the race yesterday. I don't have my proper one. I'm not trying to min-max this. We're just trying to test this build and just kill time till the reveal. And Wyvern is proving to be far more fun than I actually initially expected. Doo-doo, doo-doo. Alright, wait. I said that I want to read... Oh, I didn't even get it. Okay. We need to go back. The second we approach Jon Snow here. Alright, we're gonna go back, and I want to read Devour. Less than 3 hours, chat. Less than 3 hours. Alright, here we go. We need intelligence, so we're gonna fix that. What is this? Where do I get your filter? As I said, the filter that I'm using is very...
Well, hello there,
it's very basic.
Beast.
You want the filter that you see on the screen right now, or do you want like a general filter that I have? I'm pretty sure we have the commands. Do I not have the commands? Did I disable it? Let me double check. Give me 1 second, chat. Also, min 3 pixel, butchering your name already. Thank you very much for the prime. Thanks for using your prime over here, man. Doo-doo-doo. Nope. Yeah, you know why it's disabled? Because we played last Epoch, and I had multiple different stuff there. I'm looking for it. Give me 1 second, chat. Found it. There you go. Oh, you did it? Is this the same? Yeah, there it is. Nice. I said link. Thank you. I didn't see it, man. Updated now. There you go, brother. I think YouTube needs to be updated. IC, can you take care of that? I did the Twitch command. All right, so we devour a corpse or a callable enemy and additional nearby corpses. For each enemy or corpse devoured, you regenerate life and gain a power charge. If the target is far enough away, you will leap to them and damage nearby enemies where you land. Targeting nearby enemies or corpses will not perform a leap or a slam. Interesting. Oh yeah, the Pixel. Bro, my favorite class is a class that doesn't exist. Shadow. Since 0.1, I've been hoping for Shadow. So I would love to see Shadow. Duelist is the second best for me, obviously, as a melee Andy. I would love to see that. But overall, to be completely honest, even though I would love to get Shadow and Duelist, and I'm super excited for new classes, I do feel that classes are just a new shiny toy that's gonna entertain us for a couple of weeks, and then if the endgame is not good, we're gonna have a problem. So I think I'm more excited to see how they put everything together with all the reworks that they've done and the endgame and all that stuff. That's the most exciting thing for me, because endgame is where the real game is. For me, at least, you know what I mean? And what I play, there's a lot of fun builds. But I would love to see a really, really, really good endgame rework. And then classes, sure. We do have a bingo card, by the way. We do have a bingo card that we're going to look at later on. So yeah, 2 hours and 51 minutes, chat. 2 hours and 51 minutes. All right, 17 intelligence. I have 16. What am I missing? I might be missing a ring. Nope. This might be better. This is not. This could be better. I'm going to try and craft that one. Craft this one. Yeah. I hope they revamp the towers in the end game. They feel a bit boring. Oh yeah, 100%. That's what I meant. When I'm talking about the combination of the end game, that's exactly why I said the connection of the end game. I'm talking about the rework of all the mechanics. How is that going to tie with the waystones that we use, the tablets, the towers, the infinite atlas? So what about the atlas tree? All of those things. That's the most exciting thing for me, I think, because that's the 80% of the game. Not much, man. Not much. We're chilling. We're leveling. We just slapped a nasty +2. Alright, well, Geonor is going to go back to King's Landing, is what's going to happen now. Alright, so all of these need intelligence. Say no more. Mr. Sin, come here. Cometh. Devour. Alrighty. Okay. Alright, let's see how we perform with Jon Snow here. Oh, there are the corpses, right, so we can devour. Holy. Wait, I'm gonna wait here. Does this melee feel better than other melees or about the same? Stronger than some other melees. I'm trying to process my answer. I think it's a little bit stronger than other melees that I played similar gear and stuff because of that tech. I mean, no wonder it's performing that well, right? I mean, this tech is used by other builds like grenades and whatever. Here we go. Big damage. Jesus. There's no break. Don't go into the face. Of course you won't. There it is. So, thank you. Let me just finish my thought. I think this this melee build feels similar. Yeah, similar to all the others. But I feel that it's it feels a little bit stronger, but also wonkier. So the gameplay, the form itself, the way it moves, the way it jumps, the way it attacks, all of that feels... I don't know what the right word is. I don't know if slow is the right word, Celestina. Maybe. Clunkier. I don't know. It's weird. That's the best word that I can think about. Yeah, clunky. Yeah. That's how I feel about it, man. But it definitely feels stronger. Sort of how the bear is ought to play. Yes, however, the wolf isn't. The wolf doesn't have this problem. The wolf has the opposite problem. The wolf's tech is good, satisfying. It feels good. It's quick. Animation is great. Damage, I would say it's around 50% of Wyverns if you just compare the techs. I mean, again, it shouldn't be a surprise because a lot of other builds, as you saw in the speedrun race yesterday, are using Wind Blast and Rend for exactly that reason. I think you need plus melee strike to make it less clunky. Maybe. We'll see. So far, we just finished Act 1. That's my opinion so far. We'll see how it's gonna evolve. Exposure debuff has to be Frostbomb, yeah. I don't think there's anything else here exposing, is there? Yeah, Rend is just a slap, wide slash, and then if you consume power charges, it gives you lightning damage, which is insane. That's a whole tech there. Which, by the way, look at that number. I feel that this is going to get nerfed, by the way, chat. Look at that number. 50%. 50%. Asking for a friend? Yeah, no worries, man. I'm going to show you on the Hyena boss. Everything else just dies too quick. But just before I show you that, I'm going to explain it again one more time. So how Rend works is just it's your basic attack, right? So it just does that. That's it. Nothing else. Now, what happens is it says here, consumes a power charge if possible to grant you a buff that gives you extra lightning damage. While you have the buff, Rend covers a much larger area but is slower. So it gives you 50% increased damage as lightning. And the way that you do that is with Prime Stun. So you spam Rend to the boss, and then you're going to see that little yellow orb, circle, whatever you want to call it, on the boss, which means that they're primed for stun. And that's where you use your Wind Blast. Boom. Wind Blast is going to stun them if they are primed for stun. If that happens, you immediately get yourself a power charge. And then you immediately use your Rend. I mean, it's not mandatory to be immediately. You have a couple of seconds for the power charge to fade away. But it's very easy, man. It's a very easy tech. You just spam the shit out of the bosses. Like, even if you're not a wyvern and you're a grenadier like I did yesterday, and actually it really helped me win the race yesterday on Geonor and Executioner, that's how I destroyed them. With this tech. I used my grenades to build up my stun. I saw the boss being primed. I immediately used Wing Blast. And then I immediately use Rend. But before Rend hits, I use grenades. That's the only difference. That's the only difference if you're playing any other build that's not Wyvern and doesn't have Rend as its main damage dealing attack. Is that obviously if you hit them with Rend, you're not going to deal any damage. You're going to deal damage with grenades, for example, right? So you're just going to use Rend, and halfway through the animation, you're going to cancel it with your actual proper attack. And what that will do, it will still consume the power charge, buffing you with the lightning damage. And then your grenades are going to deal the increased lightning damage. That's the whole point. Potent, Exposure, and Frostbomb. Yeah, I just didn't want to overdo it. I didn't want to min-max a level 10. Didn't you put predictions for later? Yeah, I disabled them because it's... the later part is too late. The predictions would have sat there for 4 hours. I'm going to do a prediction like... 40 minutes before the actual reveal. We're going to do a big prediction. The animation break was what I was wondering. Yeah. So here, I'm going to show you the... I mean, I'm pretty sure you get it. But I'm going to show you the proper... the proper tech. I think this is not needed. Whatever. Alright, there it is. Frostbomb down. Rend, Rend, Rend. That's it. Until they're primed. We'll just spam this. Make sure we don't... our stacks of Frostbomb. Oh, there. That was a mistake from my part. I hit with another Rend, and he got stunned, which means that I didn't stun with a Wing Blast. Sorry, that was a failed attempt. Actually, you know what? Let's do it again. Frostbomb there. Make sure we keep up the charges of Frostbomb. We keep rending. Or in this case, you will be grenading him, right? So one more Rend. Wing Blast. And here, Rend for me. And for you, you're going to cancel in the middle of that animation. You're going to use Ferocious Slam or grenades or whatever the case is. But that was it. And I didn't even use Devour, by the way. Okay, so apparently... let's see, what are we doing here? Primal Spirit. Increase critical hit chance while shapeshifted. 8% increase skill speed while shapeshifted. Big. It's actually pretty huge. I can see it being nerfed. Yeah, me too. 100%. I can definitely see it. 100% see it. I don't think 100% is going to happen, but I can definitely see it for sure. Rapid attacks rank 2. Can we do that? No. They could change it so if you don't, you're not able to break animation, or you don't get the buff, yeah. That would at least push it back to only Ren users as intended, I'm sure. Yeah, that would be a fair change, I would say. Instead of just nerfing it to the ground. Right? I agree with that. We'll see. When do you guys think that the patch notes are going to arrive? That's the big question that everybody has. What's your bet, chat? When are patch notes coming? Last week, like usual, Celestina says, after the Q&A, and they add to them every week. I would love that, Sinister. That would be great for everybody. Or at least the week after the weekend. Patch notes arrive this week before will be updated at least weekly till 0.5. So Cynical and Sinister are on the same page there. I'm calling the 21st or 22nd. Ouch. 27th? 27th, dude. Like literally 24 hours before the actual launch of the game. Here's the patch notes. I say after the reveal. I almost thought that you said after the release. I'm talking about the final and finished patch notes. Is a leak? No. The question was the first patch notes, not the final completed one. Obviously, the final completed one, I definitely agree with Jacuzzi there. Because in 0.3, it was up until the last day. Do you guys remember? They nerfed Deadeye 4 times. Up until the last day, they were making changes. I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about the actual first patch notes of everything. Reveal today and patch notes in a week. Okay. We had like 5 or 6 patch notes for 0.4 and 0.3. Yeah. Bro, at some point, I was tired of making videos for that league. It was like every single day, oh, well, it's me again, guys. We have more news, more patch notes. And there weren't like little requirements and, you know, bugs fixed and whatever. It was like big-ass things. 150 pages for 0.5? Tell me about it, bro. Yeah. It will be. It will be the way that we're going. That's good, man. I'm not complaining. That's good. We need so many additions in the game. 150 for the intro. Yep, that's exactly what's going to happen, P-Mart. Yep, that's why it's pretty smart. but I'm pretty sure we're going to put in that into the bingo card as well. How many times will Mark say, we are working on it? We didn't add it in the patch notes, but obviously we were very busy, so we're going to make sure that we add it as fast as possible. That whole part, how many times is he going to say it throughout the Q&A? Over 4.5. That's my bet. Over 4.5. Over under, exactly, yeah. Over 4.5, exactly, yeah. 0.5 A COC wasn't nerfed enough. 0.5 B COC still a need for adjustment. 0.5 C, we decided to remove COC. Yeah, something similar happened with Grim Feast. You guys remember that one? I predict it will start with "Hi, I'm Jonathan." Yeah, of course. Yeah. I'm talking about the Q&A. Will Ziggy D wear brown shoes? Is that a thing? Do you think the poison builds will get buffed or not really? Poison builds? Plural? I really hope that they do. If you're talking about one specific one, I really hope that it stays as it is. Because there's one truly... good poison build that doesn't need to get buffed more. I think we all know what I'm talking about, right? Poison burst and all that stuff. It's a pretty decent build. I think they can keep it there. But I would love to see more poison skills for other classes, right? Spear and... like become a little bit of a Viper build. Oh, I've tried both. Anybody who's played Devour, doesn't it feel a little bit clunky, or is it just me? Or is it just early? It feels... Devour feels weird. It feels that I need to be very, very precise with where I'm jumping. Maybe not. Oh, we're level 16. Alrighty. Big talisman. I meant that there's more variety because I think most poison builds are weaker compared to most other builds. Oh yeah, for sure. Excluding that one build that's performing really well with poison, I agree. And I think that has to do with... I think it's very hard for them to balance elements, chat. Like, if we take lightning as a prime element, I'm pretty sure that we can all agree that it's the most dominant element of the game, right? So they do have an issue with cold, fire, and everything in between. I hope I'm not gonna win the giveaway. Are you reverse psychology manifesting? We have a giveaway going on, Pixel, for the end of the month. Did that not work? Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, I was wondering why it wasn't working. Okay, wow. This is, yeah, this is insane. Cool. Look at this, chat. For anybody who doesn't know what I'm doing here with Devour. Devour, you jump onto a corpse. You see that corpse that's highlighted? Okay, I'm gonna show you. You see? We click on Devour, it's gonna jump, boom, deals damage. So anybody in front of me or under that is gonna take damage. We devour the corpse, and it gives us power charges, which means that every single rend hit is empowered with that lightning damage. So we don't need that tech of the Prime Stun, Wing Blast, Rend. At least not for mapping. But I mean, it's a combo, right? Yeah, there's two ways to make the combo work. The problem is that the second way is not very viable for bosses, right? Only if the bosses has minions, like the Hyena had, for example. But on something like the Queen of Filth, for example, or... yeah, you know, other bosses.
Well, hello
Lucas.
there, you sexy beast.
Lucas with the Prime, baby. 13 months in a row. Over a year. Thank you so much for the support, bud. You have to aim it correctly? No, I just had it in a weird keybind. It's fine. You just... obviously, you need to hover over the corpse and then use your Devour. We have power charges just before we're gonna Devour. And you don't need to... if there's like 4 of them on the floor and you click on Devour, it's gonna devour all of them. And I think the maximum that you get is 3. I don't know if you can update that later on. But you don't need to click it 4 times. You know what I mean? Like so. I'm gonna wait. There you go. No power charges. And now we bloop. There's 3. Nom nom nom. And then every single rend? Oh my god, no, never mind. We just have him. It's just empowered. It's empowered for as long as we have the power charges. I said I hope I win the giveaway. You said that? Wait. It says here, I hope I won't win giveaway. I was like, what? Why not? Oh, no worries, Neza. No worries at all. I thought that you were doing reverse psychology, no? You're manifesting reversely. That's even a word. Oh, prime for stun. Boom. Ah. I'm spamming it. Okay. Big damage. We... Sorry for my English. Don't be sorry, man. I'm pretty sure you know a language or two that we don't. Your English is perfect. Don't worry about it. How did the speed run go? We did good, man. We won. We won the undercard. Yeah, went well. It was fun. It was really fun. I'm happy that I participated. I had fun. Yeah, the main event was Farmer. Farmer's win. Big hit. Come on. Boom. Boom. Nice. Nice. That's a better one. Mine is a little bit better. Let's keep moving. From 1 to 10, how hyped are you guys, dude? Over 9,000, for sure. Too hyped up. We're just chilling now, bro. I think we're not realizing what's about to happen in like 2.5 hours or whatever is the timer. What's the time? Yeah, 2.5 hours, right? We're just chilling now. We're leveling. Whenever there's like 30 minutes left. It's gonna be crazy. Alright, I need to get into the habit of devouring everything. Look at that attack. Soulbound, you're right, man. Whenever you get the area effect and everything, it becomes a little bit better. It still feels a little bit clunky because the power charges... It does increase your damage and the area that you cover, but it makes it slower. Which is not my favorite thing ever. What do we have here? Alright, so far the tree makes absolute sense. Like the last one, you're not going to get it because accuracy, who cares? Then if we look at... Ooh, there's damage while shape-shifted. Stun is weird. Yeah, that's why we skip that. And the shape-shifting over here. Yeah. Oh yeah, I can imagine. Cold damage, do I have cold damage? I do have cold damage on my weapon. So if I put Pulsey Ring, it's gonna go crazy, right? We will literally go brr. I know Portuguese, English, more understanding than speaking. And Shankana. Nice. Is there an increased charges on that side of the tree? Charge. Let me see, Fab. Fab. Let me see. So we're looking for something like these, right? So I don't think so, man. Power charges are... Monks own them. This is the only one that's remotely close to the druid. Which is not bad. JD, welcome in, bud. How you doing? Lovely to see you. 10% chance when you gain a power charge to get an additional power charge. Not bad. +1 to maximum. It's okay. Ice Herald. Yeah. With this combo, it's going to be the same. Yeah, we're going to see. I'm going to give it a try. Do. For now, I think I want to keep it as we go. I don't want to twink this too much. But whenever we get to the end game, I don't mind dumping everything that we have on it and seeing how it's going to perform. But for now, I'm going to chill. Let's see Balbala fight. She has a minion, so I can devour, right? If she's going to go into that phase. There's a stun. 2, 3. Look at these hits, chat. Holy moly. Devour who? We literally devoured the boss before she can go into that phase. Damn. Wait, who messaged me on Discord? Doom. I don't know if I need a Frost Bomb anymore, to be honest, with this kind of damage. Maybe it's a thing that we take with us all throughout the campaign. I'm about a solid 9.5. No, I'm reaching the peak of a 10, bro. Like I'm almost an 11. You got a bingo card ready? You know it. Of course we do. Speaking of which, let me try and find it so we can have it ready. No idea where I put it. Oh, it was last month. That's why it was April. Holy shit. That's why I couldn't find it. Do you need to adjust it after all the teasers? Let's see. Do I need to adjust it? Ascendancies. Shadow daggers. Toda. Atlas tree rework. Life nodes on tree. Tattoos. Tower tablet rework. ES nerfed. Act 5. Temple nerfed. Sprint changes. Pinnacle boss changes for difficulty. COC nerfed. Rarity on gear changes. Abyss stash tab. Tablet tab if they stay. New endgame Atlas rework. Exchange market. Stash tab QOL. Map layout biome changes. Box wisp rogue buff. More passive tree points. Oh, tree power. The nerf on the plus skills. Performance fixes. Bestiary. Party play nerf and headhunter nerf. No, I think I'm going to keep it as it is. I mean, there's a few obvious ones that I don't think are happening. But, we will see. And this is, the date of this was 4th of April. Sorry, my EU brain is kicking in. This is my bingo. We'll see how it's going to go. And don't forget, by the way, chat, it's the whole point of the bingo is not putting like obvious stuff. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people are doing the middle one is a freebie and whatever, which it is in my case as well, but it was lucky that I put it here. But the whole point of the bingo is that it's hard to get a line. That's the whole point. You want to get a line. That's how you get a bingo, right? It's either horizontal or vertical. That's it. So we need one line, dude. That's all we need. And I think the best one is what? ES nerfed, COC nerfed. These are almost 100%. Toda Bestiary is a weird one. Diagonal as well. Would that work? Yeah, sure. That would work too. So this side, forget about it. I don't think they're doing this now. Yeah, I don't think this is happening. Oh, why did I put Headhunter nerf? I think this would have been a decent line to get. This is a no shot of this happening. This line. Yes. 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 Sure. This could be the winning line right here. You could change it still? No. I thought that's going to be cheating. I mean, isn't this cheating? I mean, this might not be cheating. Going from bestiary to delve might not be cheating. However, I do feel that if I take away one of them and put something like mechanic rework, cheating would be to put swords in the middle. Let's go, LZ. Yeah. No, I'm not going to change it. I'm not going to change it. I'm going to stay true to my bingo card. And this, I don't need to be specific. Headhunter nerf, bro, if they nerf, if it goes from 0.5% to 0.2%, it's a nerf. I get it. I 100% get it. Nerf doesn't necessarily mean the modifiers. So yeah, I'll keep it as it is. I'll stay true to my to myself a month back. It's okay. Isn't tower tablet rework almost 100% call? Yeah, you do want some easy ones, but again, I did all of that before we ever had a single teaser, by the way. Like, we didn't have their first teaser where all the towers were rising from the ground when I did this. So the same way I'm not going to modify something to change it to make it easier, I'm not going to change some of them that I might actually hit. So I'll keep it as it is. But yeah, you definitely need some hot takes in your bingo card, as well as some freebies here and there. You never know, they might surprise you. We might get like 1 or 2 hot takes and then not get the freebies, you know what I mean? Pretty good card, to be honest. Thank you. We'll see how it's gonna go. I realize how much I need a new mouse and a new keyboard. It's insane. Like, my M5 key on the mouse is not working properly. That's why, remember I told you that it feels that Devour is clunky? It's because my mouse wasn't working whenever I was pressing the button. That's why I moved it away from there. And my space bar is weird. Is Wyvern slow? It is, yeah. Right now it is. Act 1 is decent. Act 2, it starts feeling a little bit slower because you have the experience of other classes that can go a little bit faster. But this is what I said to everybody. You cannot truly compare melee with ranged in this game. Not yet. We'll see tonight if we get Duelist, and maybe Duelist is going to shift things a little bit towards the melee's direction a little bit more. But you cannot really compare it with ranged. So your only viable way of comparing it was with other melee builds, right? And if I compare it to other melee builds, it's slower than some of them, but it's definitely stronger than most of them because of its tech with the power charges and rend and everything. Do you have a policy ring and stash to try? Are we cheesing it? I think I do. Even if I don't, I can buy one. I wanted to mostly try it in maps. Wait, I don't. Oh, I do. I need 0.5 to pull me away from this WoW addiction. Uh-oh. Lucas, I am so sorry, dude. Yeah, Joan, no worries, man. Yeah. Hype 2 hours, bro. 2 hours. I don't think we have enough cold damage for Pulsey to fully trigger. Actually, it is shattering. I mean, you can tell that it's slow, chat, right? Does shattering stop them from being corpses for Devour? It does, yeah. Seems like it. But it doesn't shatter every single one of them, so you still get the power charges. I'm just thinking now that... I'm thinking that this feels a lot closer to the meme GG vision that we've all been teasing since the beginning. It feels that. The more meaningful combat where you go in there, you are pretty slow, you hit them, you get something, you then do a second combo and a third combo to potentially do something else. You need to dodge through all the rares. It feels that way. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it, Soulbound. But this is something that the players discovered. Players discovered, oh, plus melee and then area of effect, whatever is going to help this. But this Wyvern is supposed to quote unquote be played like this: Druid, Shapeshifter, Wyvern, whatever the case is. You know what I mean? Player fantasy or whatever that Jonathan was talking about in point 1. So that's why I said in the very beginning that I'm gonna try not do anything else that's outside of the Druids area, so I can see how it actually feels for the Wyvern to be 100% a Druid. And although it's insanely strong for bosses, yeah, it's very hard to compare it with, very hard to compare it with something like Spark or Grenades or Lightning Arrow, Ice Shot, Plague Burst, even Ice Strike at this point. I mean, you hold down on Ice Strike, it performs 3 attacks, the third one completely destroys everything. If I was a monk right now without Palsy Ring, nothing would stand a chance. You know what I mean? And my combos as an Ice Strike Monk don't have a negative penalty. This one slows me down. You see what's happening here? Look at this. Like an actual meaningful fight. Boom. Then we get this. We get the power. We need to dodge. This is a little bit closer to the vision that I... If anybody asks me, what do you think the vision that we're talking about is? This. And I think the Monk is also part of their vision. But I think Monk is executed better. I think Monk's combat is perfect. We do have some clunky things happening, like the Tempest Bell and whatever, but you know what works COC? Of course it does. By tonight it might not actually. I've heard a lot of people actually PMR that they're enjoying Wyvern in the end game. However, here's the other side to it. The majority of those people that enjoy the Wyvern in the end game are probably people that don't like comparing builds. So, because if you do compare it, I don't think it's even close to some of the other builds that you could do. And the other side, the other players that enjoy this are probably playing that breathy, the Khaleesi looking dragon build, which is just literally one tap. You know what I mean? Be right back. Let me quickly go to the bathroom. What's the time? Ho, under 2 hours. Under 2 hours. Yeah, exactly, PMR. That's another build. That's another build. Again, if you're going for the full combos, is what I'm talking about. Be right back. All right, we're back. Wait, giveaway? No, the giveaway is for the release, not the reveal. The drops are for the reveal. Herald of Ass, yep. Oh, nice. That was a good prime on both of them. Can I devour Dumbledore? I think I might be dead here if I don't dodge these. Or kill him before. No worries, villains. All good. Druid, Drukars. Full-on Druid. Druid Wyvern. I'm enjoying it, yeah. It's not bad. It's a little bit slower than I wanted or expected. We don't really have decent gear. Alright, that's not bad. That will do for now, boys. This will do. Will help you with power charges. Do I need help with power charges? Oh yeah, this is the copy that it does. I remember this. I did, Bandit. Yeah, I did. After that stream. Really enjoyed it. What about the storm? It's never ending. Oh, this is not bad, bro. Yeah, this is not bad. I mean, it's too early for me. For Lingering Illusion. Level 26. We need 5 more levels, bro. Or is it just level 7? Yeah, I think it's for later on. Wait. Hold up. Yeah, no, this was a level 4. Yeah. Saphurian, welcome in, bud. Crazy vocals, she does indeed, yeah. Hoping you read this message. I made a druid this league and made it only armor as my defense. I became really tanky. Can you give advice on how to do that with ES and evasion? Yeah, armor is really good for the campaign. 100%. ES is probably the superior choice for endgame stuff later on. But the same way that you did it for armor, you should be able to do it with everything else. So, for example, there's like small little text with every single defensive layer. Like in armor, you're going to do the elemental resistance based on the armor. Evasion, you're going to do deflection. ES, you're gonna do something like regeneration and faster recharge and other stuff, you know? But it depends on where you are in the tree. Like, ES was the only defensive layer that I did with my druid. And it's perfectly fine. Evasion is bad for campaign? Oh no, yeah. I'm not talking about the campaign. Yeah. Evasion is definitely terrible for the campaign. Back in an hour. Yeah. We still have an hour. Armor energy shield is not that bad. No, it isn't. It isn't. For sure. Can she not get stunned, or what's happening here? No, she can. Yeah. I think we all learned that the hard way with evasion. Evasion ES were always the preferred choices. And then armor got a nice little rework there, a buff or whatever you want to call it. And armor is really good, man. Especially campaign is definitely the go-to defense. Hello, Rio. I always set loot filter for campaign to only drop armor or armor ES. That's a good call. That's definitely a good call. I did the same for the speed running. Because you can easily get tricked, by the way, to equip like something decent with modifiers and everything. And then you do it like enough times, you suddenly don't have any defense because everything is evasion. Alright. Chat. An hour and a half, chat. And we are going to hear... Hi. I'm Jonathan. Nice. 15% elemental resistance penetration while shapeshifted is pretty cool. Which might potentially mean that I no longer need Frostbomb, actually. I mean, it's exposure, but still. The old monkey. Bring back the old gorilla, Twitch chat says. Would you guys be down for that? I remember who was saying it? Crimson was saying it the other day, right? That it was a kind of a like a bug kind of thing. The reason why he was dealing so much damage is because his slam was multi-layered on top of each other. I'm kind of happy for the gorilla change for hardcore players, to be honest, because that's, man, whenever we play hardcore, that's definitely a big moment there. Stressful moment. That and the Prince. I don't care about anything else, actually. It's the best clip farm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Quinn. Exactly. Big damage. Big, big. Duelist, dude, duelist. That's the most hyped up news that we're expecting tonight. Whoever it was that asked. I did take them off, yeah. I did take them off. It was a little bit weird to play normally with this. Speedrunning makes sense. Yeah, keep him and let me know, man. Ferocious Roar. Are we doing that? So you devour Ferocious Roar, empower with Rage your Rend as well, I guess. Sure. Is killing Palm less clunky than Devour? Yeah, I think so. Because it's faster. It's faster than Devour. Devour takes its sweet time. It deals more damage. It's more effective to whatever is going to come next, but... Shapeshifter into the bear and roar, getting rage and empowering attacks to break armor. I think I'm just gonna break armor with it. Yeah. I'm gonna keep it as it is for now. Do. Devour. Alright, let me see. Charge Profusion, 30% chance to grant an additional charge. Do I really need so many charges? I don't think so. Especially if I'm mapping. There's like so many creatures that I could just devour. I don't think that's a prio. Crater. Support skills create 3 fissures on landing. No. Attack gain 25% of damage as lightning damage for 8 seconds on calling an enemy. Calling a shocked enemy, though, would devour. So it needs to be like a... It's going to become a cycle of combos, I guess. I mean, this is very defensive. Life Flask, Mana Flask charges for each corpse consumed. Empowered Sparks. Yeah, I'm just seeing all of my options here. When generating power charges with support skills, empower some of your attacks to trigger spark projectiles on use. No, I'm gonna go Thrill. Alright, I think Thrill is the best offensive that we can go for. Raging Cry, I guess. Can't wait for Slayer Ascendancies. Finally time for Dex Strength. Yes, dude. Yep. I'm gonna do Raging Cry first and Magnified Area. I'm gonna do these two first. Alright, we have quality. What do we prio here? Evening, Mr. Knight. Welcome in, just in time. Quality. What are we looking at here? Surpassing chance to grant a power charge on heavy stun. The realm is restarting in 30 minutes, chat. We're restarting the realm to deploy the 0.40K update. Its patch notes are in the patch notes forum. Downtime is going to be 15 minutes. So the patch notes are the new supporter packs. Correct? Yep, I was right. We've danced this dance before. We know. Added support for the upcoming announcement and new supporter packs. Yep. It's just the new supporter packs. All right. Everyone is super good and super hyped, man. That's how we are right now. Pew pew. It's almost time, yeah. No problem. I didn't see it. No problem. No problem. Thank you for the support. No problem. Oh, man. Bro, I've been saying it. It's been 2 weeks that I've been saying it. POE2 players have lost their mind, myself included. We are not okay, and that's their fault. That's their fault. Keeping candy away from kids for so long, man. This is what's gonna happen. Patch notes are in. We're gonna deploy the new supporter packs. Thank you for the support. No problem. So good. Oh, I see what's happening here. Okay. I'm down. New mouse when? I need to upgrade my mouse. This is insane. Don't do kids, do drugs. Yeah. Don't book a cover by its judge, like they say. Isn't that what they say? We need an interview with a person who runs POE2 DB. Ask them how they knew it was going to end of May before everyone else. I don't think it's an interview. We just need one question. Hey, how did you know? And they're gonna say, oh, I know somebody from the inside. Okay, cool. Thank you for the support. No problem. Oh, maybe that's the one, Tricker. Don't cover the judge with the book. You'll be contempt of court. Yeah. Something like that. It's almost time, chat. It's almost time. An hour and 24. Isn't it crazy that whenever it was 4.5 hours and we were just locked in and we didn't care and pay attention to the time, it just went down to like 2 hours and an hour and a half. And now that we know that it's an hour and a half, 6 minutes feel like an hour and a half? Jesus. I need to get more into the habit of devouring. I keep forgetting about eating for the combo here. It's so much more damage. It's not even a joke. They're like literally two-shotted, the majority of them. Yeah, I'm gonna minimize the clock, man. I don't want to see that. I mean, we have 30 minutes until the realm restarts. 25, actually. Is this druid? Yeah. This is one of the forms of the druid. You can be 4 different forms, Klima. You can be a human as a spell-casting druid with volcanoes and plants, which is one of my favorite builds in 0.4. You can be this, a wyvern, a bear, and a wolf. Looks cool. It does, yeah. I would honestly, I would make it a rule. I would make it a POE2 law that every single new player that starts playing the game is not allowed to play a meta build. They need to play a slow combo-based build so they can get the point and learn the game, take their time, feel the combat, feel all of that, and then they could do whatever they want. And bro, imagine somebody going like with a bear for the very first time throughout the whole game. They go to the end game, they manage to hit tier 12 or something like that, and then they decide to go plants or something OP. Let me see, what do we have here? And he was amazed at how smooth it is to do multi-shifting. Well, it is, man. It is. Look at this. So good. Look at that transition, bro. So good. Such a cool effect. Really well done to the designers. You know what? I'm gonna try Devour on the right click, and then Wing Blast is gonna be my R, because you literally just press it once on the bosses and that's it. Actually, let's just go in and see what temple is gonna give us here. Imagine this game in 5 years. Very long time to imagine. See if temple is gonna feel a little bit quicker now. I have not, no. I have not. Wasn't really impressed with the parry tech, but maybe I didn't give it a fair chance. Yeah, Chris. Heck yeah, dude. We are all very excited to see what they're gonna throw at us tonight. In a few minutes, actually. In 20 minutes, the realm is restarting because they're doing the patch. They're bringing the support pack. The supported packs that they're gonna deploy. And then after an hour, I'm fairly certain that we have an hour left. Something like that. They will need to change this. They will need to be able to give people the exalted orbs to use how they, like, whatever people want to do with them. I wonder if we'll get new mystery boxes. Probably. Don't they always do mystery boxes for leagues or nah? Physical damage. Yeah, I think so too. Oh, alchemy, good. That's what I wanted here. Not bad. I just heard Scorp read this and I just knew it was you. Yeah, of course. Yeah, isn't Mother's Day in like a few days, like Sunday or something? Yeah. This Sunday, yeah. Is UK the only ones that they celebrate that at a completely different date? I'm pretty sure the Mother's Day has like 2 different dates. It's a different date. Yeah, it was a month ago, no? March 15th. Okay, 2 months ago, right? This music track is fire. Yeah, it's a good song, man. Real good song. Mother's Day is May 1st Sunday. Yeah, for the majority of the world, yeah, but UK celebrating it in March. Is that it? Yeah. Nice. So I'm gonna try the Ferocious Roar at the boss as well. Level 24, 27 zone. I mean, this is the worst place for XP. So I'm not even gonna attempt anything funny here. I'm pretty sure that this stream, whoops, Twitch chat is gonna break the stream. Bro, I think this reveal is gonna implode our brains. The Titan Sword. There it is. Swords confirmed, chat. Be back for the reveal. Go, go, go. Yeah, server is restarting so they can add the supporter packs. Hey, for me, listen, this is the first time, by the way, chat. This is the first time that the supporter packs mean something to me because I'm going to see what I'm going to give away. And I need to fix the giveaway information for the supporter packs. I just knew that I'm going to give away the new supporter packs, but I had no idea what they're dropping. People go hospital for lung treatment? Nah, bro. People, after the reveal, there's going to be a spike of phone calls to work to take days off. That's what's going to happen. People are going to report sick from now for 3 weeks from now. For the 29th of May. People are going to call in sick from today. Jag, what's up, dude? What's up? Well, you guys didn't tell me I had this preview. How you doing, Jag? Dania, you're here? Let's go. 5 stream streak. No worries, man. No worries. Don't type. It's okay. Lovely to have you here, bud. A little bit of news for anybody just tuning in that wasn't here the past couple of days. Yesterday, there were 2 races, and we won one of them. We won the undercard Act 1 race with a brand new personal best at 36 minutes, finishing Act 1. It was a really, really good run for me. I was really happy that all the practice paid off. Alright, Ferocious Roar. Yeah, big damage, man. You're right. Ferocious Roar is insane, and this is without even power charges. Like, this guy's not getting primed. I have to say...
Real money!
Oh! Oh! Oh!
Yay for the race.
Yo, Jaggeroni. The 50 bucks coming in from Mr. Jag. Thank you so very much for the support, brother. Holy moly. Thank you, dude. W in chat for Mr. Jag. What a legend. Big W's. What do we have here? Oh, there's +2 on that. Hello, Ganesh. Lovely to see you, man. Long time. I've got a question, by the way, for Rammstein. Are the majority of people in Germany actually listening to this band? Like, do you like your own local metal bands? Happy reveal day, Fear. Yeah, big win. Yeah, exactly. W means W, man. Win. Like GG's kind of vibe. Wait, why can I not see the people feet thingy? Did we not add it? Hey man, don't click any spoiler links. What do you mean? Oh, there it is. There it is, dude. Don't click on any spoiler links. No, we're not. We're just gonna wait for the official spoilers. The best spoilers are the official ones. Celestina instantly posting a spoiler link, yeah. Immediately. Done, Klima. Added, brother. If you have more cool or trendy ones or whatever, just DM me. I'm going to put them all. If you have like a lot of them, just DM me so we don't spam the chat, and I'm going to add them all. If it's just one, you could just post it in chat. It's all good. And if you want a new emote for me to add, go to 7TV, find it. We do have a limit, but we're fine for now. Celestina, I see it. I see it as well. I clicked on your link and I'm looking at them. I'm not gonna say anything because it's not only poop here, but I'm pretty sure there's other people. We haven't waited patiently for the last hour, so I can spoil something now on the screen. So I'm not, whoever wants to click it can click it. But yeah, I'm not gonna say anything. But I see. Interesting. Yeah. Oh, this, pet the mods. I think I already have it. Let me double check. Yeah, it's already in. All good. It's already in. Full-blown surprise. Yeah, at this point, no, it's nothing new. It's everything that we've known in a they put it all together. What we should expect. It's yeah. Personally, I'm going to stop doing that. I mean, we've got an hour to go, so it's okay. How long until the server? 10 minutes. The Shar is going to be a cool run. Been pretty busy with classes and stuff, but here I am. Welcome in, Ganesh. Is there an MTX for watching the stream? If yes, then what are the requirements? There is a drop, yeah. The drop starts in an hour whenever the reveal starts. And the drop that we're getting is this beautiful life pool. Life pool meaning that you click it and it restores your life flask. Red Queen's font is what you're going to be getting for your hideout. And the requirements is just watching an hour. And I have it in chat, by the way, in Twitch chat. But it's a Twitch chat drop only. Let me just go in here so you guys don't have to blind you for 3 seconds. Yep, I was right. 60 minutes, an hour. Realm update, yeah. Realm update in like 5-6 minutes from now. for the new supporter packs.
Real money.
Dude! Dollar.
Got Shebus.
What? I didn't understand that. What? What was the TTS on that one? What? Oh, Gachi Bass. What is a Gachi Bass? Got cheese? Everybody's hearing whatever they want to hear. Whoever that was, anonymous, thank you so very much for the $50. Damn. What a start to the reveal. Are we under an hour, Chad? Oh, not yet. 2 minutes. Gachi Bass. I mean, we need to add that. We need to add this. This one. Gachi Bass. Do we have it? No, we don't. Okay, done. Add it. Whoever that was, there you go. That's for you. Thank you once again. It means a lot. Crazy dono. See the defense dropping off significantly now? Oh no, I am not speculating at all what it is. I have no idea what it is. I mean, lore-wise, thematically-wise, Hamlin, welcome in as well, bud. Thanks for the follow. Are you? Is your question thematic, aesthetic-wise? Okay, I clicked on that one, Garcia. I clicked on that one off stream so I can see what it is. There you go. Hi, I'm Jonathan. Access confirmed. We've seen this one going around for a while. He looks tired here, bro. AI knows some shit. It's been coding too many League temples. Why is time slowing down? Because you're looking at it. Stop looking at it. Time is a funny thing, man. You look at it, an hour, bro, feels like a year. If you stop looking at it for a minute, it goes by like this. I just became too philosophical in a second. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I do have it on the screen, yeah. Look at, bro, my eyes are here. What are you doing? My eyes are here. Why are you looking there? "30 seconds. I got the letter, GG. Hold up. Hold up. 30 seconds. Allow me to exit the shower." Hey, dude. I've got speedrunner's blood in me. Yeah, holy shit. I am shining so much. I put a lot of cream. That sounds very bad. I'm sorry, chat. Okay, it's restarting. I had a job in college packaging in an assembly line, and they had massive clock in front of everyone. 1 hour felt like a year. I quit after a week. Jesus. So POE2 addicts, do you have enough hopium and copium cylinders until May 2026? Added support for the upcoming announcement and new supporter packs. Did they add them? Did they show them? Where are they? Is the game playable? I saw the patch notes. Yeah, I saw this, but I thought that you meant that they already added them. I saw the patch notes. And we saw the no problem comment. Best comment ever. GG's like, added support and supporter packs for the upcoming announcement. Thank you for the support. And somebody said, no problem. Oh, I'm in. Wait, what? Hasn't gone down yet, yeah. Okay. Well, and under an hour. Added support for the support of the support. Yep. Hasn't gone down yet. Okay. I see. Stop it. There it is. There it is. All right, let's see what's going on over on Twitter. In just an hour. Is Kelly vocal? Nope. She hasn't said anything. Yeah, everybody's hyped up. Look at that, bro. People are putting banners on their balconies and everything. Miyagi, welcome in. Much love from Germany. Much love back to Germany, man. Absolutely love that country. Kelly's quieter than trusted. I know. The Darth tweet has me hype. The shattering? Or this? Is Gazzy's pose making you hype, or is the shattering your universe? Shattering? Okay. ASJ with the 5 subs. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted, bud. Thank you, AS. Nerds are everywhere, yeah. Yeah, look at this Greek person. Look at this Greek person, dude. Even he. When does a new season start? 29th of May, but tonight we find out what that new season is. The sad part is that the update is 22 days away. Yeah. When is the live stream? They could have at least got the icon from the media pack. Yeah, true. True. Oh, man. Yo, once again, AS, thank you very much for the 5 gifted. Check in Reddit. Do you have a link? Reddit Kelly. Is she saying something? Are we looking at Kelly, or who are we looking? Path of Exile. I see Biden. Why do I see Biden under POE? Nah, chat. This is what we need to talk about here. This is what we need to look at. My bingo card. This has been written 4th of April, and I haven't changed anything. And I think we're going to get a bingo line, at least. I can't find anything. Haha, Oresti, say, that's you, man? This is you? Let's go. Let's go, dude. Got it, Dracarys. Wait. There's a sound for this? Hold up.
Rid the world of the wicked, the non-believers.
Oh no, dude. They should have done AI at least for the voice. So she says POE 2.5 return of the ancient live stream is coming.
The world of the wicked, the non-believers.
And you're going to love it. Please, I can't wait any longer, says the POE2 community. And GG says, we have reworked the entire endgame.
And they will love you in their
including every mechanics.
love you in their
From top to bottom.
They'll cry happy tears.
The Infinite Atlas Expedition, Delirium, Breach, Ritual, everything.
One last task, my love.
And we have one last surprise, my love.
You have one last task, my love.
Swords. This is so good, actually. This is so good. Oh my god. There it is, chat. Me in an hour. Increased rarity of items found, 0.4, +6 on level of all spell skills. In 50 minutes, this is us, chat. I literally lolled in the office. That was so good. The video was so good. We're going to watch it again in a second. But yeah, look at that. Plus this, by the way. Oh my god. Spymaster border? Yeah. Yeah. The Atlas tree. Oh my god, wait, no. I didn't even realize. Oh my god. I did not realize the Spymaster border. Of course. I did not even realize until now. Wait, the Spymaster border, rip. 0.4, rip. Increased rarity of items, rip. +6 levels of all spell skills, rip. COC and Comet, rip. And the Atlas tree, rip. As well as the unique helmet. Oh, this is so good. No idea. It's a Reddit post. No idea. Yeah, Blood Mage. Yeah, true. Maybe she's the Blood Mage. I don't know. Why is this so accurate? Bro, I hope so, bro. If this is accurate, we're hitting bingo. I have rarity, and I have plus level of all spell skills. I have Temple, I have COC, and I have the Atlas tree. I'm hitting every single one. Nobody's wearing a Headhunter? Yeah. Do we get patch notes today? I have no idea. No idea. What's happening? What are you showing me? There's nothing. They posted something 11 minutes ago, right? Poker? There's nothing else. Oh, we have a new banner. There's a brand new banner. Blood Mage is under the grave. Good one, man. Here we go. The last 50 minutes of copium. Here we go. Start shooting your theories. Wrong answers only. Let's go. Paladins confirmed. Yeah. Paladins confirmed. All birds. They're nerfing all of the fun stuff today. COC doomed. Yep. COC, that's an Elden Ring enemy. That's a follow-up image of the previous one that didn't have this person there. Elden Ring confirmed. That's a new druid form. Yeah, it's really good. It's a really well-made pick. Soulbound, do you have any lore insights here? Kalandra. You onto something? Wait, really? That's a new MTX for warriors. Balsar Cosmetics. It's a bird person with an axe, by the way. So what is this? A quadruple class patch? A triple class patch? That looks like a new Uber. I'm going to use this as my desktop background. The problem with this, I'm going to try it as well. The problem with this is that it's very horizontally wide. It's like 1500 by 500. So I don't know how it's going to work. Triple copium. 45 minutes. Chat, it's coming, chat. 45 minutes. Let's go. 45 minutes. Maybe it's Icarus and they flew too close to the sun and fucked it all up. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah. They restarted the game, AS, because they always do 1 hour before every single reveal. They always restart the servers because they're adding shit in it. They're adding the supporter packs. Two-handed axe, so axe is confirmed. That dagger on the expedition trailer was a dagger, so dagger's confirmed. And that sword was a sword on the breach trailer, so sword's confirmed. Triple class. And also Try had a prediction about a Templar, so we might actually see a quadruple class. That's the hottest copium take that I have. There you go. There's a good 0.1% chance of that happening. It's still there. The new Uber boss is Tagmazu. That actually makes sense, Mr. Knight, with the lore that we discovered the other day with the video that I made for the last teaser that they had, where Aofi, or whatever her name is, the druid's wife, the wisp, and everything. Was lurking, had to see your face while you said all of that, relieved at the end. Let's go. Yeah, you thought that I was it was a straight face, like you're minding your own business, like, what is this guy talking about? Like, I want to see if he's serious. 50-50, I see. He was born from the wisp in the mirror that was in the trailer. It has to be. Well, hopefully. Wait, where is it? I lost it. Here it is. Look at this beautiful. It was the best copium, though. All right, do we have anything else? Did I see a post by Kelly or no? Nope. This is too badass, bro. I don't see anything on Reddit. 41 minutes to go. Anybody who manages to log in the game, let me know. Servers are restarting now. They should be back in approximately, 15 minutes. Okay. Who's even going to play the game in 20, 30 minutes from now? This is the most hype I've seen for a new patch so far in my PoE career. Yeah. I can only imagine what 1.0 is going to be like. True. Steam still hasn't given me an update yet. True. My second dinner waiting for the POE2 Copium stream. But yeah, Mr. Fury. This comes to show you how amazing their marketing has been. And I don't want to diss anybody, but this is a really good lesson for other devs to take notes. I'm not going to name any names, but I'm pretty sure anybody that's been long enough here knows who I'm talking about. You cannot be creating a new season for a whole year and then nobody hears about it and you expect to do good. You need to take notes, man. You need to up the production of your marketing team, I guess. I mean, you can't, bro. I'm sorry. I love that game. I absolutely love that game. I want to see it do good, but you can't expect it to do good magically on its own. I mean, GG is a well-respected dev team. They have POE 1. POE 2 is doing really good. They don't need the publicity the way that they're doing it. I mean, there's no company that doesn't need it. You get what I mean. And they're still going all hands on deck for their marketing. Look at Kelly's posts. Look at their teasers. Look at the music that they're writing. Every single department is 100% cooking. And this is not glazing, chat. This is the truth. You know that the past 3 months I haven't been glazing GG at all. I've been the voice of hot takes for the past 3 months, actually. I've been sharing multiple different negative opinions and stuff that I would love to see in the game that a lot of people didn't agree, but it's true, man. Every single person in that department is doing their job perfectly. Like, again, we were talking about the Druids animations. We're talking about the soundtracks are not taking enough credit. Amazing soundtracks as well. The visuals of every single teaser, super good. Marketing team is on point. Communication team is on point. Their timing is on point with the new wallpapers and everything. Kelly's a good step in the right direction. Absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. I'll close Steam and relaunch. I'm on console. I already have the patch. I think Steam is always late. Is this the waiting room? It is indeed, my friend. Welcome in. This is the official waiting room for 0.5. Yeah. We are going to begin with Mr. Jonathan Rogers saying the famous line, "Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers," in 37 minutes and 40 seconds. I think this is the difference between a dev team that truly believes in what they are building and the other that is just riding on coattails from Ghost of the Past. Maybe, bro. Maybe. I can only judge them as a player and share my opinion as a content creator as well. I'm not a game dev. I don't know anything about developing a game. It's a whole different spaghetti thingy that my brain cannot comprehend. I cannot even imagine how tough it is to develop a good game and make it play good and balance and look good and animation and all that stuff. But, I mean, marketing, I've done marketing for like 2 years. Head of marketing, it's not that hard. Honestly, it's not that hard. And this is nothing against anybody who's in marketing that thinks that it's hard. But if you know what you're doing, it's not that hard, man. The whole point is that you need to think about the whole marketing perspective. The whole marketing perspective has to be broken down into different categories of people that you want to attract. So you have the first category, for example, are people that never played your game. The other category are people who played other games in that genre and they've heard of your game, but they still haven't played. Where the first category has never heard of your game. Then you have another category that played your other game, but not this one. And then you have the category of people that know you very well. So you've got like 4 or 5 different categories, and you are responsible to make sure that you know which areas to target so you can hit all of those people and make sure that you never break that chain. There's never a bad post when it comes down to knowing who your target audience is. You know what I mean? So they're doing a really good job. They know what they're doing, GG. Really great marketing. All right, how are we looking here? How are we looking, boys? I'm interested to see how the announcement goes. My friend has helped me a lot with the leveling grind the past couple of leagues. He's going to be away for the start for this one, so I want to try and level up quick to help him this time. So interested to see how class changes will go. That's a great thought, man. Nice, good on you. You're 100% going to be able to get there. And if you chill on the stream whenever it happens, I'm more than happy to help you out. But I'm really looking forward to see as well what they'll be, what they're gonna target and do. And to be completely honest, whatever it is that they do, it doesn't really matter. I mean, speedrunners are gonna speedrun. People that know the game are gonna do pretty well with how quick they're gonna be. Oh, this is the giveaway. I completely forgot that I put it as a wallpaper, by the way. Here it is. That's the giveaway that we're going to do at the end of the month for the release of the official game. Dave, thank you for letting us know. Good comms, brother. Dave just told us that there's a 2.8 gigabyte patch ready to be downloaded for POE2. Also, Star Wars Zombie, thank you very much for the Prime. Thanks for using your Prime once again for the second month in a row. I really appreciate you, man. The support is great. Thank you. Yeah, so this is the giveaway that we're going to do on the on May 29th. The moment the league starts, our Subathon starts as well. And within the Subathon, depending on when we hit the milestones, I'm going to start giving supporter packs left and right. I don't know how many we're going to do, but we're going to do a few. It's not going to be 1 or 2. And it's at the $90 value. And the supporter packs are going to be the new ones that they're going to announce in 33 minutes. So if you guys are not entered into our giveaway and you want to potentially have the chance of winning one of these, make sure that you type command in our chat, both YouTube and Twitch, and it's going to give you a link of our Discord. You go into our Discord, you're going to find all the information there. Game is updating. Alrighty, here we are. You're absolutely right. It's updating for me as well. Yes, we do, Bandit. Yes, we do. The Twitch drops are enabled on my stream, but they're going to begin in 32 minutes for the reveal. The only requirement is watch the stream for an hour. And that's the drops requirement. Simply watch the reveal for an hour. Easy thing to do. And we get a nice little decoration for our hideout. This one right here. And actually, it's not only a decoration. It's also a life flask well. You click on it and your flask is going to get recharged. Pretty cool. And it seems that it has multiple different ways that you could do it. You can go for titty at Ziri, quadruple titty at Ziri if you want to. You could do this at Ziri. I think that's it, right? Double. Oh shit! Wait. Oh, this is the quadruple titty at Ziri. Okay. Unfortunately I don't, Celestina. Unfortunately I don't. These guys here are approximately 12 years behind. But yeah, pretty decent drop there. Not bad. Oh, we're in the game. Yeah, sorry to disappoint. Is it updated on PS5 first? PS5 was actually first, and then it was Steam. I don't get what happens when you click that hideout decoration. Maybe I didn't explain it correctly. You fill up your life flask, your potion. If you have 0 charges, it goes full. Cap Kios with a follow and Rome Mars with a follow as well. It's a well, man. Yeah. 20 minutes per boob. Yeah. Console players in before PC. Write it down. I think it's always been like that. I always vaguely remember the console players are getting the updates quicker. Oh, no worries, villains. Of course, man. Of course. I would like to see a series outfit as an MTX 100%. It's pretty badass. What should be one of the a theme of the supporter pack? What do we get? Does anybody actually? What am I even asking generically? I'm gonna direct the question to Celestina and anybody else who can help Celestina. But I'm pretty sure she's gonna be able to answer. Celestina, do you remember the themes of the last 4 supporter packs? So 0.4 and 0.3. Like I remember vaguely. I remember one was a nature thingy. Yes, you remember. Of course you do. There was one with plants, and I remember the doggy that you were getting. I remember that one. Too noisy. Yeah, bro, of course she does. Of course she does. I called it before. Okay, so the question is there any theme? Is there a pattern to their support gems, actually? Fractured was pretty cool, yeah. New image on profile, Facebook, POE. Is it different to what we saw from Twitter? Is it this? We've seen this one. Is it this one, Babby? I mean, bro, it's such a good image. Sick wallpaper. Yes, okay. I want that as an MTX outfit. Tell me about it. Especially with my hideout as well, bro. The plateau of the gods. Ooh. That would be spicy. How long do we have, actually? Do I have time to finish this? 27 minutes. You know what? Yeah, nah. We're just gonna chill, bro. We're just gonna chill. I'm gonna go and pour myself something to drink. Did they actually start their, Did they start? Try DM. They did start. Okay, beautiful. Okay, we don't need the game anymore. And I'm gonna move this side. I don't think we need the timer. I'm also gonna minimize my face a little bit. Is that good, chat? Are you happy with that? Should I make it bigger? What's happening? Should I keep it as it was? I think this is fine. Yeah, I think we're good. Zoomed in, just my face, bro. It should be like a circle with the heart shape here, shiny, just my face. All right. Yes. You good? Okay, cool. All right. Captain Sticky, welcome in. Excited for the reveal, Mr. Hollow. Yeah, very excited, man. 25 minutes to go. I do encourage anybody on YouTube, by the way, everybody who's on YouTube, thank you very much for joining. Hopefully you like the stream and you click on that like. It really helps the channel in general. However, I don't want you guys to forget and miss your chance of getting the new drops. The new drops are going to be enabled in 25 minutes. So if you do want the drops and you care about them, kindly bring your ass over. Other creators are saying that it's legit. Bro, don't send it. I don't want to see any spoilers and leaks. You know why? Because in 25 minutes, we're going to hear it from the man himself. What's the drops? I'm going to keep this on screen while I go quickly to my restroom and refill my drink. There we go. These are the drops right here. Rinwoods, welcome in. Thanks for the follow, bud. Good evening, Abra, and everybody else. Oh, I missed that. Hamlin, welcome in, man. First time chatter and a brand new player here. How you doing, my man? Lovely to see a brand new player chilling with us for the massive reveal. All I gotta say is, if you've heard from other people talking hype about this, that our brains are gonna implode, explode, whatever, it's true. We are insanely hyped up, and we're even more hyped up to celebrate this day with you guys. So, hell yeah, welcome in. Yorus with a follow as well. And you guys are going to need to excuse me for just 2 minutes because I need to top up my drink. And get ready. And I advise you guys to do the same. Go to your toilets, go to your refills, whatever you got to do, grab some snacks or whatever, and get ready. We've done this. This is going to be the 5th time that we're doing this together, chat. 5th time. 5th league, 5th time. That's a lie. Let's go reverse. This is the 4th time we're going to do it together. We didn't do this together in point 1. But everything Every single one, we've done it together. This is by far the most hyped that we've been. 100%. I think we don't understand the level of explosion that might happen in our brain. Imagine they just hit you with everything. Does my progress reset? It's not mandatory. They don't force you, Hamlin. But if you want to play the brand new league with the rest of us, then you need to go from level 1. And I know that it might feel a little bit odd to you. It did to me and a lot of other people in here in the community. But I promise you're going to get better at the game and you're not even going to care anymore. Like every single league, we're doing like 6, 7, 8 characters. So we don't, it doesn't really matter. If you want to play a brand new league, you're going to need to start at level 1. But what I meant, it's not mandatory, is that the league server is going to stay there and your character is going to stay in standard mode. So it's 2 different servers. Yeah. Be right back, chat. Be right back. Well, $19. Let me just refresh. $18.53. All right, let me see what chat is saying. I hated the running around the map. Seems slow and boring. Haven't reached endgame yet. Oh, you're through the campaign? So, Hamlin, you're a brand new player playing for the first time. And you find you haven't reached endgame. And you're finding the campaign boring? What build are you playing? I need this playlist. You got it, bro. Just type in the command Spotify. Wait, what's happening with villains? He means early mapping? Wait, are you sure? Because he said, I haven't reached endgame yet. The campaign is boring without a good build. It was fun in some parts. To be completely honest, as somebody who has over 3,000 hours in the game, I see what you mean. I can definitely see how the campaign is boring. But my first playthrough, I could never ever say that the campaign is boring. The first time that I ever did it. That's why I'm surprised. I thought you put playlist for the music. Just my Spotify playlist. Because a lot of people are asking for it. Abra, I think the Val Temple is going to get fixed, bro, because it's going to get nerfed. I really hope for you guys, the console players, that you're going to get some performance fixes and QOLs. What makes it boring for me is that I follow a build that made every encounter super easy. New season, I will try to build my own. Good, bro. Excellent. It's a good attitude. I've done it several times, but I still like the campaign. Yeah, I'm okay with it. Sometimes I get bored of doing it, but I don't think it's the campaign's fault. Anything done in any game so many times that long is going to get eventually boring. You know what I mean? I mean, even if you tell me in a game, if you do it like 100 times, eventually it's going to get boring. What I want is better crafting system, you know what I mean? Like a little less randomness. Yeah, it would be nice to give us optionality, is what I think is the best for the balance of crafting or determinism. Same thing with the first Trial of Chaos. Exactly, yeah. I mean, first Trial... Actually, yeah, first Trial of Chaos. I don't... Not Trial of Chaos, sorry. Trial of Sekemas was really interesting. I absolutely loved it in the beginning. And then, after I did it 50 times, I stopped loving it. And the same goes for the Trial of Chaos, yeah. Imagine Crimson. No shot, dude. No shot. They need they need a big win here. They need a big win, and I think they have it in the bag. 100%. Also, by the way, I do know that we do have some folks over here in our community that are listening in because they're working or they're in meetings or they're painting their house. Wink, wink. Just want to let you know, guys, to narrate it a little bit. We have 13 minutes and 20 seconds remaining on the screen for Uncle Jonathan to pop in, which means that we're going to do a prediction right now. And I want you guys to predict, who do you think, who will start? Who will start? Actually, you know what? No, let's do a more fun. Kelly, good one, Shelby. Let's do a more fun. Are we getting a new new class. Wait. How many classes are... Is that a good one? Zero, 1, 2. Wait. There's a prediction, chat. There's a prediction. We've got 12 minutes, so I'm going to give a 10-minute. All right, you guys ready? Prediction is up. Go vote. Use them. Use those points, boys. The coins. Hi, I'm Jonathan. Somewhere out there has to be somebody who's just listening in who heard that and they're like, oh shit, it started. No, it didn't. It's 11 and a half minutes. 11 and a half minutes. And we start. Context, welcome in. Rayan, welcome in. That was me, says Kata. Let's go. Man. Yeah, so everybody who's listening in, I'm going to make sure that I'm not going to unless my brain explodes. I want chat to immediately start. I want you to immediately tell me that the volume's good for you guys. And then anybody who's watching on YouTube, once again, I appreciate you guys. Make sure that you like that video before you hop over onto Twitch in case you want to get drops tonight. You need to watch the stream for an hour and you're going to get yourself this new Red Queen font.
Hi.
Let's go, Jack. You're very welcome, my man. $15, Donald. Thank you so much. Yeah, for anybody watching on YouTube, unfortunately, the drops don't work on YouTube. They work on Twitch. So if you do want this Red Queen's font, you need to be over on our stream and watch for an hour, which is an easy thing to do because it's going to go over an hour, the whole reveal. Mark prediction board while you're at it, if it's clear. Oh yeah, 100%. I will be doing that. I have this open. Wait. Where's my bingo? Here's my bingo. I'm ready. I'm ready to win this. 10 minutes. Under 10 minutes, everyone. Yeah, I think we're not getting patch notes after. Yep, there's a prediction up right now of how many classes do you think we will be getting. The answers are 0, 1, 2, or 3. We have number 1 winning with 95,000 Scorp coins invested in there. That's a really good emote, Klima. Let's add that to the channel. Done. Great choice.
Well, hello there, you sexy beast.
How can I get that emoji? It's already in our channel, so you can use it now. The code for it is just popcorn. If you just type popcorn, it should pop out MJ eating popcorn. Axie, thank you very much for the resub with the Prime for 4 months. Thank you. Daggers for sure. Aw. Tell me more. I think it's just popcorn with no caps. It's not a command. Do you see it whenever I'm typing it? Yeah, there. Rayan used it. Seven TV. 7 TV is what you need. No class teaser equals no new class. I hope I'm wrong though. Okay, let me try. We have 7 minutes, okay? Not working. Wait, Dracarys, look at the screen. Do you see this? Do you see the emote the Laxus is posting, or do you just see him typing popcorn? If you only see the word and not the emote, then you need to have 7TV as an extension. If you see the emote, oh, there you go. I can see you using it now. But if you don't see it, you need to have 7TV. All right, let me just answer to Qzos. Let me just answer to Qzos. Here's a rebuttal for you. I believe the teaser wouldn't matter because they already did 5 teasers. I think it's a little bit too much to go for a 6th or 7th teaser, and I think it's a surprise. So we have different kind of teasers for the class if you think about it. The sword with the breach, Kelly with the gladiator gif, then Kelly again with the other duelist gif that she did. Yeah, Kelly has been potentially teasing it from the beginning. He said dagger spoilers alert. I think he just said one day whenever we add the daggers, right? Ooh, in the prediction, by the way, we have a few minutes left for the prediction for anybody who didn't gamble their score points away. We have 2 classes coming very close to 1 class prediction. So 1 class to the question, how many classes are we getting? The majority of people voted for 1 with 95,000 Scorp coins. And then the rest voted for 2 classes with 76,000. For anybody who's just listening in and they're not watching, we just got less than 5 minutes now. 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Hamlan with a prime.
Well,
thank you so much, man.
You sexy beast.
Thank you for using your prime over here. I really appreciate it. Longest 5 minutes ever. Hi, I'm Jonathan. Oh boy. Shelby has a very good point. How on earth are we going to survive the next 3? Sorry, Kata. And Crimson. People who are just listening, I have a new way of knowing who's not watching the stream and who's listening to the stream. I just need to pretend I'm Jonathan and I get their attention. Easy. Delete Gaming with a 5 gifter-ronies. Thank you so very much, my man. Odyssey, welcome in. And Ocelot, hello there. With a biscuit and a coffee. I would kill for that combo. It's too late for me now. But welcome in, first time chatter. 9 Jacks with a follow as well. Welcome to the community. Oh, I would love to see that, Creed. Please make that happen. Call Uncle John and tell him to do it, please. Who's hyped? I don't know who's not hyped, dude. 3 minutes, everybody. 3 minutes. Vrekor, first time chatter as well. Welcome in, bud. Lovely to see you here. Kata with the 5 gifted Subaronis. Thank you for all the support, guys. Really, thank you. Yo, where's the train? I have no idea. My train is broken. I don't know what's going on with this train. 2.5 minutes, chat. 2.5 minutes. Get hyped. Let's go. What's the duration of the season? It all depends on the devs. Usually they try to do 4 months, but this league unfortunately has been 6. Two minutes. Incoming train. There it is. Okay, there it is. There's the train. Mr. Brent has just triggered the train. Choo choo, MFs. We've got under 2
hello
minutes.
there, you sexy beast.
Let's go. Brent with the 10. Yoru, I see you as well, bud. Thank you so very much for the 1 sub. Thank you for the tier 1. Black Dragon 59 with a follow. Welcome to the community. Welcome to the Scorpius layer. Lovely to have you here, guys, to watch the reveal together. Too hyped up, man. 1 minute and 20 seconds. All right, this is your final warning. Anybody watching us over on the YouTubes, if you care about the drops at all, there's a brand new drop, which is a well for your flasks, which has Adziri. 4 boob Adziri. You don't want to miss that out. You want to grab that? You need to watch over on YouTube. Here she is. The quadruple titty Adziri. You're going to get that for your life flask well. All right. 45 seconds, chat. Get ready.
Damn, that's a gifted sub.
Vlad with a follow and Brent with another sub. And Jonah with a sub. Thank you, with the follow, sorry. Thank you for all the follows, guys. Really appreciate all the follows. It means a lot. It helps us grow. Thank you. 20 seconds, everybody. For anybody listening in, we are about to start. So fake an injury in your meeting, drop that paint, and let's do it. 10 seconds. Music is paused. Let's hear it, Uncle John. Here we go, boys. Here we go.
Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2, and welcome to GGG Live. We have a huge amount of stuff to share today, so it's going to be a good one. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so you'll be able to claim the Red Queen's font hideout decoration by following the instructions below. Okay, so with that out of the way, time to roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, Return of the Ancients.
Here we go, boys.
Those in darkness once lay dormant, now return. We who came before rise again. Behold, the first edict. Completely alone.
Hunt like it's your last.
Continue the search. See what you can find.
Listen, dog. Now see how your story ends.
Yes.
To face us is to face oblivion.
Oh my god.
So as you can see, there's just so much going on in Return of the Ancients, it's hard for even us to keep track of it all. Now, we promised that this one was going to revamp the endgame, and I'm very excited to talk about it. But first, we've got to talk about the League. So to do that, I'm going to hand things over to Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. Now, for those of you who are new to Path of Exile, each time we release an update, we also release a new league. Not only do we have a new economy, but we also introduce new content through the campaign, which gives you a fresh play experience right from the start of the game, as well as new mechanics, storylines, and in-game bosses. In the Runes of Eldur League, you will encounter a man being attacked by the undead in Clearfell. After saving him, he introduces himself as Pharaoh, a young blacksmith trying to bring back the ancient art of Ezomite runesmithing. He has been collating his discoveries in a tome and is keen to show you how runesmithing works. By inscribing symbols on these ancient Ezomite remnants, you can create all manner of old magics. Unfortunately, on doing so, the corpses of the nearby undead are revived and infused with some of the latent power,
Nice.
making for a difficult fight. After defeating these monsters, Pharaoh realizes that runesmithing is a dangerous business, and he is going to need the help of someone a little more martially inclined to discover these secrets. He lends you his tome and asks that you note down anything you discover when you return to him. In each area in the Runes of Eldur League, you will find a remnant, and as you approach it, you will notice that some symbols are already present, and some are waiting for you to fill them in. Depending on which symbols are already present, you will have different options for which items you can create using this magic. For example, if you combine Tempest and Lightning, you can create an Orb of Augmentation. But be careful. The symbols used to craft the items also empower the monsters around the remnant, who will be revived as undead to fight again with different properties depending on what runes you used. So, if you use a fire rune in your recipe, the monsters will be empowered with fire. Or if you use a moon rune, lunar beams will rain down as you fight the monsters. After the fight, break the remnant to receive the item you crafted. As you get higher level, you will start to find remnants with more slots for more runes, allowing you to craft rarer items. As the number of slots increases though, more waves of monsters will be added, with each wave being empowered by more and more of the runes. And this can get pretty dicey, because some of the runes can have powerful effects. Like the Oath rune, which will cause one monster to be nominated as a leader, spawning waves of minions. The leader itself will be invincible, but killing its minions will deal damage to it. Some recipes can get pretty large, requiring 6, 7, or even 8 runes. But don't worry, you won't have to remember them. Pharaoh's runecrafting book will record all the options, allowing you to simply pick which one you want to craft, given the existing runes that are already on the remnant. To expand your knowledge and to allow you to craft more items, Pharaoh has asked that you keep an eye out for signs of runic magic around Rayclost. He wants to document anything you find in order to rediscover the secrets of Ezomite runesmiths of old. The first of these can be found in Ogham, and reveals to you an ancient secret, buried deep underground. The runic magic which the Ezomites believe to be their own is actually of Kalguran origin. Thousands of years ago, the Kalgurans came to Rayclost to find sources of Verisium, a metal on which engraved runes allow control over reality. Pharaoh is determined to learn these ancient ways and gain mastery over them. If you can bring him more Verisium, he'll be able to use it to smith power into any armor, granting you Runic Ward, the power harnessed by the Kalgurans since ancient times. Runic Ward is a new resource that protects you from death. Should you run out of life, your Runic Ward will kick in, sustaining your body until your life can return. It effectively acts as an extra life pool. Of course, should you take enough damage to run out of that, you will still die. Every single piece of armor in the game can be upgraded this way, even uniques. Some are just a strict upgrade, giving Runic Ward with no downside. Others are more extreme, sacrificing defenses to get a much larger amount of Runic Ward. There are even some that add new modifiers to uniques entirely, making them much more viable for higher level play. But the Kalgurans use Runic Ward for more than just a defense. It can also be used to power many other magics. Instead of using gems created from corruption, the Kalgurans used runes of power and fueled them with Runic Ward. Many of the options available from remnant crafting are new types of Kalguran skills that exclusively spend Runic Ward to wreak havoc. An example is Triskelion Cascade. Using it will cause your next spell to be triggered multiple times in a Triskelion pattern. You can use it with skills like Ice Nova that you cast from yourself, or with something you target at a distance, like Comet. There are also skills to modify existing effects using runic magic, like Frost Flame Nova. Using this skill on a pack of burning enemies will transform the Ignite into Frostfire, both burning them and building up freeze at the same time. You have basic buffs like Hollow Shell that guards all nearby allies, to more complicated mechanics like the Mark of Repulsion that creates a mark capable of pushing away all nearby enemies. Instead of spending mana, like skill gems do, all these skills cost runic ward, and unlike gems, they don't have a color. This means that they don't care about attribute requirements, or what kind of weapon you use. These skills are designed to be used on any class, and so often interact with mechanics that apply across many characters. By combining different runes together, the Kalgurans were able to support their runic abilities, and you can as well. There is also a set of runic supports that can be combined with regular skill gems in interesting ways. Concussive Runes allows you to add these concussive shockwaves to any skill that stuns. While Runic Infusion lets you spend ward to directly empower the damage on any skill. Now, there are other quests during the campaign too, that unlock even more interesting crafting methods. Buried deep in the jungle in Act 3, you can find the Mystic Refuge, containing even more secrets for Pharaoh to learn from. Using this knowledge, he gains the ability to reforge unique weapons. With this technique, many low-level unique weapons can be upgraded to do significantly more damage. Now, we've been able to take a bunch of uniques that had interesting modifiers, but were not in-game viable, and give them a bit of a boost to get there.
Good.
And it's not just low-level uniques. All Kalguran uniques are able to be runeforged this way too, and they can do some pretty interesting things. Like Searle's Grit, a new unique, which when runeforged can get one of several different outcomes. Now, there is still so much more that you can craft with remnants. There are also 100 new runes, as well as many other new crafting currencies. This is the runes of Eldur after all, and some of these runes have quite powerful effects. For example, this elemental conversion rune will convert all the existing mods on a non-unique weapon from one element to another. Using it, you could combine a weapon with all 3 elemental damage mods into a single element, making a weapon with massive amounts of cold damage.
Oh my god.
There is also
That's
a rune
big.
that lets you destroy your rune sockets to turn them into a dual socket on your item.
What?
And there are even crafting meta runes that can unlock new types of mods when used with regular crafting. For example, this Rune of Chronomancy will unlock a set of time-related mods to be crafted on your boots. Once placed inside, use regular crafting orbs to attempt to get new mods like cooldown speed or increased skill effectuation. You can also create a new type of currency called alloys. Using regular metals alloyed with verisium, new modifiers not normally available can be directly crafted onto your items. Using imbued alloy could improve your ailment damage, for example. There are honestly so many options here that unlock all sorts of crazy crafting projects.
Wow.
So I think people will be experimenting with these for a long time. Once you get to King's March in Act 4, Pharaoh finally meets Danig, a real Kalguran runesmith. And riddled with excitement, he wants to learn how to merge modern Kalguran techniques with the ancient knowledge that he has found. From here on, Pharaoh joins in the Kalguran expeditions that Danig has been leading. With the ancient knowledge that Pharaoh brings to the table, the Kalguran expeditions that Danig has been going on will change significantly. For those of you who haven't played it, the Expedition League mechanic involves carefully placing explosives, uncovering the buried dead, and recovering verisium from them. By choosing where to place the explosives, you can choose which kind of challenges you would like to face, or rewards you would like to claim. But unlike before, expeditions now contain the remnants from Runes of Eldur, allowing you to do some specific crafts along the way using the new League crafting mechanic. One very important difference from the simple remnant encounters though, is that the empowerments that the remnants grant apply to every monster down the explosive line for the rest of the encounter, stacking together. This can lead to some pretty extreme situations. If you stack too many remnants, you might be in for a fight beyond your abilities, but the rewards can be very worth it. Each mod on the monster is improving the items that they can drop. Once you get to the endgame, you will find that the atlas has changed substantially. To the south, you will now find the coastline of Rayclast, with the ocean beyond. Kingsmarch has not fared well after the Cataclysm, and lays in ruins. Rog's shop has been destroyed, but he is much more concerned about his wife, Gwennon. He would like to launch an expedition deep into the ocean to find her, and this begins a new major mechanic for expedition, exploring the ocean. Previously, a logbook was a single encounter. Now, using a logbook, you can send ships to explore an area of the ocean to the southeast, uncovering a range of islands to begin your search for Gwennon. You can hop from island to island, doing many new encounters. There are islands with expeditions, grand expeditions, new bosses, and all sorts of other unique things to find. Eventually, you will find the island that Gwennon has been holed up on. It turns out that she has found the tomb of an ancient Kalguran, Medved. While she appreciates you coming to her rescue, she is still keen to blow open the doors of the vault and take whatever you can find inside. It's just a shame that Medved isn't as dead as you previously assumed. Now, after you have defeated Medved, you will find another logbook, and this time you can use it to choose which direction you want to explore. The ocean is vast and contains a huge number of new islands to find. With each logbook, you can explore one sector and you can go as deep as you like. There are all sorts of interesting objects to uncover and dungeons to explore. Many of the islands have expeditions with totally new mechanics. So for example, here is a volcanic island with voltaxic sulfite. Blowing up the sulfite will unleash extra waves of enemies.
What?
But there is also this wall with a suspicious light coming from behind it. On blowing it open, a giant ogre comes out, and he is determined to eat as much sulfite as possible. The more sulfite mounds that you have blown up, the more empowered and the more rewarding he will become. These islands contain all sorts of little secrets that you can find and blow up. Free trapped wisps, blow open root doors, even raise ancient precursor technology. And of course, more bosses. There are more and further vaults to blow up, and one of them in particular is pretty important. The Tomb of Uhtred, the Star Drinker. Uhtred was responsible for calling down the meteors of Verisium, which the Kalgurans used to power their ancient magic. And upon defeating him, he calls down a truly gigantic one into the ocean nearby. On visiting it, you find that it is shrouded by a strange energy emanating from the Verisium core of the meteor within. There is something growing in there, and it can't be anything good. In order to gain entry, Danik suggests that the Triskelion Flame, an ancient Kalguran artifact that can absorb and cancel the effects of Verisium magic, could be used to enter. But to find it, you will need to locate the Tomb of Olroth, leader of the Knights of the Sun. Defeat him and gain access to whatever eldritch nightmare is growing inside. Now, we're not going to spoil the boss, but one thing you should know is that the Verisium that makes up the core of the meteor is of a quality that has not been available for millennia. Bringing this to Pharaoh and Danik should allow them to forge some objects of power, the creation of which has been lost to time. So that's the League, and there is a lot going on. To sum all that up, there is a new encounter with over 30 new monster types and over 30 new rune modifiers to enhance them. You can create more than 100 new runes to craft your gear, as well as dozens of other new currency items. And there are new quests added to the campaign to unlock even more new crafting options. Rune forging armors, upgrading uniques, dozens of new Kalguran skills and supports, tons of new islands to discover by exploring the ocean, 5 new bosses, including a new pinnacle boss, and a bunch of new uniques to top it off. But there is still a ton more to come. It's time to talk about the massive changes to the in-game.
Here we go.
For that, I'll hand it back to Jonathan.
Here we go,
Now, as
champ.
Mark hinted at before, the in-game atlas is very different now, and the ocean to the south is the least of the changes. The entire area around your starting location is now teeming with new quest lines and things to discover. Will you investigate the strange forest to the west? The cracks in the earth to the east? Or perhaps visit the ruins of a Val city in the north? The atlas now has fixed points of interest at specific locations, giving you specific objectives that are easy to find. Like before though, no matter which objective you choose, going to towers to see what's out there is always a good idea. The first time you do that though, something new happens. The earth shakes,
Okay.
and a gigantic fortress rises from the earth. A remnant of the ancient precursor civilization.
Hold.
The cataclysm of the beast has caused an ancient protocol to be invoked. Should corruption ever take hold to this degree, the world must be scoured and purged of corruption. You will need to make your way into the fortress and activate the gates. Gain the keys to reach these ancient precursor weapons
Hold.
and disarm them. But this will be no easy task. The fortress has many areas to explore and many new things to find. You will power up ancient machines, fight new and deadly foes, discover many new areas, and uncover some dark secrets. Now, the fortress is the first of the new full in-game storylines that we're adding in 0.5, and there's a lot going on with it. But not only that, it has some pretty cool new mechanics as well. The areas inside the fortress are special. Many of them have new mechanics or rewards that they grant. Like this map, where all the rares are contained in essence crystals. Or this one, which replaces all monster packs in the area with strongboxes. Or this one, which spawns an Asmeri spirit that always moves on from a rare after you kill it, allowing you to chase it through the entire map. Now, just like the normal areas of the Atlas, you'll need to fight the map boss of each area to complete the map. But unlike a normal map, the ones in the fortress each contain precursor nodes after the boss, and activating these nodes will give you points for the new and improved Atlas passive tree. Now, we had an Atlas passive tree before, but it was one of the areas of the endgame that just wasn't up to scratch. The Atlas tree now works quite a lot differently. We have significantly upgraded the kind of mechanics that you can find on the Atlas tree. Like this one, that gives a chance to make rogue exiles you fight retreat from combat and move to an adjacent map. Before you fight them again, they'll upgrade their gear and come back with a grudge this time. There are also a lot of nodes that combine mechanics together in new ways, like this one which lets Asmeri spirits possess strongboxes. All the regular monsters that come out of them are touched by the spirit, and the rares are all possessed, giving you some incredible loot potential. You get points from every single area you complete in the fortress, and unlike before, that means you can allocate the entire Atlas tree. Yes, this whole tree can be yours. This change is pretty important, since it allows us to be able to create many types of bonuses that we wouldn't have been able to create before.
What?
Like this one, which gives a chance for cities to be invaded by another faction, and can even allow it to contain 2 faction leaders, allowing you to get 2 crisis fragments. If we'd done this kind of thing in the old tree, we would have wanted to spec into it before running a city map, then unspec out of it before running anything else. With full allocation, we can have cool bonuses like these.
Nice.
Now, obviously, we still want to make sure that you have choices that define your in-game Atlas build. So many nodes in the Atlas tree are now multi-choice. Everyone will get the node, but which bonus you choose to use is up to you. Do you want your powerful boss maps to contain more essences, summoning circles, or rogue exiles? But there's also nodes that contain more unusual things.
Great
so, for
decision.
example, on this node you can choose. Do you want to give a chance for shrines to instead be given to the map boss in the area, making them more challenging but dropping special loot? Or would you rather give a chance to be given a shrine buff before entering boss arenas, making for an easier fight? Now, I could probably nerd out about cool stuff in the tree all day, but we should probably get back to the fortress. Now, one of the really important things we wanted to do was make it so that all the boss fights in the endgame are now accessible with a quest line. That means that to fight the Arbiter of Ash for the first time, you don't need to get lucky by finding keys. They will be in fixed locations and there's a quest to get them.
Amazing
But
decision.
the Arbiter of Ash is no longer the pinnacle of Path of Exile 2. For that, you'll need to travel into the very center of the fortress. An incredible challenge awaits you should you choose to go there. After the storyline, you still unlock keys for pinnacle bosses in the usual way, exploring the world and finding the keys required to get to them. But we have added a lot more interesting things to find out there as well. There are now all sorts of mechanics that can spawn on maps in the wilderness. For example, some maps might spawn as a rogue exile hunting ground, containing multiple rogue exiles who are there to hunt rare beasts. You might come upon them in the middle of a fight and be able to take out both of them. Or a map of champions that makes all the natural inhabitants of the area into magic monsters. Or this one that causes all shrines in the area to release as merry spirits when used. Once you have explored and found your keys, you can return to fight the pinnacle in the fortress again. But this version of him will be harder, and not only that, he will have new unique rewards as well. Each time you fight him, you get the ability to activate one section of the fortress, and any maps that you didn't finish there will be automatically completed, giving you all the Atlas points. So if you're the type of player who doesn't want to explore the fortress, and instead just race out into the infinite Atlas, you still have a way to get all those points. So that's the Origins of Divinity storyline. It's a huge amount of new content with a ton of new areas, 5 new bosses, including a pinnacle, with a bunch of new unique items. But not only that, it also completely revamps the Atlas tree, and includes a ton of new map mechanics that you can find both inside and outside the fortress. But this is just one of the new storylines. So let's talk about the next one now, Masters of the Atlas.
Next.
Now, earlier we talked about how the multi-choice nodes in the tree allow you to still have an in-game Atlas build, but we didn't think that was quite enough. You have an Ascendancy class for your passive tree. Why not an Ascendancy class for your Atlas tree? Well, that's where the Masters of the Atlas come in. Throughout Rayclast are many opportunities for those with the skills to find them. Atlas Masters are willing to train you in these skills if you're able to help them in return. One such master is Jado, a member of the Order of the Jinn, an organization that secures powerful artifacts to prevent them from falling into the wrong hands. Jado will send you on missions to investigate strange occurrences on the Atlas and recover the artifacts causing them. And for each one you recover, he will gain more trust in you and teach you more ways of the Order of the Jinn. At level 1, you could choose to massively increase the chance for rare and unique chests, or make it so that all map bosses drop an additional unique item, or make corrupted waystones have an additional modifier.
Did you see the
cost of making
waystone?
them send you to a totally unknown location. Each mission you complete for Jado will unlock another row of abilities and give you another point to allocate, letting you choose how you want to specialize. But there are other masters too. For example, Hilda. Hilda is a member of a guild of monster hunters. She will send you on missions to assassinate specific deadly creatures around Rayclast and harvest their parts. In exchange, she will teach you her monster hunting skills, like this one, which adds a 25% chance to upgrade any map boss to a powerful version. Or this one, which makes his Marian spirits no longer possess rare monsters, making them go for the unique bosses in the area instead.
Nice.
You might notice that many of the effects on these are both upsides and downsides. So Hilda, for example, can make it so that you only get one attempt when fighting pinnacle bosses. But in exchange for that, they always drop 2 uniques. Because of that, we wanted it to be easy to swap between them depending on what you're doing. As you unlock each master, they will appear on the side of the screen. Simply click whichever one you want to use to run the map, and all the bonuses you have selected for that master will be activated. This allows you to have a few different strategies that you can quickly pick between, depending on what you're running at the moment. Now, one thing that's been pretty obvious is that the in-game leagues we created when launching Early Access in 0.10 were not really up to the standard of the leagues we did since then. Fate of the Vaal and Rise of the Abyssal just have a lot more going on than Delirium or Expedition, for example.
True.
We wanted to do a serious upgrade to all of these mechanics before we do our 1.0 release, and so that's what we've done. All 4 of the leagues we launched in Early Access have been upgraded with not only new quest lines, but new mechanics, new crafting systems, new uniques, and new pinnacle bosses. One of the really important changes we made to all the leagues is that you can now find them on the Atlas in specific locations, and each one has a quest line that will lead you there to being able to complete the league, along with its Atlas tree and its pinnacle boss. This is true even for the leagues that we didn't do major redesigns to. So let's use Abyss as an example. When you first encounter one in the endgame, you'll get a quest that leads you to the east, where you will find these mega abyss cracks in the earth leading away from the Well of Souls. All the maps along the cracks will contain abysses with special properties, and mapping along these cracks will close the Atlas scale abysses, giving you points for the Abyss Atlas tree. At the end of each Atlas abyss, you'll find an Abyssal Depths with the boss fight for one of the Abyssal factions, giving you a guaranteed way to fight them. And after completing all 3, you'll get a key for the Well of Souls, allowing you to fight the Vessel of Kulamak. This kind of thing makes an in-game league so much more friendly for new players, giving people obvious goals and a guided experience to complete them. Alright, so let's talk about the first of the upgraded leagues, Delirium, and its new storyline, The Hare and the Raven. As you may remember, during Act 4 you were tricked into releasing an ancient entity from a Karui prison known as Tangmazu, the Raven Trickster. Tangmazu delights in breaking the minds of those who step through his mirrors, and when touching one, he will attempt to destroy your mind with twisted abominations generated from your worst fears. In Return of the Ancients, the first time you approach one of his Delirium encounters in the endgame, you will find Elder Maddox locked in a trance. His mind is trapped in one of Tangmazu's delusions, and you will need to free him. Once free, Elder Maddox demands that as you caused this problem, you should put it right. He asks you to travel west to the Withered Willow, the location he believes that Tangmazu first gained his powers. But be careful. As you travel there, the Raven Trickster will attempt to break your mind. Each map around the Withered Willow features Delirium encounters. Now this is more than a simple quest upgrade. The mechanic of Delirium has been overhauled and expanded. At the bottom of the screen, there is now a bar that indicates how deep into Delirium you are. You can see which direction leads deeper by looking at the fog, and the deeper you go, the more challenges you will face. By looking at the bar, you can see how long you have until the Delirium ends. And you can also see special encounters that you will face if you're able to go deep enough into the fog. At the end of the bar is always the boss of the map, but we now have a variety of other encounters that you might find as you explore the horrors of your own mind. For example, you might encounter a purple mirror shard that when shattered will cause all the enemies to become more nightmarish. After hitting this, you'll notice the Delirium demons are enhanced, significantly more powerful, larger, and scarier in general, along with more rewards. Or should you encounter a red mirror shard, you'll be sent into the depths of your mind. And must escape it while fighting off hordes of your worst fears. If you are able to do so, you will gain a powerful amulet with 2 instilled notables on it. Once you reach the Withered Willow, Elder Maddox discovers that a shard of the mirror is missing. You will need to track down Tangmazu and restore it if you have a hope of discovering how to defeat him, and that means entering the Raven Trickster's mirrors in an attempt to locate him. Each area around the Withered Willow contains Delirium encounters, so that's a good place to start. As you do Deliriums, some of the special encounters will drop liquid emotions. Normally these emotions can be used to install amulets to add notable passive buffs to them, but in Return of the Ancients, emotions have a new function as well. Each one now has the ability to add crafted mods to jewels, allowing you to add specific mods to an item slot that can be quite difficult to roll. For example, Liquid Despair will allow you to add critical hit chance, while Liquid Suffering will allow you to add movement speed or Air of Effect to your jewels. But there are many more.
I'm gonna faint.
Once you've
champ.
done enough delirium encounters, the location of a grand mirror, an entrance into Tangmazu's realm, is revealed. But it won't be that simple to enter. Using his powers, he reflects the map boss for a ridiculous empowered fight, then destroys the entrance into his realm of madness. In order to find him now, you'll need to let the insanity fully into your mind. A strange fruit is left behind which you can consume to fully embrace the madness in an attempt to reach the Raven Trickster's realm. Consuming the fruit will cover an entire area of the Atlas in fog, and every map you do in the fog will get progressively harder and harder as you explore the deeper reaches of your mind. At some point you enter a new layer. A simulacrum of your memories, twisted and perverted by the Raven Trickster.
There's the fog. Never mind.
Should you be able to complete the simulacrum, Tangmazu will believe that you are worthy of a true challenge, and will let you take the remaining shard of his mirror, allowing you to enter his realm of madness back at the Withered Willow. If you dare to face him, it will be a fearsome challenge.
Wow, dude.
So, that's the new storyline of Delirium. As you can see, it's not only a quest line, there are new mechanics, new crafting options, and new boss fights. But one question you might have is, what happens after? Well, once you've completed the story, grand mirrors will start appearing on the Atlas sometimes after completing Delirium encounters. After doing the grand mirror, you can select where on the Atlas you want to do your fruit-induced drug trip and get another key to fight Tangmazu. But this time, the fight will be quite a bit harder, and not only that, the fight will be able to drop a bunch of new uniques that were not available in the questline version. We'll show some of those later. After doing a grand mirror, the decision of where to spread the fog can be important, because there are some potent emotions that only come from certain map bosses affected by Delirium this way. Like all emotions, they can craft special mods onto jewels, but these potent emotions can create mods that you can't get any other way. So for example, Potent Liquid Melancholy is an emotion that can only come from human bosses, and allows you to add a variety of on-hit effects. Also, you might want to try instilling amulets with these emotions. They could have some interesting effects, with some powerful notables that do not normally exist on the tree. Like Storm's Rebuke, which makes Armor Break boost your cold and lightning damage. But also notables from a clearly deranged mind, like Calm's Blessing. This skill allows you to ancestrally boost fire spells after using a Warcry. How about using an Ancestral Flame Blast? Now, just like before, you can also upgrade the League by getting points for a dedicated Delirium Atlas tree. But this now works in a much better way and has much cooler effects. The maps in the Delirium area of the Atlas give you Delirium passive points for completing them, so it's easy to see how to progress. Some nodes will add new types of mirror shard encounters to your Deliriums. Like this one, which will pause the Delirium for some amount of time, allowing you to more easily get to higher depths. Or this one, which adds extra Delirium modifiers to monsters when you pick it up. There are also nodes that can add new types of drops, like this one, which modifies Simulacrum encounters to add special liquid emotions, which can craft time-lost jewels. And nodes that apply to the Atlas mechanics of the League, like this one, which causes the Grand Mirror to spread Delirium fog over a larger area of the Atlas, potentially containing multiple Simulacrums. Alright, so that's the changes to Delirium. The core mechanic now includes a bunch of new things to find, new monsters to kill, and has new mechanics on the Atlas. It also has new crafting system for jewels, and over 20 new unlockable notables for amulets. Not only that, we have a new pinnacle boss with a bunch of new unique items, and a massively upgraded Atlas tree just for Delirium. But there's still a lot more to come, so let's talk about Breach next. When you first do a Breach in the endgame, you will find Aelith, one of the Keepers of the Flame, an ancient order of monks dedicated to preventing the Hiveborn from entering the world.
Oh my god, here we go.
As you seem to be a keen slayer of demons, Aelith would like to recruit you to the order and asks that you travel to their monastery to the south. On the way there, you'll start to encounter more breaches, and will notice one of the first changes to the breach mechanic. You still have to kill monsters as fast as you can to keep the breach open, but now you can visibly see how much time you have left to keep it open,
I love this.
and how each kill extends its duration. Once you've reached the monastery, you will learn more about the Keepers. In the 25 years since the events of Keepers of the Flame in Path of Exile 1, the war with the Hiveborn has not gone well, and they have managed to establish a foothold in the world nearby. A gigantic area has fallen to the Scourge, and the Keepers are unable to get inside. Inside the monastery is the Genesis Tree, a powerful asset to the war effort, stolen from the enemy and gifted to the Keepers by the Dreamer himself. Using the tree, Aelith could create a breachstone and penetrate the Hiveborn foothold, but without Hiveblood, the tree has withered. To get Hiveblood, you will need to take advantage of another new mechanic of Breach. If you can keep the otherworldly portal open for long enough, the breach will stabilize and will enter a new phase.
Okay.
The Hiveborn will send their toughest miscreations to defeat you, and the breach will not close until you can annihilate them, dropping Hiveblood that you can use to restore the Genesis Tree. In some cases, you may even attract one of the deadliest foes the Hiveborn can offer, a Marshal of Zesht. These monsters also drop womb gifts, and if you take these to the Genesis Tree, they can be used to craft items to help you in the war against the Hiveborn. Given that 25 years have passed since the beginning of the war, the tree has grown and withered many times, but with each cycle it learns and expands its abilities. When you first open the Genesis Tree, you will notice these holes into which you can place your womb gifts. Each womb gift can be used to create a different type of jewelry, and must be fertilized with Hiveblood. So for example, you can place this amulet womb gift into the tree, and it will give birth to a random rare amulet. But the Genesis Tree is capable of much more. As you continue to feed the tree, its branches will regenerate, and allow you more and more control over what kind of items it will birth. So for example, this branch of the tree will allow you to control which base types of amulets can be birthed. And as you go deeper, it will even allow you to create new base types that you can't get anywhere else. Like this one, which gives you an entire spirit skill for free. Or this one, which has a rune socket in it. To the left and right are branches that will let you control which mods the amulet can get, including making sure that they're higher level, or controlling which specific mods that they will always have. With 15 points to allocate, you will have to choose wisely how you want to specialize your crafts, but it's worth noting that this tree doesn't have any cost to respecking it. You can enable or disable the nodes at any time by clicking on them. On rings, we've also added some really interesting new crafting options as well. You have a bunch of new base types like these, but you also have entire new classes of mods that can be added. The right-hand branch of the ring tree adds an entire new set of caster mods to rings. From basics like extra elemental damage for spells, or more niche options like this mod that increases the rate you gain seals for Unleash. And on the left-hand side, you can unlock an entire new set of mods for minion characters. This stuff is actually pretty important, because casters and minion builds didn't have as many slots with interesting item crafting compared to attack builds. The Genesis Tree narrows that gap. There are also trees for belts and currency. I won't go over them too much here, but there are all sorts of goodies in these too, like being able to create new catalysts for jewels, or a belt that gives lightning damage. Once you've done enough breach encounters, you may finally get a womb gift capable of birthing a breachstone. And you can then use it on the Hiveborn incursion. Once used, the true extent of the Breach Demon's foothold becomes clear. They have not only transformed the land, but constructed huge sky hives as well. When you enter the outskirts of their realm, you will discover breach hives. Using the power of the Keepers of the Flame, these otherworldly structures can be burned away when walking through them. But for each one destroyed, more of the Hiveborn will attack when you attempt to purge the hive. These encounters are particularly rewarding for womb gifts, so you'll want to do as many of these as you can. But your real goal are the sky hives deeper into the domain. These twisted creations are securing the demon's entry into our world. Inside the very center are the Breach Lords Tool and Ash, and you will need to defeat them if you want to get rid of the foothold once and for all. Now, once you've completed the questline version, there is still more to do. You will find other breach domains on the Atlas randomly in your travels. For each one, you will need to find a breach stone, destroy the Sky Hives, and defeat the Breach Lords. And doing these encounters is what will give you access to fight Zesht, the existing Breach Pinnacle boss, which you can access by communing with the Dreamer himself inside the monastery.
Zest changed.
While
Let's go.
completing the questline for Breach, you will also be gaining points for the Breach Atlas tree, and there are a lot of cool new options here. This node will cause Breach Hives to spawn outside of the Hiveborn domains on the Atlas. And this one will give Aelith additional abilities that you can use while attacking a hive. Like this one, which causes all Hiveborn in the next wave to be magic, drastically increasing their difficulty in exchange for way more items. There are also nodes that allow you to control your rewards, like this one, which adds a set of new lineage supports to the Marshal of Zesht. Or this one, which lets you control which womb gifts you will get. There's also some nodes that affect the Genesis tree, like this one, which will cause Zesht to drop his head, which when returned to the Genesis tree, will grow a grasping orchid on the side of it. You'll have to experiment to find out what this thing is good for. Putting rings on its fingers seems to make it happy.
What? What?
So that's a rundown of what you can expect from the new Breach questline. There's a new stabilization mechanic for breaches,
What? What
hive
was that?
encounters, and Hiveborn incursions on the Atlas. But you also have a huge new crafting system and new bosses as well. Alright, so let's talk about the Rite of the Nameless storyline next.
Oh my god. There's
When
more.
you first complete a ritual in the endgame, Aoife, a lost spirit, will appear. She appears to need your help, but isn't able to communicate more than a few words, beckoning you to come to the Wildwood. Like the other leagues, Ritual now has a place on the Atlas to call home. The Wildwood could be found to the west. When you first arrive there, Aoife's spirit will guide you in, where you will discover that inside the Wildwood, spirits can take physical form. Aoife has been bound to this place by the King in the Mists, and requests that you free her, but in order to do so, you will need her body, currently in possession of the King. To reclaim it, you will need to gain an audience with him. Inside the Wildwood, there are many ritual encounters to complete. Like before, in each area, triggering rituals will resurrect the nearby bound monsters to attack you, and killing the monsters will give you tribute. In addition, each ritual you do in the area will add the monsters from the previous ritual, making the encounters much more challenging the more rituals you complete. Once you've completed them, spend your tribute to get items. Now, an important change to the rewards of Ritual is that all the items in the reward window are now uniques or omens, making this league's rewards much more valuable than before.
Oh my god, what a goat.
In order to gain an audience with the Nameless King,
Oh my
you need to
God.
sacrifice tribute to him. Any remaining tribute you don't spend can be sacrificed this way to fill up this bar. Once you have enough tribute for an audience, return to the Wildwood to divine his location with the Nameless Shrine. His location will be revealed deeper in the Wildwood, and you will need to make your way to him, kill him, and get Aoife's body. Using her body, you can
Nice.
attempt to release her spirit, but this is when you learn about the true threat of the League.
Oh, here we go.
The Wildwood is built on top of an ancient prison. The King in the Mists didn't gain his power out of nowhere. He was granted it by an ancient being of darkness known as the Bodark, and the Nameless King's use of this power has been causing the prison to weaken. In order to prevent the Bodark from entering the world, a champion will need to enter its prison and beat him back, but those with a name are unable to survive there. In order to do so, you will need to transfer your name to another with a new mechanic in the Ritual League, the Rite of the Nameless.
What?
The rite will begin in a nearby forest. At first, it appears to be a regular ritual encounter, but that will soon change. The final ritual of the area will include the map boss. And defeating him will give you a piece of the effigy onto which you will transfer your name. But the ritual is still not complete. Once the map boss is defeated, the Atlas will open, and you will need to pick another adjacent map to continue the ritual. During the rite, each adjacent map will have different rewards to tempt you. So for example, If you go in this direction, you gain significantly more tribute, but if you go in this direction, the uniques in the reward window will turn into currency instead. You can also sometimes get offered specific items that will be added as rewards, so in this case, you'll have to choose if you want to get 5 Chaos Orbs or a Mage Blood. A difficult decision, I'm sure. Now, as this is one continuous ritual, the encounters in the next map won't start from scratch. They contain all the monsters that were gathered from the rituals of the previous map as well, making them harder and harder. And that includes the map boss too. You will need to defeat both map bosses in the final encounter for your next effigy piece. And it still doesn't end there. Pick another map, another reward, and add another map boss to continue until the ritual of the Nameless is complete. It will take 5 maps in all, and will be an incredible challenge. But once complete, you can return to the Wildwood to perform the final rite. Transfer your name to the effigy, adorn the crown of the Nameless King, and enter the prison. Now of course, once the Pinnacle boss is complete, the League doesn't end there.
Of course it
As you
doesn't.
do rituals on the Atlas, you can continue to give tribute to the King in the Mists for another audience. Pick another forest to begin the Rite of the Nameless once more, and this time with a harder Pinnacle boss and new unique items to find.
Oh my god.
Of course, we've also significantly upgraded the Ritual Atlas tree. Get points by completing maps in the Wildwood, and you'll be able to unlock some pretty cool nodes. Some of them affect the Rite of the Nameless, like this one, which extends its duration. You thought fighting 5 map bosses at once was hard? How about 6? Or this one, which makes maps during the Rite have more reward mods, often having 2. You also have nodes that allow things to combine with other content, like this one, which gives a chance for rituals to be created inside summoning circles, adding a random boss to the ritual encounter. There is even a node which adds a new type of possible ritual, the Audience with the Queen, which causes the Bride of the King to sometimes appear. Okay, so that's ritual.
Okay.
But let's have a look at what this means for in-game content as a whole for Path of Exile 2.
Oh, there's more.
When you include the expedition changes made by the League, we have a total of 5 new in-game storylines, each of which has a hub,
5.
crafting systems, areas to explore, NPCs, and a Pinnacle boss as a capstone. Not to mention the Masters of the Atlas storyline as well. But more importantly, you now have immediate quests as soon as you arrive at the endgame, and goals with obvious progressions that you can see how to finish.
Okay.
Each in-game questline has a progress bar that you can pop out from the side of the Atlas screen at any time.
Well done.
This shows you how far through you are, and buttons that will take you to the hubs for them. Overall, it's just a way better in-game experience with a significant number of fun objectives to complete. But just in case you didn't have enough goals, we did have one other thing that you might want to complete this league. These are called challenge leagues after all. Where are all the challenges?
Yes.
Well, players of Path of Exile 1 will be used to the fact that each league comes with a series of challenges that you can complete in order to prove that you are indeed the best. We haven't done these yet in Path of Exile 2, but it's time to change that. If you're able to complete them, you'll earn pieces of the Knight of Alder armor set. Opening the challenge screen will show you a series of 8 challenges. After completing each one, anyone in chat or in the forums will be able to see your prowess. In addition, you'll get a statue to put in your hideout showing anyone you trade with how many challenges you've completed. You'll earn the first piece of the armor set after doing 2 challenges, and the full armor set after completing all 8. So that covers all the content you'll encounter in Return of the Ancients. But what about some new tools to fight against these new pinnacles with? Well, we also have some new Ascendancy classes as well, but to introduce them, I'll hand you guys back to Mark.
As Jonathan said, we have 2 new classes to show you today, the Spirit Walker and the Martial Artist. Let's start with the Huntress's new class, the Spirit Walker. The Spirit Walker has developed an affinity with the Asmerian animal spirits.
Are they teasing us?
She is able to infuse the power of multiple spirits at her choosing. On the bottom part of the class, you will find paths for each wisp you would like to commune with, be they primal, vivid, or wild. Each one can give you different abilities that align with the stag, owl, or bear. Each ability gives you a method to become possessed by wisps of that type, and a new ability when you spend them. The stag allows you to summon stampedes when you attack. The owl grants boons in the form of their feathers, which adds extra projectiles and enhances the projectile speed of your next skill.
My god.
And the bear simply summons a giant bear companion to your side. The bear will maul, slam, leap, and do intimidating roars to debuff your enemies. Now you can specialize more into each of these wisps, but if you want to combine all three of them, then a new hidden power will be unlocked, the power of the Sacred Wisps. This node is free and enhances the quality of all three of your spirit animals. Your bear will take some of the damage you take and grant you life regeneration. Your stags will become more aggressive, leaping towards enemies.
What is going on?
And your owl-empowered skills will leave a trail of soaring ground behind them. But that's not all. The Spirit Walker has other powers beyond wisps, such as Idolatry, which can give you large bonuses for using idle socketables in your equipment. And this one, which is my absolute favorite. The Spirit Walker, having attuned herself with nature, can gain the ability to tame beast bosses, opening up a whole suite of very cool options for your build. Maybe you tame the mighty Silverfist in the jungle depths.
What?
Or maybe a three-headed chimeral beast in the chimeral wetlands.
Oh my god.
Then there's a giant frozen owl beast, Rakar, the Frozen Talon. There's so many choices. You're going to have to experiment a bunch with this one, and I'm very excited to see what bosses you all choose to have as your trusted boss companion.
All right.
Next
talk
up,
to me.
we have the Monk's new Ascendancy class, the
Yes.
Martial Artist.
Yes.
After decades of training, he has mastered 3 of the 7 Hollow techniques. Channeling Hollow Form technique allows the martial artist to create illusions of himself, which then use a skill of your choosing. Perfect for turning skills with less area of effect into ones that can
Vaulting
obliterate
impact.
packs with ease.
Yes. I tried.
Should you find yourself overly vulnerable while channeling, you might want to take Way of the Mountain, which causes you to be covered in stone when you immobilize enemies, mitigating large amounts of damage. This can even enhance your attacks too. By hardening your weapon in stone, you can deal even more damage. After taking Hollow Focus technique, you can manifest your spiritual energy into objects. In this case, bells, which will appear around the martial artist and can be shattered by any of his attacks, even ones from the Hollow Form technique earlier. Hollow Resonance technique furthers that by adding a manifested bell to your back, which rings each time you deal a critical strike, damaging all enemies around you. Through all the martial artist's thorough training, he has mastered the
Tattoo
flow of internal
runes.
spiritual energy too, and has engraved runic tattoos around his meridians. By doing this, he can gain the benefit of extra runes.
Oh.
Just open your inventory and add the runes. There is one that counts as a helmet, 2 as a body armor, 1 as gloves, and 1 as boots. Finally, your hands, the ultimate expression of a master of the martial arts. Taking Way of the Stone Fist will cause your gloves to become a new base type when equipped. Each modifier on the original pair of gloves has an equivalent, more powerful, and more impactful modifier.
Wow.
For example, these gloves add some physical damage, cold damage, lightning damage, some resistances, and life gain on hit. Now, when I equip these, they become literal fists of stone, and not only grant me a bunch more evasion and energy shield, they now also grant a lot more damage, some maximum resistances, and a significantly higher amount of life gained on hitting enemies. With all the different rune combinations you could do, and the different modifiers on gloves, there's a ton of different build options, and we're looking forward to seeing what you can come up with. Now, with so many new bosses in Return of the Ancients, of course we want to have a huge number of unique rewards. There are some pretty cool things in here, so we wanted to show you a few of them. Twisted Empyrean is a 2-handed mace made from the purest of Verisium, combined with the beast's corruption. It converts all of your mace's skills fire damage to cold, and visually does so too, turning your volcanic fissures into glacial ones. This mace also comes with its own built-in skill, Starborn Onslaught. Using Glory, you can leap backwards, throwing your mace at the ground, creating Verisium fissures, before calling behind it a storm of cold metallic bolts from the stratosphere. Next, we have Eventide Petals. An amulet that not only grants runic ward, but also comes with its own reservation skill, Midnight Zenith. This skill causes your critical hits to grant Arctic petals that hover around you. Once you have acquired enough of these petals, they will be consumed, creating a floral ice crystal near an enemy. Then, destroy that crystal to do devastating cold damage to everything around it. The Raven's Flock is a staff perfect for minion characters. Not only does it grant spirit reservation efficiency and minion damage, it also allows your minions to inflict grueling madness on hit, slowing enemies and making all other slows on them more powerful, for maximum crowd control. That's not where this item shines though. It grants a skill called Spiraling Conspiracy. This skill causes a flock of ravens to circle you,
GG's, bro.
dealing
Walking
damage over
simulator.
time to anything near them. Killing enemies, or just by standing near unique enemies, causes the flock to grow, getting larger and larger. For your POE1 players, you can think of this just like a raven righteous fire.
Yep.
That's not all, however.
GG's.
These ravens are also minions, so they fully scale with minion damage and come with their own command skill, Mad Flight. This command skill causes your flock to create a tunnel of deathly damage between a set of illusory mirrors, obliterating anything in between. Horror's Flight is a pair of gloves instilled with the purest of fear. Equipping these causes your enemies to become terrified of you. These gloves cause you to gain stacks of fear incarnate when you cull enemies. To aid in your culling, these gloves also come with the skill Crushing Fear. This is similar to the monk skill Killing Palm, except it deals chaos damage, and the amount of damage and area of effect scales drastically based on the
Nice.
power of the enemy. As you use this, gain your stacks of Fear Incarnate, which increases your culling threshold, meaning enemies become easier and easier to cull, even to the point of being able to instantly kill some monsters from full life. Sylvan's Effigy is a scepter for those wanting to run companions. It allows you to have any number of companions of different types, instead of the normal restriction of just one per type. But what makes this cool is the Asmerian Wolf companion it comes with. This is a persistent minion that bites foes to maim them, leaps to cause bleeding, and even howls to buff nearby allies.
Bro, this is a minions
Additionally,
league.
it comes with the command skill Eternal Hunt, which when used it will howl, calling on the spirits to manifest spectral wolves to ambush all foes around you.
Gazi's definitely happy, dude.
Liminal Coil is a crazy wand. It allows you to apply as many curses as you please, but those curses will have no effect. What's the point then? 2 reasons. Firstly, your spells gain a bunch of extra physical and chaos damage for each curse on enemies. Secondly, is the skill it grants called Coiling Bolts. This skill is a projectile spell that fires coiling physical and chaos projectiles with every cast. What makes this skill truly special though, is that it will split and chain through every cursed enemy, causing an absolute ruckus. See for yourself.
Another
Periphery
walking
is a unique
simulator.
bow, which utilizes all the powers of the Asmerian spirits by dealing damage of all elements. And all elements can cause all ailments. The coolest thing about
Thank
this
you, bro.
bow, however, is the Asmerian Swarm skill. These are minions that are summoned when you kill enemies. They will pursue all nearby enemies, damaging them and inflicting a debuff on them that boosts your elemental damage even further. Watch as you mow enemies down, and the swarms of Asmerian wisps aid you, melting enemies one screen at a time. The
Not bad.
Ordained is a new spear, mastering in physical and lightning damage, with high critical strike chance too. This spear allows you to leech life not only from physical damage, but lightning too. It also creates a fragment of divinity nearby periodically. What are those? Well, this spear has the skill Righteous Descent, which is an epic, divine leap, aided by angelic wings. If you use the skill when a fragment of divinity is nearby, it will become empowered. dealing significantly more damage, gaining massive area of effect, and bypassing its cooldown. When fighting a boss, let a bunch of the fragments spawn, and then just unleash your divine havoc, obliterating them.
What?
Last, but not least, we have a new unique jewel, Voices. Voices is simple. It consumes 1 jewel slot to add more. There are versions that add 2 jewel slots, 3 jewel slots, and for those who are absurdly lucky or rich, one with 4 jewel slots.
Holy shit.
Equip it and notice the slots appear next to your character's portrait in the center. One of the things we are concerned about is how long it takes for experienced players to replay through the game in each new league.
Yep.
As we learned from Path of Exile 1, one of the things that can really help is having elements in the campaign that tell you where to go, if you know what to look for. We'll cover just one example per act for acts 1 to 3, but there are many more than just these.
Speedrunners.
For example, Hunting Grounds in Act 1 is a large, sparse area, containing multiple entrances and landmark encounters. Here's an example of some of the changes we've made here. Finding the ritual encounter in this area isn't too difficult. Now after completing it, a trail of locusts will lead to the entrance to Freythorn. Just follow it and find the source of the evil. You may also find corpses of dead animals, killed and pecked at by the crowbell.
What a genius idea.
You'll notice a trail of blood leading away from them. Follow the trail and it will lead directly to the boss.
What a genius idea.
We even put a signpost on the road to tell you which way to go to find Ogham Village. In Act 2, in the Mastodon Badlands, you need to find the Lightless Caverns and track down the Abyssal. Now to make this quicker, in the level you'll find these cracks. Just follow them, and it will take you right to their lair, allowing you to find and unlock the Well of Souls.
20 minutes.
In Act 3, the jungle areas have camps of explorers to sell you items. However, they are now even more useful. By talking to the explorers, they will point towards the next area. Not only that, but it will also reveal it on the minimap, so you can know exactly where to go. These are just some examples. We plan to do more and more of these over time in order to streamline the experience.
Bro, these are not small changes.
As this is an in-game expansion, it makes sense that we would work on Atlas QOL. We've added a search box that updates live as you type. Have a specific map you want to run? Now they will be much easier to find. If there are multiple maps, hitting enter will move you from map to map. Now, making a character build in Path of Exile 2 can be pretty complex. And instead of designing a build yourself, many players enjoy following online build guides.
Correct.
We have a pretty awesome community that has built many tools over the years for designing builds, but we wanted to improve the experience of following them. So, we are introducing a new build guide system directly into the game client.
Oh my god.
Here's how it works. Community creators who write build guides can now create a new file format, a build file. Once downloaded, the builds appear in the in-game client, and selecting one will show you everything you need to know to make that build. So you can see all the passives you need to allocate, ascendancy points you need to take, skill gems you need to equip, and recommendations for all the support gems you need to use as well.
Oh my god.
For items, the build designer can specify which uniques to use in each slot, or if needed, just add some notes to the item slot to say what kind of item you need. In fact, build creators can add notes to just about any of these areas, allowing them to explain different trade-offs in context, or just give more info about how these things should be used. They can also give level ranges to each element, allowing recommendations to change over time. Great for builds that need to respec after they reach a certain level. Now, all of this is written in a standardized build format that creators can use, and we imagine that a lot of community build tools will be updated to add support for this format.
Nice.
Now that we have trade market searching built into the in-game client, we have added the ability to price check items you can find more easily. Control-Alt-clicking an item will now search for it on the trade market, showing you the current prices. For rare items, it's handy to exclude some mods, so we added the ability to enable and disable each mod so you can see what effect each one has on the price. Next up, we're going to be talking about the new supporter packs for Return of the Ancients. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Blood Reaver and Divinity packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Blood Reaver series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Let blood fuel your bloodshed. The Exsanguinator weapon effect draws the blood of enemies you've slain and funnels it into your weapons.
I called it, chat. I told you we're getting something with blood.
Turn the appearance of your endurance, frenzy, and power charges into orbiting globules of blood with the Blood Reaver charges. While your charges are active, these blood orbs will grow in size when you absorb more blood from nearby enemies. There are options to have pure blood charges, or charges that still display which kind of charge they are at their core. A taste for blood doesn't negate a taste for style. The Elite Blood Reaver armor features crimson leathers and golden accents to set yourself apart from uncivilized leeches. It also features a back attachment, fashioned out of the wing of a colossal bat. Alongside every Blood Reaver is their trusted gargoyle pet. In true gargoyle fashion, they take the form of a stone statue when you are idle, leaping into action when you're on the move again. What good is immortality if you don't have a vast mansion to come home to at the end of the day?
Oh.
The Eternal Blood Reaver supporter pack contains the Blood Reaver Manor Hideout. This exquisite 2-story estate features an organ, a grand dining table, and cages for your visitors. You can alter the walls to create as many or few rooms as you like. Last but not least, the Servant of the Manor, eternally bound to the Order of the Blood Reavers. This henchman will manage your store, so you can spend more time spilling blood.
Stop that. We won't disappoint you. But if we do, you've our permission to beat us most violently.
The Divinity Pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Call on Divinity to aid you in eluding enemy hits with the Divinity Dodge Roll effect. As you sprint, actual Divine Lightning wings will form out of your back, leaving a trail of radiance as you engage or escape from combat. For situations that are too dicey, call on the gods above to send down the Storm of Divinity portal to create a safe passage for you to retreat through. Adorn yourself with the Knight of Divinity armor set, a highly revered attire only bestowed to those deemed worthy for the divine cause. Equipping the Divine Surge character effect empowers you with a storm of divine energy. Using skills causes the storm to burst from your character, spilling raw divinity into the area around you. The Arbiter of Divinity wings are the final piece remaining to emphasize the force Divinity has over this realm.
Good.
This ancient precursor machine was found locked away in a highly guarded vault. Its original purpose is unclear, but it has been altered to fuel your maps using the pure, everlasting divinity within the statue. The pillars surrounding represent how many portals you have left for your map. This map device also tracks your progress as you complete the new Origins of Divinity storyline, added this expansion. Additionally, all microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1. On release weekend, we will also be releasing the Return of the Ancients mystery box, which will contain 2 armor sets, a set of map devices for your in-game adventures, a new tracking scroll that records the amount of currency you've gained from the currency exchange or your shop, and much more. Like a set of finisher effects and affinity stashes.
Okay.
That's not all, however. The Fragment Stash tab is finally coming to Path of Exile 2, and with it comes some tabception. Inside this one tab, there's a tab for
Finally.
your various boss key fragments. There's also a tab for all your precursor tablets, with each type of tablet getting 6 tabs of storage.
Oh boy.
Finally, there's a tab for your Jin barriers and inscribed ultimatums, both of which get their own 6 tabs. That's a lot of tabs.
So that's everything in 0.5.
Oh.
This is by far the biggest update we've ever made to POE 1 or 2. New in-game storylines, pinnacle bosses, crafting systems, items, ascendancy classes, and so much more. Now, because this update contains so much in-game content, we're doing significantly more testing than usual. For that to happen, we're taking a little longer than usual between the announcement and the release. 0.5 will be released in 3 weeks on May the 29th, with the patch notes being released on the Friday before that, on May 21st. But there's just one more thing to talk about. Now that the endgame is up to scratch, we have to start talking about our plan for 1.0 release.
Oh,
The feedback we've had during early access has been critical for making all the improvements that we'll be making to the game.
hold.
At the same time, we had to create enough in-game content to make an RPG that can call itself a successor to Path of Exile 1. Well, with 0.5, we now believe we have reached that point, and so this is going to be the last full-size league during early access.
They
That's
said it.
right. The next big update is going to be 1.0. Now, normally we would do our next big content release in August, but in the run-up to full release, our plans take a little longer on this one. As big as 0.5 is, 1.0 is even bigger. So we'll be launching 1.0 this year sometime after ExileCon. But that doesn't mean we won't be doing updates in the meantime. In this final phase, we have a lot of things to polish throughout the game and balance to improve. I'm sure there'll also be feedback about the new endgame that we need to incorporate too. The difference is that the focus is not going to be on adding more content like the previous updates, it's going to be on improving what we already have. But we still want to encourage people to try out all the balance changes and improvements that we're making. So we're going to be running a few event leagues during this phase alongside each update. Think remixes of existing mechanics or features. And speaking of ExileCon, don't forget to pencil it in on the weekend of November the 7th in New Zealand.
I
ExileCon
called
is a
it.
gathering of our players, and a chance for us to showcase everything we're working on for both Path of Exile 1 and 2. And this one will be particularly important for us, since we finally get to unveil some of the coolest content that we've been working on for a while now with Act 5 and 6. Tickets for the in-person event are currently sold out, but don't worry, all the announcements and talks are going to be streamed online for all of you to watch. Now, I'm personally so excited
Uncle
for this.
John, invite
This
me,
is the
dude.
year that POE2 comes out. The campaign is finally finished. It's been 8 years to get here, but we're finally near the finish line. And with that, it's time to move on to our live Q&A.
Bro, that's what I wanted, and people were actually negative to about my take for the mid-league events that they're gonna be doing in the middle to keep the retention. Don't ever tell me they don't care about the retention. His microphone is not working, by the way. Why always Ziggy's microphone is not working? What's happening? Everything's frozen in my end.
Honestly, it's kind of easy to talk about what's not part of 0.5, so with that very elegant segue, let's do that first. So I think some people definitely had an expectation or a hope that there was going to be a new class or a new weapon type here, swords perhaps.
Unfortunately, it's just the case that making a class is something that takes longer than a single cycle. So it was never going to be on the cards for 0.5, unfortunately. But
so it wasn't even that it was moved in this case.
No, it just wasn't. It just isn't something that we can do in that short amount of time. So it's going to have to be the next one before we're able to get.
Well, last time you guys teased like the druid and the huntress beforehand.
Exactly. Right? So it's kind of funny seeing everyone like this. Like probably the mistake we made was having a sword in the teaser for the breach stuff.
I thought it was
The
a
mistake. No, it's plural, John. Mistakes.
It's just kind of funny.
It is a shame, but it seems like you guys have kind of well, you keep raising the
No,
bar.
I
yourself
don't
as
mind.
well.
I don't mind at all.
And it's not like we're not working on it in the background, right? Like that is definitely happening.
I've been seeing a little bit of work going on there.
We're simple people from New Zealand. Like swords, they're advanced technology that we haven't quite
Right,
gotten
okay, yeah,
yet.
so we just don't understand them.
We're
Yeah.
trying to learn how they work.
Just about to get on the map, aren't you?
There's like a straight line. There's like some metal. These are complex
There's
things.
a lot to figure out there. But yeah, do you care to speak at all, like kind of what your plans are in that regard, as far as like classes and?
I really shouldn't, just because it'll spoil the reveal for that will come
Not
some of the
exactly,
time.
but like, what are you kind of hoping towards getting, like, from 0.5 onwards? In the lead up to ExileCon in terms of that? Are you hoping to get like all of the classes in the game, just one or two more or something like that?
Well, so I think that what the main focus is going between 0.50 and 1.0 is going to be more about like improving what we have, like polishing everything. And 1.0 is where you're going to get the like the big new content update. Like that's going to include the X5 and 6. It's going to include like class stuff. It's going to include like all that sort of thing. Because really, ultimately, the main goal of what of early access is like make sure that all the systems that we have in the game are good. Right, so we need to make sure the end game is good. We need to make sure that all of the the skills, just the way that combat is good, and like all the various things, like like even stuff that isn't good yet. Like ascendancy trials, right? Like there's going to be stuff that we need to do before 1.0 to get good, and so like that's kind of as long as we can get that stuff, then I think people trust that we know how to create like an act at this point, right? Like so that isn't exactly something we need to test per se, So really what we need to do now is like assuming that people are happy with the end game that we've released in 0.50. That will mean that we've kind of checked all the boxes of stuff that we need to know, and there's still stuff that we need to improve, and like that'll happen between 0.50 and 1.0. But like that's the main thing we need to be sure of. And then once we've got that, it's like now we can get the big update, the ridiculous update that is 1.0 ready.
And I heard you mentioning that recently as well, that you don't feel like you really need to get the last acts in for testing.
No. I mean,
like,
we know how to do that. It's one of those things that like look, people saw in. For like we know what we're doing when it comes to that stuff. It's just
the plan's obviously to get like those last acts in, then finish the story and have all that come out at launch
in 1.0 exactly, and that'll be the launch
conclusion to the story then. Exactly. So you have done though one extremely gigantic update here for Endgame, and it seems like you've done a lot all in one expansion. And you've got this plan to like kind of do a little bit of like some other stuff in the interim. So why did you go for this route of trying to do so much all in one instead of spreading it out over, say, a couple of expansions?
So in retrospect, maybe we should have spread it out. But honestly, the reason is because we wanted to actually make it so that like we wanted to deliver a patch where like this is what we expect the end game to be. Like this is the template for what leagues look like when they're in end game and that kind of thing. And I feel like if we'd just done a couple of them, it wouldn't have really got that across. Like it needs to be like, once again, this is what end game is, and it really is fulfilling a lot more of what we had hoped for in terms of feeling like a world that you can explore, that there's things everywhere and that kind of stuff that we had wanted for. And the other thing as well is there were just like a few things about the current end game, right? It just didn't really give you goals in the right way. Like you get to end game, you don't know what the hell to do, and a lot of players just leave right there. There needs to be the case that when you get there, like there's objectives, there's things, that feels like there's actually a storyline there, this kind of stuff, in order to entice players to actually go further than the campaign and actually get into end game. So I think that if we hadn't have done all of the leagues at the same time, it just wouldn't really have kind of gotten across what we're really going for there.
And it sounds like the plan now is to be able to focus on a little bit more polish in the lead up to ExileCon as well.
So I mean, we plan to have some more leagues, but they won't be like content, like mega expansion type leagues. Like it's more like kind of like the 1 month event type things that we've done, and that's really just because we want to be able to. We still don't want to do mid league nerfs, and so to be able to do all the balance changes we want to do, because there's a huge amount of balance still to do. In order to do all that stuff, you still need to have an economy reset. And so what we'll probably do is like more event type stuff, like remixes of existing content, but also adding stuff where stuff's missing. So for example, like we still have a lot more uniques we need to make, especially like mid-game uniques, so that kind of stuff. Like we now believe we've got the standard of where a unique needs to be in POE2 in terms of like and it's
where's Try?
In terms of being like to reach.
I'm curious to see what Try is going to tell me now.
On that, get more uniques, sort of mid game ones, that kind of stuff.
Let's go.
So
they want to add more events in the middle of the leagues.
The updates between now and 1.0, but like it isn't going to be the kind of like mega content craziness that we've got for 0.5 here.
We have a lot to dive into as far as endgame things. While people watching live get your questions in the chat for all of that. In the meantime, I want to ask ask you folks about the new league, the Runes of Aldur, which this is like an expedition rework, but it's also its own separate league. This encountering remnants, uncovering these runes throughout this storyline in the campaign, and then into endgame. And I was like, really, like, it's a lot. There's a lot of like crafting and items and reward types and systems and stuff going on here. In fact, Jonathan, you showed me this rather unhinged looking spreadsheet. Like, I was like, oh, so these are just like random rewards or something. But then you showed me this spreadsheet, like that's like the recipes of all how different runes combine together to make different things.
Yeah. We probably put too much thought into it that it honestly needed. But like, like we have to make sure that like if it's an iron rune, like what kind of stuff would be, creating that, like, that's sort of thing. Like the recipes have a lot more structure to them, and I suspect a lot of that players won't even think about. Like they'll just see list pick item, like that's something I don't really think about. But there is some thought put into that of like what things go to what recipes.
One way to look at this is this league has the most spreadsheets we've ever made. Like
that's a title line right
the other day I was looking through we have this gig, it's called like Verisium crafting or something.
Yeah.
I was looking through all the tabs, and I was like, I was on like the 60th tab, and I was like, the heck is this? I was reading all this stuff, and it said like Mark's ideas, and I was like, I don't remember coming up with any of this. I did. There's just like pages and pages and pages of crafts and stats, and just like honestly, I've lost the plot a little bit with respect to how many like different things we've made, and like it's honestly just been crazy.
Idea writing,
massive, dude, massive cooking.
Like also super bizarre. Like,
they're talking about the spreadsheets, so yeah, chat, 100% massive cooking by GG.
It's called Olroth's Legacy.
Insane,
and it's a rune that you can place.
So many things happening. I know that a lot of people are going to be slightly disappointed that we don't have a class, but I mean, I take back anything that I said about the delay. It was a well-deserved delay, I guess. They played it. They cooked, man. This league is going to be insane. 100% worth it. I agree, chat. I agree.
But it was kind of like, well, when we were designing the league, we're like, okay, we've got Kalgurans. Like, what kind of crazy crafting and magic systems would Kalgurans?
Yeah. So last league, like, 0.4, we didn't get anything apart from a class. Now we're getting everything apart from a class.
Based around like this star metal that they have Verisium, and then they like
I like that.
Words give it power and so on. So we're just kind of thinking we're using that as inspiration for all the different crafting things you have.
Blue shapes.
Yeah, all the blue runic shapes and everything. So it was just a lot of
little nuts on this.
Yeah, we went definitely. So there's so many crafting things. Like in fact, there's even more crafting stuff we had. Like, there were entire crafting benches that we have designed and practically like 80% implemented and then discarded. Like, it's just like a huge amount of that stuff.
We can do this or some other way, exactly. Cool way. Yeah. So like, because I saw that there's like, you can bench craft a thing and then it changes the unique and it has a new modifier. But now you've also got a rune that steals modifiers off uniques as well. I had no idea.
Why not?
Why not? You like making more work for yourselves these days. That seems to be a running theme. I keep saying this to you. Like, why do you do this? Like, why do you do this? Why do you make it so you have to like from now on you always have to look at all the modifiers on gloves?
100%. So yeah, because of that monk ascendancy, now every unique we ever make that's a glove unique, we have to design extra mods that it changes to.
One other axis on that. All these new runes we've added, all of them. Remember that shaman that has that whole bonded modifier on every rune that we need to also add?
Yeah.
Wow.
So does that apply to the ones that come from uniques like that?
TBD. We're going to try. We are going to try to do it. Yes, but the idea is all of them will work. Yes.
So that's like there's some really unusual ones too, because there's runes that are designed to just be put into an item to metacraft and then be replaced. Right. So
I'm really proud of that one actually, because I really like the way that it's like doing metacrafting in a more understandable way, I reckon, than what POE1 had. So you put the item in, you can start rolling different mods, but then you can take it out again by putting another rune on top. So
and
I really
guess there's going to be maybe some process where you put one of those in, do a craft, and then put another one in, do another craft.
Almost certainly.
Together.
That one's pretty cool. We got like chronomancy mods on boots. You got like a berserking themed one for helmet. There's like a kind of decay, damage over time one for gloves, and there's a few others there. So we've kind of tried to theme them as well.
Yeah, that's like even a different thing to what we've had in the past with meta mods. Like that's not just shaping how we access the current modifiers, but rather new modifier pools entirely getting added to items.
I mean, we also have that new modifier pool thing going on with Breach as well, where with the new minion set of mods and the new caster set of mods on rings and stuff like that. Like,
crazy.
But the thing is, part of the reason for this is because we really wanted to make sure. So one of the things we're in the sort of early design phase of this is we're kind of like every league needs to have something that you're going to keep, like, if you want to grind Justice League, that there's a thing that, like, a reward that, like, you can keep on, that keeps on giving, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
That there's, like, a reason to keep on doing this, like, economically. So therefore, every league has to have some kind of crafting system that you can engage with for a very long period of time. And like, we didn't quite have that, because like some of the leagues sort of had that a bit before, but now we want to make sure that every league definitely has something along those lines. So that, you know, just a reason to keep going.
Yeah, people can absolutely find like a niche, a thing, a service they provide the community or whatnot, which I quite like to see, especially the Breach Tree getting real deep cuts on some of those things that you can do there, and now with the runes and everything as well. So for the back to the runes of Eldor, you're not actually needing to like find those runes that you're inscribing on those encounters, right? Because I wasn't quite clear on how that works.
Thematically, that's how it works, but in reality, the way that you'll engage with it is when you find a rune that's sort of inscribed on a thing, then like all the recipes that relate to that rune will be displayed, except for that there's a few hidden ones that you have to do some quests to get. So there's some more quests throughout the campaign, and also some stuff in endgame that you can do to unlock a few more recipes.
Yeah, but you don't have to like physically like cart these sorts of things around.
No, there's nothing like that. So effectively, like, you're just picking from the book every time. So like, if you want to just look at this as like, you know, walk up to the object, there's some recipes, just pick which item you want. That's effectively how you can engage with it. But thematically, there's kind of more stuff going on with the way that the recipes form and how and what we decide to put in stuff.
So you showed that these remnants then, this new remnant system, obviously it shares the name with remnants from expeditions themselves.
Correct.
And in endgame it actually replaces those remnants. So you are still finding these standalone remnants from the League mechanic, like in maps as well as expeditions.
Correct. Right? So yeah, every area there'll be a remnant, and you do the sort of standalone remnant mechanic. But then when you do expeditions, all the what used to be called remnants there have been replaced by these remnants, which serve a similar purpose, because they both give you an extra reward, but also make the monsters harder. And even just making the monsters harder in itself, by the way, does add more rarity to the monsters. So like the more runes that you are adding to the fight, the more rewards you're going to get. So it's worth doing, even aside from the reward that you're picking. There's still like extra juice that you're adding to the monsters as well.
We've effectively got a more unified monster mod system now, and so anytime we're pretty much adding mods to monsters, be it now runes, and we've even updated delirium mods to apply to the same system. They all go through the same. They all add. There's like a, you know, rarity, XP, life, etc. columns, and so we're just trying to make sure that there's a you know, whereas before it's like system over here, system over here, system over here. They're different reward axes, and we're just trying to make sure it's all difficulty equals reward.
Right, and that's the key thing. Like, we always want to make sure that whatever the difficulty we're adding, we're always adding rewards in kind. And a lot of the stuff in POE2, I mean, it's been quite hard to balance it, but it's one of those things that, you know, if you get it right, then it feels right, and if it doesn't, then you kind of don't know why things feel off, and like why things is like, this thing's too hard and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So on that topic, actually, so each of these runes has its own different modifiers that it does to make monsters harder. Is that something you can kind of engage with? You're like choosing the recipes?
So when you're choosing the recipe, you're also choosing what mods effectively go on it, because each rune that you're inscribing effectively comes with, like, you know, the thing that the monster's going to do. So there are definitely situations where you might want to decide to like pick something easier because you don't particularly like this mechanic, whatever, but it means you're missing out on whatever item is in that recipe. So yeah, like the goal there is that the harder, like the rarer the item, the harder the runes are that will be, you know, the rune modifiers that will be added to the monsters.
Makes sense.
There's some pretty, like in expeditions and what we're now calling grand expeditions, because as what people knew as logbooks before.
The logbook is
the logbook is now is exploring the ocean. So,
it's actually a nice thing.
You get the cool things where, okay, let's say there's like 12 remnants and you want to get them all in the detonation chain. Each remnant you do the fight, and then one of those runes is passed on to be additive with the next. So it doesn't manipulate. So effectively, the monsters have the mods of the remnant, and then all of the next remnant's monsters have one of those runes as well as all the ones they had. So every remnant's harder than the next, getting more and more and more mods. And you can imagine if you go down 12, you know, you can have technically up to 22 extra mods, which you'll note is the reason why we don't display a whole bunch of lines of text on it, and we instead have the bar of actual runic symbols.
So you can mouse over those or something, can you? Like to see the modifiers?
You were meant to be able to, but probably not right now.
There's this thing that we'll do later, which is this pause rework. I'm going to just spoil it now because it's like one of those things that we're going to do. But effectively, the intention for frickin' ages has been, we just haven't had time to do it yet, that when you pause the game, game, you can mouse over all of the different things and like find out information about them.
Oh shit!
So the intention would be to like be able to expand all of that stuff, like so look at all buffs and explore like what exact stats they give and that kind of stuff.
Nice.
If you want to do that, we've just been planning on doing it for ages, but we didn't get around to it. But,
I've been really keen on that.
Yeah.
Do note when you are the runes do say what they do on the remnant, and when the one that moves onto the next remnant has an extra icon above it.
It's not actually moving on all of them, because I was going to say, because it's kind of like each remnant has a lot of modifiers, so it's not. Is it?
Yeah. So let's say you have a remnant with 5 runes.
Yeah.
One of them will have a symbol above it, and that one forwards onto the next remnant. And so you can do a little bit of.
You can have a crazy encounter, but the next one is maybe not as bad. You're like, oh, maybe if I just make it through that, it'll be okay in the next part of expedition.
Yeah, but then so the order of them kind of matters as well. And then, like, okay, let's say obviously each remnant gives a reward. There's a little bit of a more. If you're a juicer, so to speak, you're going to want to do a thing where you're like, okay, I want to get as many runes as possible. And so you want to kind of do things like avoiding overlaps. You want to make sure the last remnant has the most amount of runes, probably. And there's all these like different little things you can think about to try and
expedition. Then
there is, yes, and it's the kind of thing where people are like, I'm going to try and squeeze the most amount of rewards out of these out. Or if you just want to just go blow up a bunch of stuff, also that's completely fine.
On that note, extreme archaeology is still a thing with this new system, then. The giant explosion?
Not in the direct sense.
How do you mean?
Well, not with grand logbooks.
Right. Well, with the regular encounters and maps. That was always
I believe it's on one of the master nodes.
Oh, yeah, cool.
I need to double check that because I can't be sure, but I believe it is. Yes, we are.
Yeah, that was always the thing for regular expedition encounters anyway, right?
But like, obviously, you don't want that in a grand expedition because you're just like, well, okay, I'll get 1% of the island, I guess. Yeah, for the regular ones, it should be there.
Yeah, awesome.
But
cool.
If it's not,
it's funny though. Like there's also a sort of hidden amount of work that we sort of glossed over there as well in all of the like logbook islands, like what used to be called logbooks, but now the Grand Expedition Islands.
Yeah.
Like we put a lot of effort into like making a bunch of unique islands with weird shit. Like like every one of them has got like unique things to fight and blow up that like are kind of weird.
So it's not just a bunch of generic maps with expeditions in it.
Yeah. They're actually got a lot of effort put into them in terms of every one of them has 2 to 3 things that only spawn there that are interesting. So yeah, there's quite a bit there too. Like it's kind of like we didn't want to spoil too many of them because it's quite fun like finding out, oh, maybe this will explode, maybe that'll explode. There's like things like that you can do, but it's quite a fun one.
There's even like there's like special logbooks you can find now that a logbook is just you click it to reveal a section of the ocean. We have one that you can get that you can turn on, and then when you click it, all of the islands revealed have extra modifiers on them, like expedition themed modifiers, so like more explosives, more radius, and a whole bunch of stuff like that you can get late game.
Yeah, I guess kind of somewhat filling the role of how towers work in the rest of the Atlas as well, but for the islands. Like but an AoE craft of maps.
Well, but then you also have ones that reveal, like, guarantee Olroth will be there, for example. So it's like a little bit, which is a way to trade for like then getting Olroth kills.
Spicy,
of course.
Nice.
And you can always, of course, just trade for like the pinnacle boss keys themselves.
Anyway,
so,
yes.
Yeah, but
he's not the fake pinnacle anymore.
Right.
And you are actually using regular Waystone, so you can kind of juice up the expedition maps, the grand expedition maps now.
Yes, you can.
Potentially quite a bit. That's pretty juicy. It seems. I think you kind of mentioned, Jonathan, that it feels a little bit like Delve in some ways.
I want to listen to this here with you guys, and then I'm going to listen to it tomorrow morning whenever I wake up. But they are revealing pretty awesome stuff in this Q&A as well. That's why let's listen. That's why I'm trying not to speak so we don't interrupt them.
Oh, you remind me actually. So with the runes, is there modifiers like immune to fire damage and can't leech from them and stuff like that? They're just gone.
Just more traditional modifiers, and then there's a set at the top. Like there's one called Power Rune, which is the rarest. It takes every mod and makes it tier 2. So there's some meta-y ones, and then there's the ones some we showed, and there's one that causes all monsters spawned by the remnant to share a life pool. So which is actually crazy and also very satisfying.
That kind of sounds fun, yeah.
The funny thing about this is that if it had been a normal live stream where we were just doing a league, like so much more of the stuff we probably would have delved into.
Yeah,
but instead, because we had so much in-game stuff as like other things as well.
You're doing like 5 leagues.
Yeah, exactly.
So you couldn't really show any of this stuff.
Yeah. There's tons of like hidden stuff.
It's like, I can't believe you glazed over this thing where like a rune steals a unique modifier.
Yeah,
That would have been like a core system you showed off in another one.
Yeah, exactly.
Just like, oh yeah, we didn't have time. We had to cut it for time.
Well, I mean,
Like,
another one of those we cut for time was the ability to upgrade runes there's a thing that will upgrade a rune that's already in your in your gear.
Yeah, you can get like a perfect.
So you get a
rune.
perfect rune of any rune can be upgraded past the normal level that it could normally go to using one of those. Like it's called the Masterwork rune.
Rub your runes.
So there's something like that as well. Like, there's all sorts of stuff.
Which you can then do incursion, extract, and trade. By the way, just to be clear.
Yeah. Because there's the incursion room that you extract stuff.
That thing.
Yeah, so you can actually trade those, the upgraded ones if you wanted to.
Oh, yeah. And you've got another category of ones that absolutely can't be removed, and I assume not with that either.
Yeah. So that's like the dual socket thing and stuff like that.
It's almost like vialing an item that's done.
Yeah.
This is where you're going to get the weird economy where the upgrader item is for some reason cheaper or something than the rune that's taken out of that. There'll be some weird, someone's extracted a perfect rune because that's like an abnormal thing you got to do incursion, and the upgraded item is like for some reason going to have a weird price differential to the rune. It's always
going to be a wild economy. I mean, not to mention just like 100 new runes in general. That's kind of like rather a lot, isn't it? It's a lot of runes.
It's a few. Yeah, I think it's 160.
Yeah. 160 now.
Yeah. But it is the runes of Elder, like
that's right.
If we didn't have some runes in it,
exactly.
Yeah, it'd just be Elder League otherwise.
And that's not even all. Like there's the alloy crafting too, which is like we're gonna make a version of their essence crafting because of course
exactly.
Yeah. So, do you view this league just as like it was a crafting focused league from the outset? But
we knew that. I mean, the Verisium stuff, like they're known as like a whole culture of blacksmiths and like doing stuff, right? So they're gonna, they're gonna do some crafting.
Do you think there is like a too much for crafting options, or is there some way that this is like kind of segmenting out that makes it feel like it's still manageable?
Well, I'd like to think it's manageable. Honestly, I find the rune stuff. I mean, you can always add more socketable type things like this because every time you find one, it's just a thing in itself. And by the way, this is one of the reasons why we steered away from like too many crafting bench type things. We've got like mega lists.
Yeah.
It's honestly way cooler to find an item and then like, okay, now this is a physical thing that I've got. So yeah, like that.
Yeah, I mean, if you'll notice the Verisium Metallurgy one we have, the rune smithing, rune forging, whatever the names we ended up going with. It's just, here's your input, here's your output.
Exactly.
That's it.
So that one can be simple. You don't need to have the giant. And I think that the giant lists are part of what scare people off from crafting as well.
Yeah.
So I think doing it the way we've done it here is honestly more new player friendly than the kind of than the giant list you feel like you need to understand when you see it.
Yeah, but of course, as these things go core, we'll see what works, we'll see what doesn't work, we'll see what worked in endgame and didn't, because again, once the things are core, how they appear in the campaign, you don't know. Maybe these things work really well in the campaign and need to be pulled into a system that's more campaign friendly without having to have remnants in every area and stuff like that. So it's always nice to keep an eye on that and see what works, what's good for onboarding, what's good for campaign progression, what's all of that kind of stuff. I mean, honestly, all of this stuff, if you're using it all, you're going to be significantly more powerful in the campaign. We have a bunch of those kind of purple runes, those powerful runes appearing throughout the campaign that you can get from the remnants as well, and like they do.
Was that even in the live stream? The purple.
Some of them were, I think. Okay. But like there's the rune for bows that gives you 50% chance for an additional arrow, and like that. It's not like that's end game. That's just early. Now, of course, you're going to get the thing of like, do I want to use it early or do I want to save it till late? Because it depends on how many you get and all of that. But like, the power is there if you need to use it and if you want to use it. So it's kind of up to you. And if they're abundant enough, go free.
But to go back to your original question as well, we do sort of want to make sure that each of the crafting systems does like have specific domains most of the time. Yeah. So in the case of the breach one again, that's about jewelry crafting. If you're into like these specific things, and in particular, you've got the caster and minion stuff as well.
Yeah.
So you're kind of looking at that and you're like, okay, like if I need to cast, create some minion jewelry, then like this is the league I'm playing. But then if I'm not having to create that, then I don't have to necessarily understand that one. So we do try to we're trying to make sure that it's not like for every single item slot or every single use case you have to know about every crafting system. Like there are specific ones that can help with specific areas.
Yeah, okay. And you can look into that. And that does divide it down a little bit more.
Yeah,
Make it a bit more
that's kind of the intention.
chunks.
This was actually one of those things we discussed way back in the early days of POE2 about how we would differentiate crafting from POE1, is like try to have a little bit more segregation of the different crafting systems and different item slots.
Yeah, exactly. So you've also got this other crafting system in this, because we're not finished through that list yet. But, so you can use rune forging to upgrade items, including unique items, to like increase their base damage, or give maybe some armors new rolls with ward and things like that as well. This is like another route to modifying uniques, which you've been doing a little experimenting a bit more with over time. And this has an ability to change affixes on uniques as well, right?
Correct. So the changing affixes part, I believe, is mostly the Kalguran uniques where it does that. Is that not correct?
Can you tell what is a Kalguran unique?
We are going to add a way for you to tell what's Ezomite Kalguran, because Val for the other one as well. For the weapons, it's mostly about increasing the base damage to make it so that a low-level unique can actually be something you can use in endgame. Because there's obviously a lot of uniques there that are interesting, but not viable for endgame because they just don't have the damage. So that's kind of like one of the main things we're solving. And then for the armors, it's all about like being able to make that ward versus other defense trade-off as well. For the Kalguran uniques, what we've tried to do is have that, because most of the Kalguran uniques are endgame, right? That's just drops from Olroth, drops from the new Pinnacle, a few others, and we've tried to have multiple outcomes for them, and you don't get to pick. So, for example, there's a new shield being added. And it is a strength dex shield, so armor evasion, and it comes with raised shield, and it has some mechanics around that. In the Verisium bench, you can put it in, you can craft, and it can turn into a full ES base, a full evasion base with parry, or a full strength base with raised shield. So you can, if you want to get away from it being hybrid, and like that's just one example. Now you might have to get a few of them to get the one you want. Deal with it. But for all of them, that's kind of the idea. Is like some are just mods, some are a bit more transformative.
Chat. For crafting.
Did
you hear what he said?
There's a weapon, and one of the outcomes might be that it's just higher damage, slower speed. One of it might be that converts all of its damage to lightning, like it's got a Tempest theme. One of it might be that, there's like just a whole bunch of different stuff like that, and like some of them are a bit more niche, some of them are a bit more spike. But the idea is that there's generally we're going to try and aim for 3 different outcomes for every Kalguran unique. There are some other niche cases. I don't want to like spoil them because by the way, there's more crafting things. I'm just not going to tell you because they're secret.
Okay.
I'm getting all my secrets in. But I hope people can find them out and enjoy it. But yes, there are some other things as well that are a bit more out there. One that isn't so secret, but like there's the kind of the questions of like what happens if you try and add runic ward to something that has no defenses to begin with. Tabula rasa. Like there's like weird things where it's like, what happens when you convert nothing into something? I don't know, so
divide by 0.
And then there's some other weird cases as well. So yeah.
Interesting. Well, there's going to be a lot of exploration and tinkering, and it seems like a long tail of discovery for this league as well. Like months in, people might be still discovering stuff. So that's it's pretty exciting to hear. With the uniques in general, like I think this crafting, the ability to modify uniques, change how they work a little bit, has been pretty popular. Do you feel like, are you worried at all about like losing the identity of uniques, or what makes them uniques, or what is the feel of a unique, or do you have kind of like an idea of how you can maintain that?
I think that it'll be possible to break that, but I don't think that we have here, because at the end of the day, the uniques are still like each serving a specific purpose, and that is different from rares and how they work. So I think it is okay. Like what I wouldn't want to do is just be like, oh, now a bunch of rare mods can spawn on uniques. Like I'm not a fan of that at all. So as long as we're not doing that, I think it's okay. I mean, like we do push the boundaries. Even just the fact that uniques have socketables that go in them kind of changes things a bit. But I think a lot of the time when you do that, you're not really looking at that as like the unique has got random mods. It sort of feels more like it's just an extra place for things to go in your character. So I think it still works in terms of the flavor of what a unique is supposed to be.
Yeah, it feels like a separate layer. I guess a lot of the time you are changing one unique modifier for another unique modifier that's like a twist on the original concept, so it still retains that identity. For sure. Quite a lot there as well. So, kind of like transitioning. Oh wait, first I did want to ask about the Runic Ward thing. So Runic Ward obviously has undergone a bit of a redesign, a bit of a concept change here. It's now a layer under your life. How did you arrive at this design? Kind of what's the reason for it?
Well, once again, we were thinking, okay, we want to be able to make a magic system that feels like it's fundamentally different than what you'd have on Rayclast. We were trying to think like, okay, how do I say this? So, I feel like I've lost myself here, but like I guess it is really just coming, something that feels a little bit different. And we wanted to make colorless skills, right? We wanted to make a thing where these skills can be used across classes. So all of those skills we want to be used. But we didn't really feel like we would be able to use an energy system that wasn't independent of the existing ones that we had.
Right. Yeah.
And so then we're like, okay, if we make something here where you get to be able to trade some level of defensiveness for offense because you're spending effectively part of your life pool, then we'd be able to make a system there. But we probably couldn't have used life, because if we'd done that, there's so many other things that like are going on with life that wouldn't have really been able to, that wouldn't have been able to work. So hence, Ward. I mean, it's just a completely different thing than what Ward was in POE 1. We just sort of used the term, but it means something completely different in POE 2.
I think it's just a significant upgrade from POE 1's, just like kind of one-shot energy shield. I mean, that was like hard carried by uniques. Whereas this is a way more, just applicable system. You can just have a little bit of it, and you're just happy to have a little bit of extra life. Effectively, works way better in the campaign. Works just as more of an isolated system, and doesn't need to have like, okay, here's now 4 unique mechanics, and now my ward is a build, which is fine. If it's all in-game, that's fine, but like you were talking about having something in the campaign here, a full league and a system we want to engage with and get some, borrowed power out of via these skills and whatnot, and so, it just works a lot better.
One thing I should mention with the ward is that in the early base types, it's usually strict upgrades. Like if you're during early in the campaign, you're not trading off anything, you just get extra bonuses. But as you get into the end game, that's where those bases start to be like, okay, in order to have more ward, we're going to be trading off your other defenses. And that means that when we finally do potentially move it into core, it's going to be like, it'll be a question of like, do I want to go for it? Like, it's not going to be something mandatory, because if it had just been always additive, it would have been that every single person needs to put ward on every single base type, and we don't want it to be that way in the end game. We want it to be, once it gets there, it's like a choice of like, do I want to engage with this, do I not want to? So that was kind of an important consideration there at the end.
We've actually also handcrafted every outcome. So every single, like, generally how you would expect this kind of thing to be done. Here's the formula, it converts. Right. We've just gone and said, nah, like, let's do it manually for everything, which means it was a metric amount of metadata to add.
Every base type we add has to have the ward, the rune-crafted rune forged version.
At endgame, you get some cool stuff where base type A might become very, very heavy on runic ward, where base type B might have just a little bit, and some are in the middle, and some sacrifice a bit more defense where others don't, and then the same with the uniques. You're getting like crazy different outcomes where, it's a similar thing. It's like, what is Calm's Heart going to do? What's Brass Dome going to do? There's like different kind of things that people are going to play around with, and it's like, is it worth it? And the good thing is you can, of course, see the outcome before you do it with these non-random ones on armors. I
didn't realize that.
When you have both the slots, if you mouse over the right one, it will show what you're going to get, except for like those Calgary and unique outcomes, like I said. So that's a bit more special. But most of the time, you can see what you're going to get. So if you're just like, oh, no, I don't want to lose that armor, then don't lose that armor. So but there's some crazy stuff. You'll get some runic ward stackers, you'll get some people that just have a supplemental amount just to stack, maybe just enough to use a skill or just enough to use a support, and you'll get people who are just trying to spam the skills as much as they possibly can. You'll have some people who have low amounts stacking higher regen of it, and like all kinds of stuff is the goal, all done via the metallurgy, the runes, the different skills, like the whole suite is there, so there's just all kinds of stuff you can do.
Yeah, and on the topic of the Kalguran skills, this is like, especially because this is like something that gets asked all the time, is like, can we have more weapon agnostic skills? Things that kind of like blur those boundaries a little bit now that you've got those established. What's the design process or the goal, or how you're approaching? So it's a little bit tricky
because we have to make sure that these things are going to be things that can be used across classes. Like, I don't want to just be like, okay, this one's only for like one particular character, and it needs to kind of span them, and that means they tend to need to work with things like existing debuffs and existing buffs. We've got one that generates like. Sorry, they've got various things that like that just play with all of those different mechanics.
Yep.
So like the example we gave in the presentation of like converting fire to frost fire, like that kind of thing. Like there's a lot of different builds, a lot of different character classes that'll be able to play with that.
Yeah.
And ideally, that means that it can just open up the different. Like different ways to be able to synergize between different mechanics all over the place. And then because they spend ward rather than some other resource, it means that there's no issue there either.
Yeah, they potentially slot into any build and don't have attribute requirements or colors.
That's the other thing, of course. Yeah, they don't have strength, dex, and attribute requirements. They just have level requirements.
Yeah.
So that way,
the Calgurans are a little bit more ahead of Ray class times, it seems. Oh well.
There's a bit more of a technological magic, isn't it?
Yeah. It's cool that it's often the case when we add these things, it can feel a bit shallow. Like it can feel like here's this whole new magic system, but only there's this little amount. Whereas here, I feel like we've actually gone, here's this whole magic system, like here's a taste of it, and like in some cases, like sure, 25 skills now, we'll see what happens later, and like there's things to expand on, unless they're of course terrible, in which case they never existed, you know what I mean? But I mean for the long-term health of the game. But you get this thing where it's like it really feels like, with respect to the Calguran magic, the Calguran technology, we're just like getting further and further and really learning more and more about how these people gain their power, how it's different from everything on Rayclast, and like it's honestly been just quite cool. And like Runic Ward, as I said, it feels way more than just like, it feels pretty core. Like it doesn't feel like this like just secondary thing. Not that you have to do it, it's not mandatory, but it feels core when you do engage with it, which is very cool. And I wouldn't say we've gone this deep into like a extra resource system and thing like in any league ever before, not in this regard. So
yeah, it's like usually just like some map thing, you collect petals or something.
Yeah.
Seems a bit more engaging than that, a bit more fundamental character builds. Okay. Well, it seems like that's something you would probably want to keep long term then as well, like as long as it works.
Yeah, I mean, if it works, then we will.
Yeah, if people like it ultimately. Since we're talking a lot about gear, just kind of zooming out to a bit broader picture, some outstanding issues from our last meeting. If I consult the minutes here, plus skills is often brought up as something that's has a very high level of impact on your gearing choices and can feel for some, I think, a bit restrictive, as just because it's so much stronger than other.
We did have a big conversation about that. I can't remember what we finally decided on there.
Yeah, it's one of those dexterity-like conversations.
Yeah.
I think we are trimming a few levels off the top.
Yeah, that's right.
Or more so.
Yeah.
More so, we're trimming some off the top and moving some of it up so that there's still a high-level mod. But doing that for the weapon mods. But like, there's more to do here, for sure. I would say that given the like this league in particular, like I remember we started it and we were like, here's all the things that we've discussed we need to fix, we need to do all this, and then it was like, oh, and here's the like 8,000 other balance runes and crafting systems and everything we want to do and new classes, and it was like new versus existing having a bit of a conflict, and we were so I wouldn't say we got to do as much of the balance fix up to a lot of the stuff we've discussed previous that we wanted to do here, but as you were talking about at the start of the Q&A, like that is and what Jonathan said is that is a lot of what we want to do, while we have the team making the acts.
Yeah,
like that's a different kind of balance. We don't have, you're not adding runes and crafting systems to the acts in the same way,
Which
right?
means that those designers are freed up
team.
Freed up to be able to work on all of those kinds of larger balance concerns.
You can pretty much do some balance leagues between.
We do, exactly, and we do have a big list of stuff we want to change there. Like there's a lot.
It is a list,
which isn't to say that we didn't do some balance for this.
I expect you to do almost none on this one, given the scope.
No, there's definitely some. There's some important ones too.
Which we'll cover a few of those.
We've got some Chronomancer stuff. There's we're doing a bunch of stuff, but honestly, it just is as much as we can, to be honest. Like we're not sitting idly not doing it, but like I understand that there's a few things which I assume you're going to bring up a couple others that are left unresolved, and
certainly
hopefully maybe one of them's resolved, we'll see.
Well, the next one was Rarity, reprising our earlier discussions on Rarity from the last Q&A.
Oh, here we go.
Where you were saying that you were eager to at some point remove Rarity from the
I am interested in doing that. It's still a question of what we can replace it with, but there is one other change to talk about around that is a bit more subtle, and I don't know whether it will matter or not, but one of the things we identified, I mean, look, the thing people often say with Rarity is they just don't want it to give currency.
Yeah,
that's like a common thing that they'll say. Like people who say they want to keep Rarity, they'll often say, "Oh, but it should. You could just remove the currency from it, and then it'll be okay." So what we were thinking about is like, there's a sort of market dynamic that goes on in POE1 but hadn't been going on in POE2 so much, where people couldn't really respond in POE2 to the market by like picking the reward type that they would like to get as much.
Yeah.
So in POE1, it's like if currency is becoming more valuable, you can respond to that by farming leagues that give you more currency. And if uniques are becoming like more valuable, then you can respond to that by farming more uniques and that kind of stuff. So there was like a little bit of an aim here to make it so that the league's a little bit more like by picking what league you're also picking more of what types of rewards you want to get a little bit better, which can mean that like if there's a gap in the market, you can fill it that way, and that should result in like more price. We're getting total economist here right now, but it'll mean that people can respond to the price signals that the market is giving them by farming the correct thing to like get the thing that like the market is valuing more right now.
So we're actually seeing that phenomenal difference between the two games on like the economic statistic level.
Well, I think it's not so much looking at the statistics, but just realizing that like without the ability for players to do that, it can mean that you can get endless inflation in one thing because people aren't able to respond to that by effectively getting more of that thing to drive the prices down again. So that kind of stuff actually can matter. And so one of the things we have been doing is making it so that here's a league you can farm more to get more of this thing. And like even with regard to something like Breach, because you can pick there's mods for picking what type of womb gift is going to drop more often. You can be like, okay, if currency is more valuable right now, I'm going to pick that one. That's I'm going to have that tree be the one that I'm getting more of, and that kind of stuff. So it's like giving a little bit more control over what the rewards are, which should actually lead to a bit more price stabilization here as well. But we'll see how that works. Like I don't know whether that's actually one of the things, but it does seem related to the fact that in POE2, since rarity effectively boosts everything, it meant that that mechanic wasn't letting it be one of the levers that people could use to respond to the market that way.
Yeah, exactly. You were just going to do it because it was clear.
Sorry guys for turning into an economist all of a sudden, but it's like
I like it.
It's one of those things.
I think it's just ignoring the whole economy aspect. It just gives players agency to target what type of loot they want anyway, right? How is that not just straight up better for like, here's what I need, here's what I want, I'm going to go get it, and here's the different levers I have to be able to achieve that, be it via choosing a different league, be it by choosing different multi-choice atlas tree things within that league, be it by picking a certain master and taking a certain Atlas Master skill that changes the rewards of one of the leagues. Like there's many different axes here, which is very, very cool to just be like, all right, we're going to try and get the best out of the uniques today, or I'm going to try and target farm this or that. And like, it's just a win, even if you're just like, I don't care about inflation and all of the trade and all of that. Like it's just good. So win-win on that regard, hopefully, assuming
but
the economy
in saying
adapts.
that doesn't necessarily mean that we're like happy with how item find stuff is. Like there still might be changes.
Yeah, correct.
Well, it sounds like you're still eager to replace that.
Yeah, I am.
Given that you can find the
it's one of those things that's surprisingly hard, alongside Leech, alongside decks and various other things like the forever topics that always seem to come back and to haunt us every time.
Yes, keep you awake at night. Since we're talking economy and inflation, is that something you guys are kind of like interested in looking at in some way, like sinks for exalts or divines, or kind of managing that sort of stuff, where you just kind of like see what happens?
This is a weird one because some of the perceptions that people have about like what each thing means can be backwards from what people expect. But I do think that that's gonna come down to that sort of ability for people to respond to the market. I think that's going to help. But as I said, we'll see. If it doesn't help with that stuff, then we'll revisit it and see what happens.
More sinks for exalts is an inevitability for sure. It will occur at some. It just kind of has to. Sinks for divines. I don't know, find Mage Blood, see what happens.
I was like, you have something in the works for that one. I don't know how you do.
Good luck.
Yeah, wait and see with that. On the topic of crafting, are there any, with all this new stuff, are there any changes to like the existing stuff of crafting, like how the crafting systems work, the currencies work? How happy have you been with the introduction of Greater and Perfect orbs?
I would just say that Greater and Perfect are too, especially Perfect is just too common. Like we're probably going to have to nerf the drop rate.
Especially transmutes and orgs. Yeah.
And because effectively it's sort of being a problem in that kind of early in the end game crafting is like probably a little bit too easy. So we'll probably nerf the drop rates of some of that stuff a little bit. I think it's probably just a little bit too far. Like not to make them like impossible.
Mostly transmutes and augmentations.
Mostly transmutes and augments. So it was just making it a little bit too easy. Yeah. So
I guess the outcome of that is that they become the norm like immediately, right?
Sure. So there'll probably be a change there. But I think that it was just making it a little bit too easy to progress in that early end game part there.
All right. Now I'm going to hit you with, I usually do this at the end, but right now, a surprise QOL UX round. So you've got this in-game build planner, which is an awesome addition. Very excited and kind of surprised that you did that as well. It's a huge leap over what you tested in the past. That kind of went away for a while, which was like the ability to plan passives.
Yeah.
So I guess that was the reason why that went away, since you had a bigger project in mind. I'm curious, when you take a different angle on this, what don't you want to do with this? Like, where is the line of where you don't want this to? Because this is something that helps like players a lot. It's very in-game.
Right. Well, some people have asked us, like, you know, are you going to suggest builds? Like, is GGG going to be like, here's some builds to play and that kind of thing? And I don't want to be doing that. I do want to leave it to the community to decide what is that stuff. So that means we're not going to be like, what I don't want it to be is like, okay, you like join the game for the first time and the game's like, pick a build, you know, like, that isn't how it should work. Like, it needs to be that that most, look, I know that a lot of players wanted to follow build guides, and that's absolutely fine. We want to give as good of tools as we can for that. But at the same time, like, I still want the desirable theory of the game to be that you join the game having never played it before and you just explore and find the stuff that's interesting. So, you know, but then like if you're already going to a website to find a build guide, then at the point you've done that, like we might as well make that as easy as possible for you to do and follow and all that sort of thing. So
we've actually made sure to keep it hidden unless you know to do it.
So unless you basically
like, you don't open your passive tree and it's like load files and you're like, what the heck is going on here?
Now I should mention that we didn't put it in the live stream because we weren't like 100% sure that it would be there, but it is being worked on right now that there's going to be like a one-click solution for getting a build from a community website, right? So the idea is like, you know, a community website can put a like a link, and when you click the link, it'll just add it to your account.
Like with filters, like what?
Yeah, exactly like with filters, right? So then it can just add it to your account, and that way you don't have to screw around with files or anything. And that's important for console players as well because they obviously can't put files on the console. So basically they'll be able to, you know, add it to their account just like an item filter, and then now it's just going to appear there.
The trust.
Then will work.
I know right now you have to have a real trust in your filter creator. Because they can just hide mirrors. So hopefully your build creator, hopefully your build creators,
right?
So April 1st, your build creator just completely just changes your build randomly for a day.
But the documentation for how to do the build files should be going up today-ish.
Nice.
And that means that what I'd expect to happen, although obviously it's up to them, like the various community projects like Path of Building and that kind of stuff, to all like adopt that and make it so that you can so that you can export a build from those tools, and then, you know, then the creators can, you know, create websites showing those off and that kind of thing, and, you know, like that kind of stuff is what we'd expect to.
Yeah, it just improves the actual like physical act of like having a build guide and implementing that and using it for people who are. That's awesome.
And if we also find that like build creators are interested in adding notes to more places, like we tried to get everything we could think of, but you know, there might be places where you like, you know, because the idea is like anywhere where a creator wants to be able to say like, here's some more tutorialization that they want to add. The idea is that they can kind of do that.
I love that.
You know, like that's the sort of.
I can tell people to upgrade their life flasks for life flasks that heal more life. Than
for sure, exactly like the example we had in the video.
Love it. It's very true. People overlook it. So another one from our outstanding minutes is the mouse and keyboard and controller hot swap.
I know, and it's becoming a running joke at this point of like people promising it every league and then not delivering it. And the annoying thing about it is that it's one of those things that like someone will work on it for like there's a surprising amount of code to do to change it, but then every time it's like the guy, like someone will work on it for like, you know, a month or something, and they'll be like, oh shit, we've got this urgent league UI that needs doing, and then they get derailed. But I promise this time is the time that we will get it for 1.0.
I took him for the fragment tab, sorry.
Yeah, it is actually legitimate.
But also not
legitimately
sorry. But not sorry because the fragment tab's kind of, I want it and I need it.
Yeah, but it's like, I think there was a bingo card that you saw where you're like, so many people want this.
Yeah.
Fragment so you can actually blame the bingo card makers.
I guess so.
Hot swapping was on there too. I had my hand over it. I was like, look, they want the fragment tab.
I see.
Really what I mean is I want the fragment tab.
Another one that I haven't mentioned before, but revisiting, is visibility issues. So skills, I think, are being designed to look as cool as possible under normal circumstances a lot of the time. Like the artist, I imagine, is working on them in that situation. But then they can become extreme on endgame builds, right? You're adding like 10 extra projectiles and screen size AoE scaling and attack speed. So I think like a good example is Explosive Grenade. Phenomenal looking skill, immensely satisfying. Sounds, visuals, but now we've got like grenade nova projectiles with totems firing out multiple of them at
Yeah, it
rapid
can get
pace.
pretty extreme. It can get pretty extreme.
You got to put your sunnies on, man.
I know.
It's funny when I'm streaming, you can see the face just light up whenever you toss a grenade.
It's one of those things where, like, you know, over time, ideally, we're able to just improve the situation with regard to effects. I mean, we do have some systems for limiting this kind of stuff, like to prevent certain particles from spawning.
I was wondering if like some sort of dynamic culling effect.
We do have stuff like that, but it's one of those things that it's easy for it to get left till the end and then not done, because the effects artists are obviously optimizing for what looks good. And whenever you're like, you know, if effects artists come to me and like, hey, what do you think of the skill? It's not I tend not to be like, okay, now let's see it when there's like a bajillion of them, you know, like, and like that's one of those steps we should probably take at some point. But it's like we do have systems for it. It's just, you know, a matter of like spending time working on it, and it's the kind of thing that just over time will slowly
It
improve.
honestly is a time problem.
Yeah,
like we do, it gets tested internally. It does get reported. There are issues, tasks that are made, and they say, help my frame rate, help my eyes. It does say that, and 100%. And then it's like, I could optimize this. I don't quite know how, and a few people have to collaborate to do it.
We definitely do fix the worst
Okay,
cases. Like
they're talking about performance fixes and the FPS and everything.
But
all right, here's my final take with all of this that we just discovered tonight, which is insane amount of
And here's the
leagues
thing,
later.
Stuff.
sometimes
Crazy.
it is the balance that's the problem, right?
If
And then so
anybody
that can be a
is
bit tricky
disappointed
when it's
with
like, how
this
do you know, is this an
because there's
engine
no new
task,
class,
an art
I
task, is it a
understand
balance
you.
task? And
that's,
if anybody's
that's the funny thing about it as well,
disappointed with
because all of those sorts of
because
issues
of the end
have
game
to actually go to a
changes,
game designer.
I don't understand.
Because they're the
you.
ones who can decide, like,
This
is this
is
even acceptable in
literally
the first
a
place?
brand
And that's like a
new
sort of a very tricky
game.
thing. So like we did do some nerfs in 0.4, I believe,
my
to
opinion.
some of the grenade spam stuff that you could do. But then I believe there were some other mechanics added.
Oh, I didn't even lower that. Sorry.
Again, so, you know,
Okay.
It was,
yeah.
it was like slightly
Yeah, sorry. Okay, so as I said before, if anybody is disappointed about 0.5 because there's a new class, I completely get it. Because you want something new, you want to try something new, whatever the case is, I understand it. They built the hype,
Ruin something there that I'm not, you know.
whatever. However, when it comes down to endgame changes and what they need to do, if you're disappointed with the endgame changes, I personally don't agree. That's my take. I think they cooked. I think they had back-to-back positive and genius ideas, goated ideas, really good stuff. But again, it's not going to please everyone, which is okay. It's absolutely okay.
We've actually added a lot of options for UI scaling in like different areas now.
It's okay. Yeah, it's fine. It's literally, we always say it. You can never, ever satisfy everyone. And I'll give you a good example. If they fixed 90% of the game and they didn't bring a class, there will be some people who would be disappointed. If they brought all the classes and they didn't do the end game, the majority of people would have been disappointed. If they fixed the end game and brought a class, but they didn't touch crafting, some other people would have been disappointed. It's just never ending. So it doesn't matter. If you're one of the people that is disappointed, it is what it is. If you have your reasons, you have your reasons. I don't. If you're disappointed with the end game, I don't like the only thing that I can think about that I might potentially say as a negative for what I've. But again, I'm tired. I need to look at the whole thing tomorrow and make a decision, sleep on it. I think it's too beginner scary, if that's even a term. That's the only negative that I can think of. I think it's a little bit overwhelming. It's a little bit too much. It's a little bit min-maxy for beginners, for starting players. That's the only thing that I can ever, that I can think of right now. I need to sleep on it as well, as I said, but that's the only thing.
Excellent. There's one for you to look forward to. Before we jump into the end game, let's talk a little bit about.
I'm not asking for big. Yeah, but AccuTrust, I completely understand. I was following your guys' conversations, but what you're asking for, do you understand that you are in the minority of people who are asking for that specific thing? I'm not saying you're in the minority of being disappointed. It's not a diss of any kind. It's not a negative thing to be in the minority. It's fine. I was in the minority for wanting mid-league upgrades or events. It's fine. But how many people want a leaderboard? I don't think it's every single person or the majority. I think it's the minority, which is a very specific thing. I mean, we literally just got 80% of the end game completely 180.
That's the secret, isn't it? That's the secret sauce there.
We cannot just throw that all in the bin because we don't have leaderboard. You have a brand new challenge, which is the challenges, by the way, the achievements that we never had. So many things, man. So many things.
Slightly longer than one was before, so like it doesn't feel like a complete compromise of that, but like it is definitely shorter than what it was. There's just stuff like that all through the game, and then there's some counterintuitive things that we've done. Like in some cases, you want to take an area and that was linear and actually make it non-linear, but with wayfinding, right? Because if something's linear, there's literally only one path to go. Like it entirely depends on what your clear speed is to get from one end to the other. Whereas if something is more open, but then you've got things that point you where to go. It's like if you know what those are, now you can get through it faster. But if you don't know what they are, it's still like an area that's going to take you a little while to get through.
Giving the possibility of a shortcut.
Exactly. So things like that can actually be something kind of counterintuitive that you can do. Because a lot of people just assume, like in order to make it shorter, the way to do it is just make the levels smaller, you know. But that would compromise the first time experience. So it really is about like, you know.
Are you going to make a summary video? Yep. Yep. I will.
If you were playing for the first time.
Yeah,
I will.
Even like the jungle.
I mean, we got. I don't want the. We got price checking in game, guides in game, challenges, 2 new ascendancies. Every single mechanic in the game reworked. Like the old 4 ones got reworked. And then Abyss and Temple are going to be affected. Actually, Temple I'm not sure, but Abyss is going to be affected. A shit ton of the uniques, a shit ton of runes. 4 different ways, 4 different crafting systems in their own respective way. Oh man, your summary video needs to have its own summary. I know. So many things, man. I said one thing before, and it's actually a really... I'm going to repeat it again. This is my opinion about 0.5. Last league, you didn't get anything apart from a good class. This league, you're getting everything apart from a class. Literally everything.
That final place, like where it was. But now you know, like, oh, if I find those type of monsters, that means I'm getting near the place where the, you know, where that.
We've done that in a few places. So like, a density of monsters increasing, or more so, the other types of monsters phasing out as well. So an introduction of an abnormal monster, or one that's not natural to the rest of the area, or in some cases one that's natural to the area, and then you get to a section where now only those monsters are there and all the other monsters aren't spawning. For example, the snakes in Keth.
Yep.
Right around Kabbalah's section, the boss there is only Serpent Clan. You don't get the other
if you want to find Kabbalah, then you run in the direction where there's more snakes.
Yeah.
You know, like that kind of stuff. So yeah, that is it. I don't know if we'll get it all perfect in one go, but we're going to be doing a lot more of just that sort of stuff all through the campaign.
We definitely got more to do, and we're just going to keep going.
Excellent. Good stuff.
And also what we're finding is it's just adding more flavor to the areas. It's adding more identity. It's adding more interesting things. And it's just an upgrade overall and on every axis.
I had a little bit of hands-on time, and I was especially a fan of the Yogam.
Okay, so, guys, I don't think they're revealing more stuff going on here. They're just chatting. I'm going to watch the whole thing again on repeat and make sure I get the transcript so I can see what's happening and what they said. Because they did reveal a few extra things here and there, but it's not that much.
Believable, realistic area.
Let's discuss a little bit more about what just happened here.
On the leveling topic,
so far,
somewhat often is this idea of like
I got these right here. The green ones, I'm not sure if they're going to do anything. Obviously, Act 5 is not coming. I don't know if they're going to nerf this or this. They haven't said it. We're going to see in the patch notes.
Recently, I saw some interesting reasons why people don't like this. And that's the idea that you sometimes spend hours leveling.
And I wrote a couple of things here
all the way through to Act 4 on some other
with notes, whatever I could while we were watching.
You know, your top tier ice skill there. So I have to imagine you're like a fan of having that like long tail of progression. But there are other reasons why you kind of like want this spread, and how do you feel the idea of compressing, I don't know, maybe the main skills down to the first 30 levels or something?
That's actually not something that I've had come up before in terms of being a problem like that. So that's very interesting to think about.
I've seen. I prefer the slow unlocks personally. Like, that's my style. I prefer.
Yo, Fearless, so what's up, man? What are we thinking?
That you kind of get that,
The biggest W, man. Huge W. In my eyes.
But it is interesting, of course, to think if you
Bingo
want to
time, yeah.
want to play a certain build.
Let me see my bingo again.
Well, even on like the
You playing Monk next league? I need to sleep on it. I need to sleep on it. Monk was really attractive, but there were a few things that I didn't really like here and there. I need to revisit that and see it again. There were a lot of pretty cool stuff. All the builds eventually, yeah.
It might be more of
what about yourself, Fearless?
Skills are given.
I think
it also can also be that we're not necessarily it's not
Yeah, well, for the bingo, I think we did good.
Skills might end up being ones
We might get bingo if they do something with the skills, remove or nerf them, and COC nerfed, I get bingo diagonally.
You don't want something that's like too flashy to be something you get
Right
really
here,
early,
this
because
line.
it feels kind of strange in the power curve. Like, you do need to feel like that level of progression of like the skills get more epic. So
I imagine like it's pretty okay to have things like those glory skills and stuff like that, right?
They did with the skills.
I mean, the last row tends to always be those sort of ultimate type things that, like in theory, those are not things that your entire build is like made around. So it's more that just sort of extra.
The examples that I get see brought up usually.
But glances I had look amazing. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. W League, it was insane. That literally, I felt that I went to work for 8 hours after 40 minutes of that presentation.
Because like it is on that last tier, and it is kind of a main skill, and it's not really like a big cooldown skill.
Yeah, no, that one honestly might be able to come down.
All right, so that's something to
maybe.
I suspect there's some tweaks to the levels. There's some reorganization. There's possibly. I mean,
I thought I'm gonna take it slow this league, but I think I'll look in. Hey, you know what? It's a good thing we have. I mean, it's both a good and a bad thing that we have 3 weeks until the release.
But I honestly suspect the rearranging is the solution there.
Nice. Okay, that's good to hear.
I mean, it's bad because we want to play, but it's good because we're gonna be able to understand everything. And as I said, I'm gonna go rest because for me right now is like almost it's 1:30 a.m. And I need to rewatch that whole thing again, fix my notes here, and I'm gonna release a recap video, simplified and everything. And I might actually do each one separate. We'll see.
You know, we obviously have a whole alternate classes league and stuff like that, which is cool. But you know, we don't. On rare occasions, we're obviously going to change the balance, change kind of what the.
Which ascendancies have they revealed? The martial artist monk and the wild speaker huntress.
Obviously, right? We've done that a lot, but like, you know.
Good night,
I wouldn't
Aku.
expect the Deadite
Good night,
to
Trust.
spawn anytime soon as an identity. If ever, just by the way, just and so like they just need to be high effort and they need to be, you know.
Well, to be completely honest, Key, I'm still with Celestino on this one. That I feel that Arcane Archer is gonna be released like a surprise ascendancy, like the Jin was.
Tamed version.
This is what I keep saying. Like, what every pair of
Wisps, I mean, they listen to us to go straight to bosses. Yeah, I'm a little bit with the Wisps. It's not really that. It's not really going to the bosses. To be honest, it's a specific node that you choose, or a specific mechanic that happens that makes that happen. Crimson, see ya, bud. The normal Wisps, they go to every rare. It's not always directly to the boss.
You know, there was the
shapeshifted one who turns into a werewolf, a beast when they're in shapeshift form.
Wow, exactly. So you know,
what, you got to tame the count? Is that
hey, you might win the giveaway, man.
Only in second phase, yeah, maybe, or maybe because
I mean, cool.
The normal Wisps are probably ass still. I honestly think that they're gonna be worse. Because you not only have one Wisp going into a rare, but you now have one Wisp go into a rare, killing it, then following it to another rare, killing it, then following it to another rare. It's an endless Wisp. You're following it forever. It's going to take you 38 minutes to finish a map.
Yeah, I was like, I thought you gonna make them smaller, but then I saw like the giant bird boss. I'm like, nope, that.
Man.
Boss right there.
Blue Field, thank you very much for the follow, bud.
We did limit it to 1. We did internally have it that people were running around with 5 for a while, and it was a little bit off, a little bit out of control. But yeah, it's quite fun. But I'm so excited to just see how honestly, it's such a weird thing to say. I'm so excited for how much work we've created for ourselves in the future.
I'm very glad to hear that.
What are they talking about?
It was the right mindset, I think. Excellent. So with the Tame Beast thing, like when you get your first...
Tame Beast, okay. Yeah, wisps are a little bit weird, but don't get me wrong, there's a lot of nodes and shit like that is going to help wisps a little bit. Like there's a node where you take that and the wisp that you find is going to skip all monsters and rares and directly go to the boss, which is beautiful. I don't see anybody not running it unless they completely amplify the drops from the rares with the wisps. Yeah, see ya, Kata. I'll take an improvement, yeah. There's a node that makes wisps actually improve loot in a meaningful way. They didn't actually show for that specifically. But what I absolutely loved is this. The Atlas tree is not only changed, completely changed, and it looks awesome, but every single node that you have on the Atlas tree, you can get it. You don't path anymore. You don't have limited points anymore. Every single node on that tree, it's obtainable. And the cherry on top of the cake is that you have choices. It's a progression tree, yeah. You have choices. You go to the node and it says, do you want the wisp to empower the rares or the bosses? And you choose. And I'm 100% sure that we're going to see density versus no density options, which is exactly what some players want and others, they want it less dense. You can get all nodes, yeah, but you cannot get all choices, I don't think. What you pick first is on you. Oh, wait, you can get all of them? I don't know if you saw my message earlier, but how are super casuals going to handle a fully 100% Atlas tree? They mentioned something about if you focus on one area in the Atlas map, you can then unlock another area which is going to complete all of the maps in that area, which is also going to grant you points. So I'm pretty sure that I'm going to figure out guides and stuff like that for beginners for the end game and explaining the end game. Is the old Arbiter fight removed from the game? Actually, I'm not sure. I haven't seen him. They did mention that Arbiter of Ash... Oh, Key, I have something important to tell you as well. Arbiter of Ash, they did mention that he's no longer the uber pinnacle of POE2. But they didn't tell us what happens with him. Oh, no. I don't think he's removed. Now that I remember. Sorry, I'm tired. They said that citadels are no longer RNG. Citadels exist. They're fixed. Their locations are fixed. So if citadels are fixed, that means that Arbiter probably exists if the fragments are from the citadels. But he's no longer the Uber. It's going to be... Someone else is going to be the Uber. Yeah. Important for speedrunners and anybody who enjoys the campaign or doesn't enjoy the campaign is a big change that they did that I didn't see it coming is they actually placed multiple different spots throughout the entirety of the campaign that tell you where to go. No more layout studying. I am so happy that I actually joined the speedrunning contest now so I can experience what it means to actually study layouts. Because this is going to be the last time that this shit happens. So some examples that they gave is if you go to Hunting Ground, for anybody who doesn't know what Hunting Ground is that place in Act 1 where you fight Crowbell, Freythorn, whatever. So if you go and fight the ritual in the middle of that map, it's going to start spawning some waves of dark energy that's going to tell you where to go for Freythorn. Then if you go on the other side, there's going to be massive footprints of Crowbell that's going to lead you to his arena. Then there's a massive sign somewhere that shows you an arrow where the village is, farmlands. Really cool stuff. If no one layouts give you even a slighted edge, yeah, sure. But I mean, I'm just going to hop onto the ritual. Ritual is going to tell me where the Freythorn is. Why do I need to look at tiles and stuff like that? Probably speedrunners are going to find a way for sure. Yes, the Venom Crypts, they have all the snakes heading towards the vitals. Great addition, man. Great stuff. It's okay to skip the new mechanic in the campaign, right? Yeah, 100%. I think it's going to be the same thing as every single mechanic. It's not mandatory to do it. We're probably going to do it out of curiosity 2-3 times and then realize that we could just skip it. Because Mark in the interview said that the majority of the good runes and stuff are in the endgame. Oh, you're talking about SSF. Yeah. Yeah, they also mentioned that content creator guides, all of our guides, whether we're in Mobalytics or Maxroll, I'm with the MOBA team. Now POE2 is going to have an in-game guide importation happening. So Jonathan multiple times said that all of the respectful websites like Mobalytics, Maxroll, POB, they need to create a button where players are going to be able to, let's say, go to my guide and click on a button, and that's immediately going to import it into their account in POE2. So whenever you go into the game, it's going to show you where to go. RIP guide creators? No, not really. Not really, because a guide is not only something that shows you, like, look at the effort that I put in my guides, man. Look at this. Look at all this information that I'm explaining to people that don't know what they're doing. Like strength and weaknesses, the comment, what's the whole point? There's different builds here. The items. Look at all of this information. This is literally the step-by-step on what you should get. Skill TLDR. The prios right here, explaining why and how and all of that. I think it's I think the guide is still going to be needed, but like, for example, Mobalytics is one of the only ones that allows you to track the build. So instead of, let's say, having an application from Mobalytics track the build and you're looking over to your second monitor, you just click on the button and it goes into your game. But then if you go into the game and you see that I got hollow palm technique, for example, and you don't know why, you can come back here. I'm going to explain it. Or the video, for example. You can add info in every item slot too. Yeah, which I don't know how it's going to work. I have no idea how it's going to work. We'll see. See ya, Celestina. Because you will need to put 3 more times more effort now. I don't think so. I trust Mobalytics is going to build something. I'm going to speak with the guys as well, but I think that Mobalytics is going to build something that's going to be adapted pretty easily without without us having to write this like ×3. Yes. Yeah. Mark was teasing that. Imagine that you follow a builder's build, and then if they change something, it will change for you as well. Accept your build. Yeah, exactly. It would be cool if they somebody said it before. If Mobalytics does something with a JSON file, where you just click on that and it immediately goes in. Actually, Jonathan said it's going to act the same way as filters, the same way that it works with Filter Blade, where you create something, you click it, you download it, install it into the game immediately, and it updates. And you're going to find it in the website, in the official website of PoE. Somewhere here, you're going to be able to find, oh my god, 21 days, chat. If the in-game guide and price check work well, it's the biggest win for a console, 100%. 100%, man. Yeah, definitely. So yeah, we knew it. So rituals are coming. Rework, massive rework of rituals. And this is a big one. Actually, there's a lot of big ones. You can fight 5 or 6 bosses at the same time, which is going to be the peak endgame of ritual. They added mage blood in the game. I'm going to throw some crazy facts, some crazy reveals at you guys now to remind you of, or anybody hasn't seen the whole thing. And rituals now only have uniques and omens. Nothing else. Yeah, you were spot on, man, with the lore. Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna spoil it for anybody who wants to rewatch it again. All I gotta say is I'm happy. I am tired, bro. If I was in the US right now, I would have streamed for another 7 hours. I would literally film my YouTube video right now. But I can't do that because I need to get organized. I want to be hype on the video. I don't want to be like a you know. But final thing that I want to say is it's super exciting. It's super exciting. There's a lot of good shit coming out. I think they killed it. Massive W. Goated decisions. There's so many good stuff. We got a search bar on the Atlas tree. On the Atlas map, sorry. Mage Blood. You remember that unique that Icy got? That was the most expensive unique in POE1? The goated Mage Blood. It's huge, it's amazing, but I miss my sword. Yeah. I understand it. As I said, I'm only going to justify people who are slightly disappointed because there's no class. And the reason why I'm going to justify those people is because GGG literally did everything by the book as if they had a class to reveal. That's why. Anybody who's not happy with the end game, with the crafting and everything, is weird to me. It's weird, very weird. They just cooked, man. Absolutely cooked. 10 out of 10. I absolutely agree, and it's okay. As I said, this is going to be the third and final time that I say it today. 0.4 was a great expansion, and we were all disappointed. And what did we get in 0.4? We got absolutely nothing apart from a great class. 0.5, we're getting absolutely everything apart from a class. That speaks volumes, man. They cooked, absolutely cooked. And the most important information that they said, the most important thing that they did is in the beginning, communication. They told us, we know you were waiting. It took us longer because all of this, obviously. And they told us from now not to expect anything in August. They told us that the next league is 1.0. And it's going to be after ExileCon in 2026. They specified. Yeah. 1.0 is coming this year. So, and it's bigger. They said that it's bigger. December. I don't count the temple sinister because it's a league mechanic. We got here we got this one as well. The whatever runes of Aldur, whatever it's called. Yeah. They didn't skip the December one. So next league is December. Yeah. Yep. So we need to make the most out of this. December 10th. Maybe they're gonna do it on their anniversary. Wasn't it 12th? Oh, that's a Saturday, so maybe 11th. Yeah. Yo. Yo, holy tacos. Brother, thank you so very much for the $5, man. Yes, I will give you the highlights. Just letting you know that I'm going to do a better video because I'm super tired. It's almost 2 a.m. here, my time. And that was a lot of information to get. But the highlights, they reworked everything in the endgame. Every single mechanic, ritual, deli, breach, expedition, have been completely reworked. Added new stuff, new shiny shit, more mechanics, more bosses, more pinnacle bosses for every single mechanic. For example, Genesis tree is coming for Breach. They did some stuff with the wisps. Atlas tree is now double of the nodes, and you can get absolutely every single node on that tree. And you have choices as well. So if a node says empower bosses or empower map density, you can pick one of the two, which is pretty big. No new classes. We've got 2 ascendancies. Wild Speaker for the Huntress. That's going to have 3 different choices of what they could do. 3 different animals, I would say. Which looked pretty cool. And the coolest part about Wild Speakers is that they can actually tame beast bosses. So you can literally have the gorilla as your pet. Literally. And the other ascendancy is Martial Artist Monk, who looked, to be completely honest, as a monk main, I would say, quote unquote, it didn't look as cool as the Huntress, but I'm pretty sure that there's something that they haven't showed us. But the highlight for the monk, I think, that put him up in par with the Huntress was the tattoo runes. He's going to be the only ascendancy that's going to have additional runes equipped, which is going to be pretty OP. I think it was 2, 4, 5 or 6 runes. And their gloves, because they're good with their fists, with their hands, their gloves are going to be insanely overpowered because it's going to almost double the stats on the gloves, which is crazy. Campaign is now easier to navigate because they added a bunch of signs for you to know where you need to go instead of guessing. That's a highlight. We have a search bar on the Infinite Atlas. Let's go. Big changes on the Infinite Atlas as well. Holy tacos. Big changes, man. Like it looks like a brand new game. There's a whole area for Breach. There's a whole area for Ritual. There's a whole... It's just a whole thing. Citadels are no longer RNG. They're fixed. You go find them. They're there. Mage Blood is coming for Rituals. Rituals only have uniques and omens, so it's going to be probably a little bit easier to find good shit. Oh, I completely forgot about this. They're bringing some type of masters. I need to rewatch the whole thing so I know the names, so I don't just say random words. But they brought some kind of masters. They give you a couple of choices and empower. Atlas Ascendancy, yeah. Pretty cool stuff there. There were 3 of them. Jado is one of them. I remember the Jin choice. Very cool stuff. What else? Price checker in the game. They added some kind of a price checker. If you click on control something on your item, it immediately price checks it in the exchange market, which is cool. And they also they're going to add a build guides import into the game as well. Oh, and we're getting stash tabs for fragments, tablets, and trials. 1 stash tab for all 3 of them with multiple different tabs on each one. I think those are the highlights, man. Waystone changes. Yeah, I added that. I think Waystone changes. I don't know why I didn't add that. Oh, holy shit, bro. Hello. I forgot about this. Challenges in POE2. Let's go. Achievements, challenges. It was the one thing that I said whenever I played POE1 that I would love to see in POE2, and boom. Here it is. The end game, the whole atlas, not only is going to have a search bar. Oh. Thank you, man. You guys didn't actually hear that, did you? Oh, I didn't have them there. Nope, you didn't. Well, Holy Tacos just donated another $5 saying thank you for that. I know you didn't have to. Also, congrats on the win yesterday. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. Just to finish up here, the Endgame Infinite Atlas also has the search box at the top left. There's a checklist on the right for all the quests that you got to do. And there's also mechanics on the right so you can navigate easier. Just go to shit, bro. So good. Anything else I'm missing? Huge crafting changes, by the way. There's going to be 160 new runes. Okay, Grants. See ya, bud. Layout agency? What do you mean, Key? Oh, yeah, that's what I said before. They're giving us directions in every single zone of the campaign. They showed a few Act 1 and a few others. Oh, biomes? They didn't mention anything for that. No, they didn't mention anything. I didn't listen to the whole Q&A. I'm going to listen to the whole thing tomorrow. Spend more time on YouTube. Hey, yeah, 2 things that I wanted to say. 2 things that I wanted to say that I'm going to finish up here. The first thing is that I'm going to bring back the Scorpius School of Slam Crafts. That's my official school of crafting, which is a podcast, and I bring in crafters and min-maxers and geniuses for crafting. And it's not usually other streamers and other content creators. The majority of times we invite players, actually. And I'm going to bring that back 100,000% for 0.5. Already have you on the list, Key. I already have Key on the list. I have Dracarys on the list. And we're going to see what we're going to do. For example, Key is a player, and also he's now starting his content creation journey as well. But right now he's mostly a player, and then we also have Dracarys, who's a player. And the reason why I'm specifying that is because a lot of the times people want to see the opinions of players instead of content creators, which is why I wanted to do this concept of players getting the mic to talk about stuff and talk about how it is, And that's the first thing. I'm going to bring that back in 0.5 100%. I think I'm going to need that. I'm going to be the host asking the questions that I don't know the answers to. So that's the perspective that I want people to have. The second thing that I wanted to say, which I'm very proud of, is that Uncle Jonathan confirmed what I was preaching the past 2-3 months, and I was getting loud negativity from a lot of people that I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm an MMORPG player coming in here trying to change shit, and they're never going to do that. They never care about retention. They're never this, they're never that, whatever. And I'm proud to say that Uncle Jonathan said that they're going to do mid-league events because they want to keep people engaged. Well, there it is. If I had a second mic drop, I would have dropped it. But there it is. It's going to be really interesting to talk about people, with people, to see what their opinion is, because clearly they do care about people's retention, actually. Yeah, tell me about it later, Jakars. Have to feed super casuals? Yeah, maybe. Maybe not only. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure it didn't look good for them to have a 6-month gap, and the 4.5 out of those 6 to be dry. It feels like there's enough content for 6 months here. Yep, well, they still said that they're planning events mid-league. Mid-season leagues. I laughed out loud at all the people eating crow now. Yep. POEDB guy nailed it. It has to be on the inside. Yeah, he has to know somebody for sure. But didn't he say the duelist is confirmed as well? I don't know how deep they're going to go with those things, but they said that they want to do resets as well. So we'll see how they're going to approach it. But it's content, man. They clearly care about the retention. Doesn't matter what. Like, if GG says they do. The only thing that I don't know, and I don't want to over talk about it, is I need to see it tomorrow. I don't think they said that they're only going to do that for now, for the gap between 1.0. I don't think they mentioned that, but I need to see. I hope we get an ascendancy in the middle of the league, bro. Yeah, I would love to see that. This will keep the game alive. That's what I've been saying. Yep, I agree. But I remember every single person's comments and their reactions once I said, for example, they can drop an ascendancy mid-league. People would just go batshit crazy whenever I said that. So let's see. Anyway, I'm just happy. I wanted to brag. I don't brag often. I just wanted to do it. Yeah, there it is. Who cares about what they think, bro? I cared in the beginning, and then I was looking at the statistics, and that's why I made the second video, because negativity is always louder than positivity for whatever reason. It was half of the people on that video and half of the content creators agreed with me. The other half disagreed. But the negativity was a lot louder. You know what I mean? Oh, I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about how the game is perceived, how people think. It's weird to me. It doesn't matter if you guys, like, we had a situation before, Trust, who's a D4 player coming in, not liking the endgame changes that they did because they didn't add a leaderboard. You know what I mean? I mean, it's a very weird thing to expect. It's a very specific thing to expect, and he's super pissed off because of that. He didn't like the change. I'm not going to argue. You know why? because I understand the perspective. I understand the point of view. He comes from a different game. He had something in that game that he absolutely loved. He comes to this game that he loves more now because it's a better game, and they don't provide him with that. The same thing people who wanted a class would come and say, and the same thing that people wanted endgame would say in 0.4 whenever we didn't have endgame. It just, one is bigger than the other. It's the same shit. However, this is what I don't understand. It doesn't matter if you come from D4, the D3, Last Epoch, World of Warcraft, the League of Legends. It doesn't matter. If you have a fresh opinion, you cannot just shut down everybody, like anything that anyone says, because that's the way that things go. You know what I mean? That was the weird thing for me whenever that happened. The people were shutting my ideas down, and they were negative because that's how it's been. Chris Wilson, 6 years ago, said that they don't care about retention. They care about the money from supporter packs. That's it. So we're not allowed to change the game. We're not allowed to do something new. That was the triggering part. I don't care about the negativity and what people say, man. It's okay, man. It's okay, bro. It's okay. We said it before, you can never please anybody. You remember a week ago I told you guys, lower your expectations? That's why I don't care about the class. Of course I would love to play a sword class, bro. Of course. But I didn't let myself get disappointed in the middle of them giving us one goated decision after another goated decision after another goated decision. I didn't let myself for a single second say, oh my God, really? No class? I didn't want to do that. I did that 4 times back to back. You know, I always with you. I just said that GG had to make decisions to change the rules, and looks like they, yeah, 100%. And also, if you don't agree, I don't want you to always be with me. I want you to feel free to share your opinion, 100%. But what I would love to see from more people is being open to understanding the perspective of the other person before you get triggered or before you get into an argument, because again, you never know what that person is thinking, or and at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, bro. It doesn't really matter. Like it's not trust, it's not soulbound, it's not icy, it's not sinister, it's not me, it's not anyone who's gonna say this is a good or a bad league, because it's a fact. It's the biggest league. It's the biggest endgame overhaul that we've ever seen. It's shaping the game to the path that the devs want to go. You know what I mean? It's a brand new game, man. That's the first thing that we said. It's a brand new game. Or Tricker, yeah. It's minor, it's small. In the car, have a good night. Yeah, good night, man. I don't think you're going to catch me, bro. I'm too tired. I need to go rest so I can do the recap. TLDR, there's going to be 25 minutes TLDR. See ya, Key. Have a good drive, man. Anyway, guys, that was it. That was it for me today, man. I'm sorry that I'm dead, but it's not my usual hours. It's not. And I didn't have energy drinks. Anyway, guys, what a day. What an absolutely beautiful reveal. The best part is tomorrow is a Friday. Tomorrow we're going to stream. Tomorrow you're going to have a recap, a TLDR. We're going to talk about it more. I'm going to be fresh. I'm going to have notes. Oh my God. Here we go. The start of the wait, of the bigger wait. 21 days, man. Feels like... With everything that we got, I think 21 days are not enough. But anyway, guys, thank you so very much for being here. I really appreciate you all. Thank you so much for the crazy support today with the subs, with the donos. If you're all here, thank you so much for the lurks, for the chats, your opinions. Thank you. I really hope that you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. I just noticed that I skipped somebody who subbed 3 hours ago. Squilliam, if you're still here, I'm sorry that I skipped, bro. Thank you so much. I really hope you guys enjoyed the stream. And that's it for me. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much, chat. Bye-bye. Twitch, YouTube, Much love, you guys. Have a beautiful day, beautiful night. Bye-bye.